another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobilization. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobilization. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is. Holy, 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 Nandekano, the other Savior. So, welcome, dear friends. Holy, holy. And by the way, we're looking for a song to replace that. I think we've been on that song for quite a long time. So, if you know of any copyright-free music that we can play as the intro, or if you're a musician and you want to do a theme music for the platform, then you're welcome to do that. You all have my Instagram handle. So just DM me what you think the appropriate start off is. But the holy song, is it played out? Is the thing. I enjoy it, but do you still? So welcome, dear friends. We go again. This is what we do, and this is where we do it, and we're certainly doing it again right here. So come do it with us. The session commences. It's been a long time since I told you that the eagle has landed. So the eagle has landed, but land with the eagle is what I'm inviting you to do. So welcome, dear friends. So the session starts. Let's go straight away to the headline that we'll be contending with in this session. Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso are 5 top states with highest registered voters and chances of APC, PDP in them. So this runs along the line of that chart, that table that we did just a couple of days ago that was ably led by Kulata excellently. So this space now, this article goes to 5 top states with the highest registered voters, because you have to understand that the Nigerian election is not often instances, and never really is, the will of the mass of the people. It is the concentration of no more than 5 to 7 states that determines who becomes the Nigerian next president, just in terms of the volume of voters that they produce from those spaces. So this article now, it looks to delve into that space, to look through the numbers then to see what the permutations suggest to us. So it's going to be a permutation-led article, but hopefully not it could well be a permutation-led session. Nothing wrong with that. Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso, 5 top states with highest registered voters and chances of APC, PDP in them. So quite what this article has to offer, we find out shortly. But certainly, what is to come, anybody that is claiming that they can predict it, they're just really whistling in the wind. Because the Americans certainly cannot predict the Nigerian election. And they often instances predict with some accuracy. Nigeria's election not predictable, U.S. agency. So which agency is that, and why they decided to say that, we'll find out shortly. Northern groups urge Kwankwaso to step down for Atiku. So this is the thing now. So Northern group urges Kwankwaso to step down for Atiku. And a lot of this you've been hearing in the ethers, but a lot of suspicion also that Kwankwaso will step down for Tinubu. But if you look at the history, the backdrop of the Nigerian electoral space, the chances of Kwankwaso stepping down for Atiku is greater than him stepping down for Tinubu, because the Northerners traditionally, they always align along the lines of tribe and religion. And the familiar is more with Atiku than Tinubu, who is just a Southern Kafiri, according to their mindset over there. Northern group urges Kwankwaso to step down for Atiku. So this next headline now is a role reversal. Still the same characters, but the role reversed. Kwankwaso Campaign Council woos Atiku to step down and back NMPP. So there's these 2 invitations now, but which party would you like to attend? Who would you like to see step down for whom? Who has a greater chance at a launch at Tinubu or out of these 2 gentlemen? And who will serve, more to it, who will serve greater purpose for the Nigerian narrative out of these 2 men? So Atiku-sponsored space invites Kwankwaso to step down for him. Kwankwaso's campaign council invites Atiku to step down for him. But who amongst the 2 do you think should step down for whom? So all of that up for discussion. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us in the studio to go through this. Governor Akeredolu declares Tuesday public holiday in Ondo for PVC collection. So we're bringing this story only really because we brought a similar story when just a couple of days ago, when Ohaneze Indigo was inviting all the Southeastern governors to declare a public holiday for people to go collect their PVC. So there was that invitation there. And And we're speculating, of course, that was it public service or political machinations? So that question still remains now. So the invitation was from Ohaneze Indigbo to the Southeasterners, but the logic of it so attractive that Akeredolu has moved instantly to occupy that space. Governor Akeredolu declares Tuesday public holiday in Ondo for PVC collection. So is this Jagaban support? It certainly, almost certainly is. So there it is right there. So this one now, this next story now is a sign of the times that we're in. So this is a sign of the times that we're in. Outrage as Abia State Governor Okozie Akwazu's son arrives event with long convoy and police escort. So this is now the time that this is a sign of the times that we're in. A sign of the times that we're in. There's even now the talk that there's an office of the first son in that state. Which state did we say it was again? Yes, there's actually there's rumors that there is Abia State. There's an office of the first son, just like you have an office of the first lady. So where does it stop? Even is there an office of the first cleaner? So it's beyond ludicrous, of course. But this, as I said, a sign of the times that we're now in, that we live in now as a people. The office of the first son, of course, will have a budget. And that budget is not money manufactured from anywhere. It comes from the state coffers. So that office of the first son takes away a school building, a hospital from whichever community in that space. And that is the politics that we play in Nigeria. Outrage as Abia State Governor Okozie Akwazu's son arrives event with long convoy and police escort. So there it is now, sign of the times. Sign of the times. You know, I always invite you to submit stories that you'd like us to discuss. So this was submitted by one of the subscribers. PT State of Race. President, I don't quite know what PT is, but PT State of Race. APC PDP flex muscles as campaigns enter final month. So somebody sent this in for us to share. So we'll have a glance at it. If it's anything that holds anything, I will read through. But we'll go through maybe a couple of paragraphs, and then we'll see if we want to follow through. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So a rich menu, as always is the case, a potpourri, a diverse pick and mix. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, again, if you are not already subscribed, then please correct that immediately. And thank you after you've done that. If you've not clicked on the like button, then please correct that immediately. And thank you after you've done that. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of those headlines that I just read out, I'll let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. That's how it works. It's an open microphone session. The open microphone being this hyperlink on the screen that says StreamYard. If you are also inclined towards tipping towards if you are inclined towards tipping towards the platform, click on this hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. So there you can make some form of donation towards the platform. If it's to your liking and you think it needs rewarding, then go to that space and do as directed. It's a 3-step process, nothing too complicated or complex. So as you set about doing all of that, let me take another little musical intermission. And then when we come back, we get straight into the matters. But first, let's ask the question, Osundi or Wendy?
Osundi or Wendy? Osundi or Wendy? If there's someone, Osundi or Wendy? I can sell it, Osundi or Wendy? And the people that don't know, Osundi or Wendy? It's a game. Osundi or Wendy? It's a game. Osundi or Wendy? The song you're gonna suffer, Osundi or Wendy?
And there it is right there, Osunday Owende. And just for the heck of it, let me play you, it's just a 10-second clip, but this is one of my favorite clips. You see why, it might well be one of yours. It's not more than 10 seconds, but watch this. And there it is. I wonder which of those you run from the most. I wonder which one of those two is the most dangerous. That's a question for you. So Osunday Owende, as guys, I bring you this. Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso are 5 top states with highest registered voters and chances of APC, PDP in them. So let's get into it. Hold on. The leading political parties and their presidential candidates. The leading political parties and their presidential candidates are. Let me make sure I'm taking it. Political parties and their presidential candidates have been putting permutations in place to boost their chances in the 2023 elections that is almost at the corner. The leading political parties and their presidential candidates are Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC, the People's Democratic Party PDP Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and Rabiu Kwankwaso of the New Nigeria People's Party and MPP. Many Nigerians, especially the youth, are determined to change the country's fortune in the forthcoming poll, as they have massively registered to vote during the voter registration. States with the highest registered voters could have a great influence on the candidates that will take over from President Buhari in May. Thus, the top 5 states with registered voters are listed below, and the chances of these political parties and their candidates are projected. So there it is, somewhat aligned with Kulata's permutations. At least it speaks to that space. Actually, let me share the screen. so that you can see it. Let me share the screen because this one you probably need to see by yourself. So there it is. It says Lagos State, 9,060,195 registered voters. Our Lagos population is projected to be around 20 million, and according to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, over 7 million people are registered to vote in the state in the forthcoming poll. The APC is likely to win the state due to the fact that it won the state in the last two general elections, 2015 and 19. The presidential candidate of the party is also a former governor of the state. So Kano State, 5,921,370 registered voters. The northern state is the second highest registered voters. The northern state is the second highest registered voters in the 2023 poll. Over 5 million people have registered to vote in the state based on INEC statistics. Just like Lagos, so now this deviates somewhat from collaboration, but these are projections of people, of course, that are more experienced and professional within that space. So not to say that, not to the right, of course, excellent job still. Just like Lagos State, APC is likely to win the state. Just like Lagos State, APC is likely to win the state as well because the party has been controlling the state since 2015 and secured the highest votes for President Buhari in the last two elections. So I think they are going by party projections rather than the personalities involved in the race. The Lagos State permutations, you can say both party and personality, but the Kano State projection is more party than personality because there are other personalities that you say come into play within that space. Kaduna, 4,335,202 registered voters. The state is, I'm not quite sure what this means. The state is currently, I think that's meant to be currently. The state is currently following Kano in terms of registered voters of over 4 million people. Bola Tinubu of the APC may win the state in the forthcoming poll, as the governor has consistently expressed that the ruling party has the highest chance in the February 25th presidential election. So what the attribution here is entirely down to El Rufai. So if El Rufai sways towards Tinubu and then he takes that state, so they've used the word may. Let me just see what they said in the previous one. So in the it says for Kano State, rather, they said likely to win. For Lagos State, they said likely to win. But for Kaduna State, they're saying may win, and they are attributing that mainly to El Rufai. Bola Tinubu of the APC may win the state in the forthcoming poll, as the governor has consistently expressed that the ruling party has the highest chance in the February 25th presidential election. So El Rufai, of course, the expectation that he would deliver. So it looks as though so far the three largest spaces with the largest amount of votes, they've given it to the APC and by extension Tinubu. Lagos State to Tinubu, and a lot of that you might not be able to quibble. I think everybody concedes that Tinubu would take Lagos, but the margins is what people might dispute. Kano State, they've controversially, well, I wouldn't say controversially, they've debatably given it to Tinubu for reasons of incumbency. One, the incumbent governor of that state, of course, Gandola, he, of course, an APC man and a strong player within the Tinubu campaign team. And they're also saying they took the state in 2015 and 2019. So both the antecedent, the incumbency, and then, of course, the those two elements sufficient enough. But Kaduna State, they are controversially giving it to, debatably again, not controversially, they are giving it to the APC space still. But the Kaduna State, of course, is a bit more complex than to outrightly just give it to anyone. because there's so many factors in play there, especially with the southern Kaduna space, which is the abundance of the population, and they've suffered heavily under the Buhari administration. So let's go on to the next one. River State, 3,535,190 registered voters. This is one of the toughest states in the forthcoming poll, with over 3.5 million registered voters at the present, as against 3.21 million voters in 2019. Atiku Abubakar of the PDP is likely to win the state, despite the crisis rocking the party, which is the rift between Governor Yemsen Wike and the party's presidential candidate. So you might want to start, this is the point that you feel the sense that you should probably start abandoning these projections. Because if they are saying that Atiku is going to win River State in spite of Wike, despite Wike's opposition, to say that Wike is opposed, if he were opposed to Atiku's candidature, that Atiku would take that state nevertheless, then that's somewhat a naivety you might want to say. Katsina State, 516,719 registered voters. Katsina is the 5th state with the highest number of registered voters in the 2023 election. Currently, more than 3.5 million people have registered to vote in the forthcoming election. Irrespective of the insecurity challenges in the state, the fact that President Buhari is from the state still gave the APC upper hand above other political parties in the state. So a lot of that you might not be able to quibble with too much. Because it would take some doing for Buhari not to even deliver his own state. Then that it is almost treacherous if he doesn't deliver his own state. So those are the permutations. Of course, no Labour Party anywhere to be seen there. The projections were 4 for Tinubu and 1 for Atiku. So that somewhat speaks the language of victory. This is from a platform, a newspaper space called Legit NG. So Legit NG. So quite what you're making. I had to tell you who it's from, just to see, for you to determine if there's any bias there. So now the Americans not so confident as that article is. Nigeria's election not predictable. U.S. agency. So now, which agency is this, and why are they saying that? Contrary to political permutations, the forthcoming presidential election in Nigeria would not be predictable. A United States-based election monitoring organization, National Endowment for Democracy, has said, whilst the 2023 election in Nigeria, as a consequential election, the U.S. agency commended Nigeria for the technology-driven electoral process and expressed optimism that the country would be the second largest democracy in the world by 2050. The president and executive officer of NED, Damon Wilson, stated this in an interview with journalists in Abuja during a meeting convened by Yega Africa to interact with other stakeholders on the preparation for the 2023 general elections. Correspondents report that NED, a private non-profit foundation dedicated to the growth and strengthening of democratic institutions around the world, was established in 1983 by the American Congress for the promotion of our world democracy. Each year, NED gives over 2,000 grants to support the projects of non-governmental groups abroad who are working for democratic goals in more than 100 countries. Wilson said, Nigeria is the 5th largest democracy in the world. It is on track that by 2050, it will be the 2nd largest democracy in the world, even bigger than the United States. but it has got a consequential election coming up in less than 40 days, building on 7 elections since the transition. And we have seen in this time a Nigerian democracy that has ousted incumbents where term limits have been enforced. Peaceful transition have taken place, and we have now seen a country that is poised to have a more technically effective election that has bolstered the authority. So it goes on. It's now reading somewhat gibberishly. So let me just abandon it there. So it's just before I start to talk nonsense. It's long and winding, but what it's telling us essentially is that they are not able to predict now what the Nigerian elections results will be. So there it is right there. So it's still unpredictable because we've been having these conversations every single day, 7 days a week for months on end. And we have not really reached a consensus as to the directional travel of these elections. So that's to tell you then that the Americans are right. It's just unpredictable, but it's predictable somewhat if you delve deeper into the data. Northern Group urges Kwankwaso to step down for Atiku. So this is the yin and yang that both sides are throwing at each other. The Northern Liberal Democratic Movement (NLDM) has called on the presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, Musa Kwankwaso, to step down for the candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. The group claimed that the mood and opinion of stakeholders in the country is in favor of Atiku, who was in a better position to win the contest, irrespective of Kano's decision. In a statement, its National Secretary Balarabe Bello released in Abuja yesterday, the group said that apart from the mood of the people of the region, there was a current reality prompting many chieftains and members of the NMPP dumping the party for the PDP across the region in anticipation of a likely Atiku victory in February. The NMPP had lost its chieftains to the PDP, with the recent being its deputy governorship candidates in Niger and Yobe states, as well as its state chairman in Kaduna and zonal secretary in the Northeast, who defected with scores of their supporters. No fewer than 700,000 members of the party are also said to have defected to the PDP in Bauchi State, northeast zone of the country. The group asked Kwankwaso to listen to the counsel of many stakeholders in the region and throw in the towel in favor of the former vice president, who many see as well placed to win the February polls. In a swift reaction, however, the national chairman of the NMPP, Professor Alkali Rufai, said the presidential candidate is in the race to win, as Kwankwaso is the candidate with the rich experience and structure to win the February election. NNPP will shock PDP in the north as the youths are waiting on it to reinvigorate the country. Those who depend on religion and ethnicity in the forthcoming presidential election will be disappointed. NNPP will win the 3 zones of the north and go further to get votes in the south that will complete his victory, former PDP National Publicity Secretary said. So former PDP National Publicity Secretary, that is just to tell you then that the Labour Party space that Obi occupies, the NMPP space that Kwankwaso is trying to promote, and the Atiku narrative, they are all one and the same. These are all offshoots of the PDP. And when they had that presidential town hall on Channels Television, somebody accurately but derisively said, is a PDP Light, PDP Junior, and a PDP. So they are all PDP, really. All the functionaries of both parties pretty much are, all the functionaries of the three parties are pretty much are PDP members at some point in time. Kwankwaso's campaign council woos Atiku to step down and back NMPP. So this is just that story flipped on its head. I'll just give you 2-3 paragraphs. Oh no, it's not a long read. So let me just give you the fullness of it. The Rabiu Kwankwaso Presidential Campaign Council has advised Atiku Abubakar to adopt its candidate for the 2023 general elections. Mr. Kwankwaso is the presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NMPP, and Mr. Atiku Abubakar, candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The Kwankwaso PCC coordinator, South-South, Precious Elekima, gave the advice in a statement to journalists in Abuja. He said the country currently requires a president without baggages and with the capacity to hit the ground running, which his party's candidate represents. He said that Mr. Kwankwaso was with nobody is without blemish. So he says Mr. Kwankwaso was without blemish and that he remained the person with the capacity to address the nation's many challenges. Nigeria needs a leader who will be able to, within a year, balance the exchange rate because a country's exchange rate is determined by its capacity to produce and sell. So it's just this rather careless promises that you hear from these people. Within a year, is going to balance the exchange rate. That even makes no sense. That is what our candidate will do, along with other measures to address existing challenges. To be candid, this country requires an urgent intervention, and that is where our candidate comes in. Mr. Kelima further revealed, we had a meeting on Saturday and about 13 coordinators from the PDP PCC attended. They expressed their fear that their efforts may be in vain in view of the weighty allegations against their candidate. We have assured them that we will accommodate them in the campaign structure and also in government when we win. We also told them that even their principal will be adequately taken care of. What does adequately taken care of means? How is their principal going to be? If Kwankwaso wins and he promises to adequately take care of Atiku, what does that mean? You know, he cannot give him a portfolio, can he? Because Atiku has already been the vice president of the country for 8 years. So there's nowhere else for him to go but up, and he's not going to surrender his presidency to him. So what does that mean? All blocks, fat monies, stolen money from the CBN, the usual things and the usual ways. Mr. Al-Kelima, however, expressed optimism that Mr. Kwankwaso will win the February 25th poll. So there it is right there. The yin and yang that is our PDP and NMPP. So the invitation for one to step down for the other, but who do you think should step down for whom? So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come have a conversation about that with me in the comment section. Governor Akeredolu declares Tuesday public holiday in Ondo for PVC collection. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu has declared Tuesday, January the 24th, a public holiday in Ondo State for collection of PVC. In a statement released by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Richard Olatunde, it was stated that the public holiday will help eligible voters in the state collect their permanent voters card PVC at the Independent National Electoral Commission designated centers in their respective local government areas. It reads, the importance of the forthcoming elections cannot be overemphasized. There is an urgent need for us to address the low rate of PVC collections in the Southwest. Beyond partisan lines, it is imperative that our people understand that the PVC is their license to enthrone desired political leadership. We are constrained to take this decision to, how are they constrained? What's the constraint there? They just use some grammar sometimes that doesn't cohere with language as is known. We are constrained to take this decision to enable our people take this advantage and collect their PVC. It is important that we all exercise our civic responsibilities. All political appointees and other government functionaries are also directed to return to their local governments and works to encourage our people to collect their PVCs. So it says beyond partisan line, but there's nothing more partisan than that. And that is a direct response, by the way, to that call by the Ohanese Indigo that the southeastern governors should declare a public holiday for the collection of PVC. So the Ohanese inviting the southeastern governors to declare a public holiday for the collection of PVCs, if there's no altruism there, it's entirely self-interest, because they are banking, of course, on the mass turnout for their son. Because as well as all of the permutations to fulfill constitutional requirements, you still have to have a majority in terms of numbers to win that election. So you still have to have more votes than most. So that benchmark, of course, every vote counts. And that is what Ohanese was pushing at. But having heard that now, Akeredolu moved quickly to sideswipe them. So that's Akeredolu moving swiftly to sideswipe them. So this next one now, there's okay, let me see if I can grab it from here. Just give me 1 second. Let me see if we can do something. Oh, yes. Okay, I think we may have it. Just give me 1 microsecond. See if we can download this to play on the platform. Just talk amongst yourself. Una momento. Una momento. Do you know what una momento means? And do you know what language that is? That is Spanish Portuguese for 1 minute or just a moment, which is more probably, yes, have I got it? Okay, yeah, it's that. So yeah, I should be able to play you that, but hold on. I'm coming. Just hold on right there. Just don't move a muscle. Just stay right where you are. All right. So yeah, there it is. All right. All right. Outrage as Abia State Governor Okezia Akpazu's son arrived event with long convoy and police escort. So there's a video clip that goes with this. That's what I was just downloading to play to you at some point during the course of the stream. The son of Abia State Governor Okezia Akpazu arrived at an event in grand style, and this has started a conversation online. Chinedu Akpazu, said to be 21 years old, has been trending across various social media platforms after the video hit the internet. Pardon me. In the video, a long convoy, including cars with police escorts, is seen pulling into the venue with the governor's son. Son of His Excellency is also His Excellency, the MC said while singing his praise in the video shared online. Women are seen hailing the young son of the governor, and gunshots were heard ringing out to welcome him to the event. And by the way, this is a 21-year-old boy, and this is where we are in Nigeria. The grand arrival sparked outrage, and Nigerians took to various platforms to point out that many workers in the state are still being owed arrears in salary. Yet the governor's son is receiving praises from the people. So there it is right there. And by the way, it's not unique or peculiar to that space, by the way. All of their sons, they get the same treatment. You remember when Buhari's daughter wanted to go and do a school assignment in Bauchi, and she just hopped on the presidential jet, just like that. Just like, Daddy, can I borrow your car? Sort of thing. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. They've taken us for monkeys for a long time. Let's just a couple of paragraphs of this one, because I'm not really sure it leads us to state of the race. APC PDP flex muscles as campaigns enter final month. Let's see. Right. In previewing this race, some analysts had flashed back to 1979 election, which nearly went into a runoff, but the rallies are leading us to a different conclusion. The major candidates in the presidential race have revamped their campaigns since we entered the election year. However, pictures emerging from their rally across Nigeria appears to invalidate some of the assumptions that had been made about the race. Since the campaigns resumed in January, Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC has addressed rallies in Adamawa, Yobe, Kwara, and Jigawa, whilst Atiku Abubakar of the main opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP) has been in Kogi, Ekiti, Ogun, and Oyo states. Peter Obi has held his own rallies in Delta, Osun, Kaduna, Niger, and Plateau states, just as Atiku Kwankwaso'S of the New Nigeria People's Party has addressed supporters in Plateau, Bauchi, Kaduna, and Nasarawa states. Attendance at the rallies, especially at those of the APC and PDP candidates. So it looks as though, and this is from the Premium Times, by the way. So it looks as though this particular platform, not this platform, but the Premium Times, it looks as though they have narrowed it now to the two candidates, because that seems to be the two major parties, because that seems to be where the focus of this is pointing. Right. It says attendance at the rallies, especially those of the APC and PDP candidates, have generally been impressive and tends to reflect the structures of the two established parties across the country. It also suggests that the two parties retain massive support amongst Nigerians in spite of issues surrounding their tickets. So, let's not get too rested in lazy arguments about our crowds being bought. Yes, there will be. There's a narrative around those crowds being bought. When you say crowds are being bought and being bought in, yes, crowds are being bought, and crowds are being bought in. But the people that are being bought in is to ensure that there is some sort of a presence there in terms of a crowd, so that whoever is coming to appear is not embarrassed. But in any rally that you'll see, not up to 10, if not even 7% of the people there are paid for. They're just really a core crowd, just to show some semblance of respectability. But if you see a massive crowd, then those massive crowds are organic. It's either they've been encouraged by virtue of being given a day off work, etc., etc. But a lot of them are organic. A good 90-something% of the crowd that you see at any rally is a near enough accurate reflection of the popularity of that candidate. In previewing this race, some analysts have flashed back to the 1979 election, which nearly went into a runoff. Recall that in that election, 43 years ago, the 5 candidates comfortably won in their home regions. Shehu Shagari of the National Party of Nigeria, NPN, narrowly prevailed eventually because he won in the then southern minority states of Rivers and Cross Rivers that had no native candidate in the poll. The observation that the 4 major candidates in this election also come from different zones of the country and appear to be popular in their own homes is one of the factors behind a projection that this election may head into a runoff, as each candidate may sweep the poll in their home zones. However, turnout at the rallies that Atiku has so far held in southern states shows that his party has a large support base in those states and indicates that the supporters value loyalty to their party above ethnic affinity. that they share with a major opponent of the party's presidential candidate. It has helped Atiku too that the PDP now has 2 sitting governors in Mr. Tinubu's home zone. However, the same can be said for Mr. Tinubu. His rallies so far across the northern zones have also been seen. However, the same can also be said of Mr. Tinubu. His rallies so far across the northern zones have also been scenes of multitudes and great kinetic enthusiasm. So kinetic enthusiasm as opposed to bought and paid for enthusiasm. Atiku and Mr. Kwankwaso have been projected to end the dominance of the APC in the northern region, where the ruling party currently runs 15 of the 19 state governments. After their party rallies in Kaduna and Katsina, some Atiku campaign officials had even boasted that he has inherited the voters of President Buhari in the region, especially in the president's northwest zone. Those voters had given Mr. Buhari the edge in the region in the 5 presidential elections that the outgoing president stood in between 2003 and 2019. But now that he is retiring, those voters are up for grabs. Pictures from his rallies, however, indicate that Mr. Tinubu remains well in consideration for the Buhari vote. The APC has at least demonstrated a capacity to get people to campaign grounds in the north, just as the PDP has in the south. And by the way, by whichever means they get these people to the rallies, these people were at the rallies, and that's some level of support. This is remarkable. We assume that Atiku would face chastisement from southern voters for disrupting the PDP rotation principle that should have handed the party's presidential flag to a southern bidder. Anger in the region over the development has been amplified by the dissent group of 5 governors of the party, led by Yemsin Wike. Members of the group continue to antagonize and rebuke the party and the presidential candidates at public fora. They have also refused to be part of his campaign or support it in their states. Yet, Atiku has been well received by party members on every campaign stop in the south. On his part, Mr. Tinubu faced a backlash for his same fate ticket arising from his choice of Kashim Shettima, a senator and former governor of Borno State, as running mate. The choice had drawn instant condemnation from Christian groups across the country. It will only be confirmed at the poll whether the anger dissipated or if not. So it goes on and on. So there it is, the permutations. No, it's not that much more. So let me just give you the fullness of it. All right, let me just give you the fullness of it. On his part, Mr. Tinubu faced a backlash for his same fate ticket arising from his choice of Kashim Shettima, a senator and former governor of Borno State, as running mate. The choice had drawn instant condemnation from Christian groups across the country. It will only be confirmed at the poll whether that anger has dissipated or if not, to what extent it would hurt him. However, that his rallies and other public engagements have drawn participation from across the faith give Tinubu a cause for optimism. If this election is not decided in the first ballot, it may not be because each of the top 4 candidates denied the others votes in their home states. The structure of the APC and PDP, at least, looks strong enough to draw for their candidates more than a quarter of the votes in more than each of the 24 states and the Federal Capital Territory, the second condition for the election. The one between them with the most votes will most likely be elected on the 25th of February. So it narrows it really to Tinubu or Atiku. One other assumption is that this is a four-horse race. At this point, only the candidates of the two established parties appear to have a visible path to victory. The campaign would have demonstrated to Masas Obi and Kwankwaso, both of whom are experienced politicians, the value of party structure. Both former governors are virtually running as independent candidates, as their parties do not appear to enjoy popularity beyond the aura around the candidates. Mr. Obi has enjoyed unprecedented support from younger Nigerians, but apart from in the first weeks of the campaign, when they held a series of seemingly spontaneous million-man marches in many cities across the country, the youth and Mr. Obi's other supporters have not been showing up in impressive numbers at his rally. He has also failed to draw prominent politicians to his side, although to do so would have contradicted his vow to destroy the extant political structure of the country, which he described as corrupt and blamed for the country's woes. And whilst his two major rivals have enjoyed a warm reception in his supposed stronghold, he does not appear to be attracting much attention in their own zone. So a lot of people will argue that Obi put up a performance. All right, it still goes on and on, but I think I'll round it off there. A lot of people would argue that Obi put up a performance in Kaduna somewhat. So Truth to Power joins us after a long hiatus. War Peace joins us as it does regularly, and Thomas is with us as well. So Truth to Power, good to see you. Where have you been?
Hello, man. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Happy New Year. And we're even January is almost over, so it's been that long.
Pardon?
Have you? I said Happy New Year, and January is almost over, so it's been that long since we last saw you.
Exactly. It's been a while. So yeah, I've been up and down, doing a few travels. My wife actually delivered a bouncing baby boy recently again.
Wow, unbelievable. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
How is mommy and the little one doing?
Oh, they are very fine. They're very good.
All right, brilliant. Good to hear that. So let's get to the politics of it then. The back and forth between the Kwankwaso'S space and the Atiku space. So invitations for each to step down for the other, but who do you think should step down for whom? Atiku versus Kwankwaso.
Yeah, I think stepping down as a matter of necessity would be, I think, should be on merit. Personally, I think Kwankwaso is quite loved in his homestead, especially Kanu, but I can't see him making any rules elsewhere in the country. And on the part of Atiku, I'm not really a big fan of Atiku. And given that Buhari has just had about 8 years, I don't think it's fitting for a northerner even to become president of Nigeria at this time. So I'm indifferent really to whichever way it goes in terms of which one stepping down for, but it will bode well for Atiku, we must say. If Kwankwaso steps down for him, it will bode well for him, and he has a very bright chance if that does happen. Given that as it stands, it seems as though Bola Tinubu is slightly ahead of that pack. It's really a close one, but Tinubu might be slightly ahead of the cover at this point. We're not saying all that can still change. We still have a few days before, but if Kwankwaso does step down for Atiku, it will really brighten the chances of Atiku.
Who do you think is the? Sorry, use the headphone. You're feeding back heavily.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, no, that's what. No, we can still hear so far. Yeah, who do you think is the more acceptable face of the North between Kwakwanso and Atiku? Who would you say is the more acceptable face of the North? Do we still have you? All right. I think Truth to Power is sorting out headphones. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
The one,
good man.
yeah.
Yeah, you can carry on shortly. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
All right, brilliant. All right. Okay. Let me take the conversation to. Let's see if Thomas is there. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, I'm
All
here,
right.
one man.
All right, brilliant. Okay. So to the question that was put into Truth to Power. So invitation sent out, but Thomas is now gone. What's going on here? Let's go then to Des, who seems quite relaxed for the day. So what's all this one now? Are you in a hotel? I hope that's not your home, because nobody's home looks like that. What are you doing in a hotel, Des? You still not left this behavior? Closure. Unmute.
I just went for a business meeting actually. So
All right. Did you get the deal? Did you bag and tag? Did you get the bag, as they say?
it's still tomorrow. So
All right, brilliant. Keep it up. But to the question though that was put into Truth to Power and then tried to put to Thomas before the system let him down. This invitation between Kwakwanso and Atiku inviting each other to step down. Oh God! You need to use the headphone, man. I'm hearing myself back. Who am I hearing? No. Sorry, I think that's not you. I think that's Truth to Power. No, sorry, carry on. Yeah. So the question I put to Truth to Power, you take that turn.
I don't see. I don't even know. If Atiku wants Kwankwaso to step down, then he has to basically offer him something. Something very tangible. With Kwankwaso's body, you know, I would say the way he behaves, I don't see him stepping down for anybody. I think we've been in this space, a few times. Who is stepping down for who? And Kwankwaso has come out and said he's not stepping down for anybody. So, however, there is a likelihood that Kwankwaso might step down for Atiku. There's a high likelihood for that to happen because I think the Northerners, they're always playing this politics that the more you look, the less you see, I would say. So we might be thinking something different before the end of the day. Something drastic will happen. And if that happens, we might as well give Atiku a chance because right now Atiku doesn't have a chance at all. But if that happens, is that even gonna give him the presidency? Not
But
really.
is Eugene is pulling impressive numbers at his rallies, and we're seeing a lot of defection from the NNPP to the PDP. And what that last article that we read was telling us was that even in the South, it is holding its own, is pulling enough numbers to show that he still has strong support in the South.
Um, the numbers on rallies, I just see it as I'll just see it as where the structure comes in. But is it gonna play out on the vote? I don't think so. You know, everybody is pulling numbers. The people that came for Obi in Kano, I'm pretty sure they came for Tinubu or anybody when they come to Kano again. It's just the same sort of it's just the same sort of crowd, to be honest. They're all the same people coming out just to get entertained. Some of them to get entertained, some of them because of money. So they're all the same set of people. So I don't see it as any big goal to achieving presidency. It's what we hear on the ground that is what matters. And on the ground, a lot of people are not even in the south. A lot of people are not even looking at Atiku. To be honest, a lot of people forget about.
Are you sure you should be saying that, Des? Because when he held his rally when rather Makinde held a rally with his G5 group in Ibadan. Oh, the only thing we could hear from the crowd were chants of Atiku, Atiku, Atiku. So are you sure you can't say that, what you just said?
Yes, one man. That's because those people chanting because they're basically, I would say they are strong PDP supporters, and they don't like you know the whole thing happening in PDP, and the only person that would unite them is Atiku. So they're basically chanting that because of the love they have for their party, and that's just it. Like I said, if you let's say you go to Nigeria and you're on the ground, a lot of people you ask or nobody's talking about Atiku. I mean, really, nobody's talking about Atiku. We can see all this crowd, you'll be like, oh wow, these people have supporters, they're gonna vote. But if you get them one on one and ask them who are you voting for, they won't even mention Atiku. They will tell you a different person. But yeah, rallies are okay for the momentum to still, people. One thing I'll tell you about politics is, if people win politics in so many ways. That's why you see a lot of people trying to downgrade P2B, saying he doesn't have the structures, he doesn't have what it takes to win. Now, what happens and why they say that is when people start believing that this person might not win, or this person, you know, we probably gonna be throwing away our vote if you're voting for this person. They now try to gravitate towards other people. That's why they say all this. They can't win. They're just running around. They just want obedience to believe that, and some demography of people when they start believing that, they won't vote for you. That's just it. But um I don't see that happening with the obedience because a lot of people, the movement is massive that before it gets to that level that people will be doubting, I believe it's too late now. You know, it's too late now for people to get, votes from out of Obi. Yeah, but like I said, even if Kwankwaso pulls his weight on Atiku will have a chance with what is going on the ground.
If Kwakwanzo collapses into Atiku, does that then make Atiku the front runner? Does it
No,
make him the front runner?
no, that's what I'm saying. He's gonna have a chance. I would say he will still be there on the third place to me. He has that chance, but he's still gonna be a third place to me because, like I say, what's happening on the ground.
Sorry, where's the realism in what you're saying?
Why? Why did I?
No, the most of the votes in Nigeria, they're in the north. The only place that stands out is Lagos State with 7 million and a bit. Most of the votes are in the north. And then
I
if the North converge together, and then the party structure of the PDP in the South, does that not place Atiku in the lead?
No, it doesn't. One man, why I said this because I've already. This is what's gonna happen. We'll be here next month, and you see, oh, I'm a soothsayer. I've already told you with the voter apathy reduced drastically, the number of votes that is gonna come out next month is gonna be unbelievable people are gonna be wondering how you get. So that for me makes Peter be ahead of everybody else, even if Kwankwaso joins
No,
Atiku.
no, no, but no. Before you go to even if, how does it make Peter be ahead of everybody else? How?
How? Because Peter Obi is gonna have the highest number of votes, regardless of whatever happens. And when that happens, someone that has the highest number of votes, not necessarily, you know, um, winning all the 25 states in the 3/3 of the whatever states. Um, someone that have the highest number of votes will always come out as the top.
How is it going to win the highest number of votes when all of the big vote states are outside of its reach?
I've already
No, Lagos State is outside of its reach. Kano State is outside of its reach.
no,
Kaduna State is outside of its reach. River State is outside of its reach, and Katsina State is outside of its reach.
all these
So,
states you call are not even. He's doing very well in those states.
very well. It's outside of its reach now. You know that.
Lagos, one man, Lagos states. You will be surprised. Like I said this here, you'll be surprised that Obi will win Lagos. You'll be very
No,
surprised.
no, let's not do that now. You
But
know
no, no, I'm just
you know
saying.
better than that now. You know better
I'm
than
just
that.
saying. When I said with the voter apathy very low this year, people will be surprised in a lot of numbers. The whole votes that Lagos can pull in the whole election is like what, 2 million at the most, right? And Lagos has about 7 million votes. And I'm telling you, out of that 7 million, we're gonna be recording at least in Lagos about 5 million votes. That's what you're gonna be recording. So when that happens, there's gonna be a lot of change, one man. You will see. I don't want to talk too much until you start seeing what I'm saying, and you guys are saying this. I've said
No,
this.
no, 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 no. You cannot say that now. Lagos has 7 million votes, as you said,
Yeah,
and no matter what, not up to half of that will turn out for an election. So we're looking about, let's say, 3.5 million votes. And out of that 3.5 million votes, whatever enthusiasm that increases the voter number, it increases it right across the board. The people that want Tinubu in Lagos to become the president, they will go all out to ensure that they put their votes in. You know, as
I
equally
know.
Peter Obi, and so those margins that Tinubu traditionally has in Lagos, it will still hold.
One man, why I say this is people, the traditional voters, that day, some of them might just decide they are not voting. Traditional voters.
Why would they decide that in a keenly fought election?
No, it's normal. Like someone that has been voting normally, that
Yes.
he has nothing to basically lose, might just decide like something might happen and be like, I don't have strength. But what I'm saying is most new voters have been going to get their PVC, and even the already ones that had their PVC that haven't really seen anybody reasonable to vote for this time around, all of these people are going to come out. I'm telling you that they are all going to come out and vote, and that's what's going to bring people to be. I don't know. Well, I don't want to say something that they will say that I'm just being biased, but I feel like one,
Peter, we will win Lagos State, was what you said.
yes, and once next month comes and we start seeing the figures, everybody will be really surprised. I can't say more than that, one man.
All right, people are already accusing you of smoking ganja. We look at that. He says no. Let's leave that. But certainly, it looks as though you are too relaxed in that bed, if that is what you are thinking. But no. But your thoughts, though. So that those are your thoughts, which you're entitled to.
Right.
But let me take you to this space. The Americans are saying this election cycle is too difficult to predict. I think for all of the permutations that we have been making, it is the case that these elections they're too difficult to predict.
Of course, I mean, everybody that is on ground would know it's very difficult to predict. I've always said if you're on ground, said there's some permutation you'll be making here. A lot of people will make it. I'll be laughing because they're just basically making it out of what has been happening in the previous election. That's why Americans are telling you that it go tough this time around, and really it go tough. Like I've always said, if and that is what's gonna happen, and eventually it comes out to a second ballot, it's basically gonna boil down to who Atiku, if Kwankwaso doesn't support him. Because if Kwankwaso supports him, I'm seeing Tinubu coming third. That's just the fear. If Kwankwaso supports him, Tinubu is coming third. That's just the truth. But if it doesn't happen, it boils down to who Atiku is gonna support and who Kwankwaso is gonna support. Because this race is one Obi and two Tinubu right now. The rest are just basically catching up.
Right. Have you factored all the northern states into how you're reaching that conclusion? Because sometimes, when you hear commentaries like that, you wonder if it's just wrapped around the southern space. I'm just trying to, yeah.
I
Go on.
factored in the northern votes. I factored in all the votes. I've done the math, like I've said. The whole northern vote, yes, is huge and all that, but the political demography right now, the number of votes that's gonna come out from the north is gonna be more. That's number one because of uh, the the apathy that is reduced. It's gonna be more, and those more numbers.
You know, if for what you are saying to be the case, Peter Obi has to win in Sokoto, Kebbi, Zamfara, Katsina, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno, Bauchi, Kano, Gombe, Kaduna, Niger, all of those places, those sort of places.
He doesn't have to win. He just has to get a lot of number of votes. That's what he
Well,
needs.
he has to win a good sizable number of them, you know, because the votes in the southern spaces, they don't really marry up to, you know, to giving him the presidency if he doesn't win at least a couple of northern states.
Which he will. I mean, North Central,
Which northern state will he
North
win?
Central is with him. So we see North Central.
What do you mean? No, my goodness me.
We see Abuja. We see Plateau. We see Niger. North Central is basically he's
What makes you think Niger State will be with Peter Obi? What suggests that?
like I said, you have to be on the ground to
You have to be.
understand.
Why would Kwara State, a Yoruba state that is steeped in Islamic religion, why would it be with Peter Obi?
One man, people following Peter Obi, most of them are intellectuals.
Intellectuals.
Every state in Nigeria, be it Kano, Kaduna, wherever, they all have intelligent people. Every state, and a huge number of them too.
Right.
So those number, I'm telling you, 80% of them are for Obi. So when you do that,
Sorry. Actually, let's open up that space a little bit. Sorry, Des, I'm stop starting you. But let's open up that space a little bit. What leads you to the thought that the intellectuals will be with somebody like Peter Obi? Why would they be with somebody like Peter Obi?
we've seen it in social media, just on social media.
Do you give room for interjection if you don't mind?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, go on.
Okay. It is quite. It's quite. is psychologically bumbling to be defining Obi as somebody who is intelligent. We all know Obi is not intelligent. We know he's not brilliant. And then to actually believe that every intellectuals in either the urban centers or the suburbs will be tilting towards Obi, will actually be stabbing the fact in the head. And then this narrative about you are not on the ground, you are not on the ground, you are not on the ground kind of stuff. Even those who are on the ground, right? Even those who are on the ground and they don't know their left, I'm going to use the layman's, they don't know their left from their right when it comes to politics, but emotion. And then this social media frenzy, they will still tell you these kind of scanty stories. And I'm saying it's only those who are intellectually maladroit and realistically clumsy that will be having this kind of lazy argument. And then I think was it yesterday or 2 days ago when people were here and they will say this going forward, no obedient should come forward with the Nigerian partners now with their full chest to declare Obi winner, because when they challenge them on the basis of that, they do not come out. And then they want to come out to say, Obi, how, okay, let's reduce it to the five largest states, in five largest numbers of voters in Nigeria. If I'm not wrong, I think we are talking of Lagos, Kano, Mama, can you call the states, please, Mama, if you don't mind? Lagos, Kano.
So you mean the 5 states with the
Yes,
largest?
let's start with that.
Yes, the winner comes out of whoever takes the abundance of the spaces. Lagos State 7 million registered votes. Kano State 6 million registered votes. Kaduna State 4.3 million registered votes. River State 3.5 million registered votes. Katsina State 3.5 million registered votes. So the winner comes out of those spaces, not anywhere like Imo State or Ekiti or whatever. The winner comes from those five, and they're giving 4 of those five states to APC.
Let's stay with that. You and I best. Tell me, is Obi gonna take Kano, yes or no?
No,
Okay, I strike that one out. Is it gonna take Kaduna, yes or no?
it's gonna get 25%.
In Kaduna, 25%, right?
Even in Kano.
Hold on. I want to say, is it gonna take Kano, yes or
He's
no?
not gonna win it. No. If
Okay,
you're
is it
asking me
winning
that,
Kaduna, yes or no?
no.
Okay, no. That's a no in Kaduna, no in Kano. Is it gonna win Katsina, yes or no?
No.
That's a no. That's 3 out of 5. So now in Lagos, is it gonna win Lagos, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, in Lagos. Okay. What about Rivers?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay. Now I'm asking myself the same questions now, right? Is Obi gonna win Lagos, yes or no? Enigmatic, no. Is he gonna win Kano, yes or no? Just like you, no. Is he gonna win Kaduna, yes or no? The answer is no. Is he gonna win Katsina? No. River State, whoever, this one I'll put it like whoever wicked.
That's a maybe. River State is a
Yes,
maybe.
that's a maybe. Okay, so I say maybe. That is a maybe out of 5. That is maybe out of 5. So it's not even 1 out of 5, right? So because we are not doing kumbaya here, bro, is some few days to election and want to start saying the truth and the realities of the situation on ground. We are all
Enigmatic.
Nigerians. If you stay in the moon or you stay in Australia, right? We are still Nigerians and we know the politics in Nigeria. So 5 out of 5, we are saying maybe 1. So now let's go to Atiku. Is Atiku gonna take Lagos, yes or no? Des.
No.
No.
Okay, no. Kano?
No. Kano
It's kind of a maybe. It's kind of a maybe.
maybe. I'll say maybe.
Okay. Kaduna.
I'll still say maybe.
Okay, maybe. Okay. Rivers.
No.
Okay.
That's a maybe as well. Or traditionally they hold that space. Even
Yeah.
this article gave it to them.
I'm telling you what I know, Sha, but all
Let's
of you
put
have
it
your own
maybe.
opinion.
If Obi
It's
can
not
get
what you know
maybe,
now. It's what you
Rivers.
think. It's not what you know now. It's what you think.
Anyway, what I think, yeah.
Yeah. So Katsina.
Maybe.
Okay, maybe. Okay. Now let's go to APC candidates. Lagos.
Maybe.
Yes.
Hold on, just hold on, bro. Okay. Before we go to Ashwaju now, let me tell you now who is gonna take Lagos in Atiku. Lagos, Atiku, no. Kano, Atiku, maybe. Kaduna, Atiku, maybe. Rivers, Atiku, maybe. Katsina, Atiku, maybe. That's 4 maybes out of 5. As against Obi's 1 maybe. Okay, now let's go to APC. Lagos, Des, for APC,
Maybe.
maybe. Okay. Kano,
All right. All right. Where are you taking us? We are waiting
I don't
patiently.
know. I don't know.
yeah,
where
just
it's
hold on, one man.
Kano,
Kano,
maybe.
maybe. Kaduna,
Maybe.
maybe.
All of the states except
Maybe, right? For
except
APC,
Rivers is a no. Every other place is a maybe.
maybe. Okay. Now, why I actually do this is because, we have to start getting serious now, one man. We have to understand the fact that emotion is different from reality when it comes to politics. You can see what he's doing here. They will probably call out almost 100% for somebody who does not
Enigmatic. Let me
resonate with
talk.
somebody. Hold on now.
Let me-
You go continue your own conversation. Okay, go ahead. Don't let me take your floor. Maybe when I take
Where Enigmatic was leading you, it's just this. It's almost wild when people say Peter Obi would win the elections. When you look at the landscape of the Nigerian state, Peter Obi is not going to do anything in Sokoto, Zamfara, Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, or Borno. Nor is he going to do anything in Bauchi, Gombe, or Adamawa. Maybe he'll just have a little thing in Adamawa, certainly not much in Kaduna, and not that much in Niger. So you've already taken half of the country away from him, where he will register very, 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 very little. And then if you look at the other half of the country, his chances are lower to high in some spaces, but always in contention with with 2 other stronger candidates. So what suggests that Peter Obi? Where is this coming from? Where is it coming from? This thought that you are saying,
Okay.
Des.
We've seen rallies in Kaduna today, right? We saw how it went, right? Everybody saw the massive crowd. People that doesn't have a structure apparently doesn't even buy crowd, and a lot of supporters came to support him. So when we are basically saying something out of what we think because of the
Sorry,
political system,
sorry.
and I-
What rally was? What
because
rally
of
was
the
massive?
Kaduna, because of the political system of last years. That's why I said stop thinking that this is gonna be the same as the last past year's political election in Nigeria. It's not. We can argue that. That's why I don't want to argue, because it's just a little time for us to see. Our eyes will now open. So I don't want to argue until then, because arguing is like what I already know and what I've been on ground working on.
No, it's not what you already know. Unless you
You
can
feel
present, hold on. Unless you can present an argument that Peter, we will have significant impacts in places like Kebbi, Sokoto, Zamfara, Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno, etc., that are already listed, unless you can present an argument that he will have impact in all of these key heavily populated spaces, unless you can present that argument, then there's nothing.
Uptown
There's
is
no.
coming out for that. One man, don't worry.
So what are you basing your confidence on? Is it just you will wish rather than is this? I don't want to say wishful
Uptown is
thinking,
gonna
but
bring out the spreadsheet now. So let's wait for it. One man, let's wait for the spreadsheet. Then you see how P2B is gonna win, right?
all right. Or we'll wait to say that. But my guy, don't set yourself up for a disappointment. That's just all I'm saying. But let me acknowledge the super chat from Alexander Gomez. He says, if Kwakwanso hands over his structure to Atiku, Atiku will be the certified winner of the 2023 presidential election period. Rule it out at your peril, which is what Alexander usually says. So thank you for that. And let me, whilst I have the window, acknowledge the super sticker from you as well there. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander, and the super sticker Des. But so no daydreaming here. Also, we're not doing daydreams here. But let me play you this clip and have you respond to it. This is let me play it to you first.
Yes, disagreements are not personal. Okay. They came from.
Hold on.
Son of the governor.
So enough of that. So that there it was. 21 gun salute for the 21-year-old governor, son of the governor of Abia State. So this is the sort of life that these people are living. So what do you make of that? What do you make of that, Desmond?
One man is Nigerian, even without being a politician. Once you have money and go back to Nigeria, you showcase yourself because it's the space where your money is relevant. You show yourself the way you see fit, and nobody asks you question. I think is a very stupid life to live. If you're wealthy and you know what you're capable of, you don't need to be doing all that. Everybody should be humble in life, I believe. And Nigeria is a space that's the rich people tend to show themselves a lot. Most of them anyway. I mean, they tend to show themselves. So that's not really anything. It's a normal thing in Nigeria. Even without, you see some people that they don't
So
even have
you
money.
don't object to it. It doesn't offend you or anything.
No, it doesn't offend me. If you have money, show yourself. I mean, there's nothing there. Everybody has their way of living life. If you want to be prideful, it's in your gene. Then
Yeah, Mr. De, sorry to interject. I understand it does not offend you. The question is not if you offend you. The question is it right?
it is right.
Huh?
I mean, there's nothing, like I said, there's
Is it
nothing
right?
wrong with being prideful. It's your nature. You get?
No. Hold on, Des. What is asking you is office of the first son. Is it right?
It's right.
So
Is it right? No, it's
Yeah,
not right. As the office
and
of the.
so that's what we are talking about, not what
But,
you want to do if you have money. It's not that
but
it
you have
wasn't going
to.
to private. Hold on, it wasn't going to private military or militia that private guard that was shooting gun. He was using the office of the of the governor, which is a public office. He is not elected to be in that space. Even
Yeah.
as the governor, the governor would not. They would not do that for the governor. If he was a safe country, they would ask the governor what was going on. We're not declaring state of emergency where the police will be shooting. But this is where we are, and you seem to see everything now become normal. Is it right to use public office to protect a 21-year-old boy? Do you know how much it takes to for that security escort? How much it takes a day?
What I what I'm seeing in that video, I'm just analyzing the video. I'm not seeing any police people or whatever. I'm just seeing guns being shot on the air, and it shouldn't necessarily be a governor's sorry
Just let me ask you this question. Let me put it straightforward to you, the way probably this guy is not putting it. Okay, just imagine if this had happened in Lagos and this is Shey Tinubu, Tinubu's son, or Tinubu's daughter, or somebody related to Tinubu. Would you be calm and be speaking like this, or any of you would be speaking like this?
I mean, it's depending on the situation, to be honest. Just like when Tinubu came back and was constituting a nuisance, basically putting up traffic for hours. I don't agree to that one.
You see how easily you use that
No, I said it
prerogative
depends.
language.
It
This is
depends.
Eh,
this is the nuisance of the highest
I
order.
think
If
we
you
got
don't
the
understand.
message, my
It
brother.
Okay,
Don't
depends on
bother.
how
this
your
is the nuisance of the highest order because even
no,
Tinubu that you are referring to, there was a notice for that 3 days prior to that, 3 days before that, there was a public
anyway.
notice announcement
Enigmatic.
about
Everybody
reduced
has their
traffic.
own opinion to
Okay, so I'm
gladness.
just telling you
Enigmatic,
guys
don't
to look
worry,
at
we
your
got the message.
hypocrisy and double standard most of the time.
all right. Thank you, enigmatic. So
Let me finish
as
the demo.
carry on this. But the office of the first son, I'm not sure that it's an office that Nigeria needs at the moment. Because you see the package that goes with that office, a long train of a convoy of security functionaries, rolling this 21-year-old boy into an event with 21 gun salutes to welcome him. I'm not
Wait,
sure.
one man. Is it an actual office or you're just saying it as a?
They say so now that there's the office of the first son of the governor.
No, that's totally wrong now. If that is the case, is totally wrong. I thought he was basically like, using his money and showing himself. Maybe he has money and he hired security and had a
They can't
convoy.
have money now. It's 21. How many? Where would it doesn't?
What do you
It's
mean?
21.
Oh man, no, don't underestimate because someone is young doesn't mean it. I've seen a lot of young billionaires. I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah, young billionaire will be in your early to mid 30s, not a 21-year-old
No,
boy.
oh man, I'm saying 18. 18, 19, 20. It doesn't matter the age you expose yourself in making money. I mean, his father is rich. He has connection. So he can actually be rich at a very young age. That's even very easy if you have the background to be rich. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can be rich before 20 years. That's not it's not about age. I don't think. Um but if he was using his hard money and constituting nuisance, it's not wrong constituting nuisance, but Nigerian space, if you have money, you can hire so many police people. It's a normal thing in Nigeria. Is it right? No, it's not right. I don't think people should be using Nigerian police force as security guards. Nigeria should build up their system in such a way that they start having a private security, a company that, I mean, it's actually a business. A company can be opened up and start training private, private individuals in how to, defend and secure people. And you can go to that company and hire as much as you want, not using a Nigerian force to protect yourself. But apart from that, I don't see anything depending on, your kind of person. If you're a prideful person, you agree to it, but you agree to showcase yourself. And but the office of the first son, that is totally wrong. I don't know where Nigeria is getting all this office of, like Peter Obi said, he removed the office of the first lady when he was a governor. That's how when you know that a man knows what he's doing, for you to be adding office of the first son, how does it make it reminds me the time of Rocha Sokorocha. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
You remember when they created the Ministry of Enjoyment, and then
Enjoyment,
they put his in-law there as the
in law
minister, as
there.
the unbelievable.
It's
What we
crazy.
suffered is unbelievable. It's scary. What
It's
they
crazy.
get away with.
Actually,
No, but
Ministry of Happiness, they call it. Ministry of
Yeah,
Happiness.
Ministry of Happiness.
what
It's-
what if the name had changed to Ministry of Community and Social Welfare and Community and Social Welfare? Because it's called the Ministry of Enjoyment. You're creating a structure where you can solve people's problems, get them to really enjoy being a member of that state, and where the state can reach out to people and help them. And you call it the Ministry of Enjoyment, people will contest. But if it's called it Ministry of Social Welfare and Human Development and Care, people will say, okay, yeah, that's good. It is, what is the ministry doing? Whether I call it ministry, what is the job of that Ministry of Enjoyment?
Wait, but
Right.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oga
I
Patrick,
don't know.
Oga
I don't
Patrick,
know.
Hold on, Wall, please. Sorry, go on, this.
There, someone I actually know that was close to me benefited in that ministry. He
Ministry
actually
of Enjoyment.
employment actually won
So somebody enjoyed the Ministry of Enjoyment. They
enjoyed
enjoyed it.
won a
Okay, what
car
was
there.
the benefit?
He won a car. I think the ministry made something called something like Mr. Imo State, sort of something like that. I think it's Obari Imo, and he won a car and 1 million naira. So, but how much they called that they used him doing all those stuff was crazy. It's not. I don't know.
So it's not as if the ministry is bad after all.
No, it's bad because that's just one person. How much
Because you know now, there are other people who know other people too now. You can't know everybody now.
true.
If you didn't know that person, you wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know.
It's
It's
nothing.
true.
Yeah. So the thing we need to look at, what was the ministry
Oga
doing?
Patrick. Oga Patrick, today na Sunday, as you suppose dey with family, you no suppose dey. You don come here now, you don dey change the narrative, which is your artificial intelligent narrative. Oga, no be so, no be
I
so. We wan enjoy this
I
part
just
today.
try to
We wan
question
enjoy
the.
today. I know
No,
you. We wan enjoy today.
No. I want it to be smooth, gentlemen. But back to you, Des.
Yeah. So it's. I don't think it's okay to just be forming something that is not in the constitution. Just putting something out there and calling all sort of crazy amount of money that you used in doing one small thing. Maybe the first runner up won a car and 1 million, and the second runner up maybe gave you 500K, and the whole money used in organizing it is up to 500 million. Does it make sense? No, it's just the way to extort money. That's why I said Rochas is a criminal. It's just an absolute criminal. There's no two ways about it.
All right. And let me take you finally. This line, Akeredolu.
One more thing before you continue. I think we had an agreement on this platform that we shouldn't call all these politicians criminal, because if you wouldn't allow nobody call your principal criminal, you shouldn't call any other politician criminal.
Well, it's a different concept now. When someone basically do something that is obvious
I mean,
No, they all did something
it's a
obvious, but they
crime. Is it
feel
not
He
a
has not
crime?
committed any crime. He has not
he,
been
he
convicted
hasn't.
of any
You
crime.
can't. If I say Obi is a criminal now, you won't take it because Obi went to put money in a dirty country, in a Pandora. He has Pandora accounts. He did a lot of things. So if I say it's a criminal too, like a typical Niger politician, that they are all criminal, you won't take it. But you just basically called another politician a
Okay.
criminal expressly.
What do you want me to call him enigmatic?
You
A
don't call
good,
him
Call him what
criminal.
he is. He's not a criminal.
a good person.
Call him
Yeah,
what he is.
yeah,
A man.
yeah,
He's a
anything,
doctor.
but not criminal
But he's not a
because
No,
he's
no,
criminal.
not like that.
hold on. He can call him anything he wants. He's a politician and a public figure.
No, you can't call people anything you want.
No, if Desmond's subjective view is that these guys are that his antics is somewhat criminal, then that's his subjective view.
No,
He is a Nigerian. He's entitled to an opinion. If you
Okay,
consider
one man.
One man.
One man,
You can't
you
just
already
have the
know,
right to opinion. You now
right?
begin to infract on other people's right. If I look at you and say, you made a
No,
statement,
Thank you, Patrick. Desmond, speak as you will, but carry on. Let Desmond carry on. Carry on,
Yeah.
Desmond.
I don't know who is offended. I don't know if your brother to
No,
Richard.
don't worry about that. We can't stifle speech here, but carry on.
Yeah. I don't even know what we were saying again.
You segued into Rotas Okorotas' Ministry of Enjoyment as a portal for just looting
Yeah,
money with his
it's
family.
No, you were in Akorodolu. You were in Akorodolu section, declaring public holiday. That's the question you were asking him before Patrick and Egbatic interjected.
All right, carry on, Desmond.
yeah. One man, can you repeat your question?
No, I've even lost track because of so much interjection. I've lost track of where we were. But let me take you to Akeredolu. Let me take you to Akeredolu. So let me take you to Akeredolu, who has declared a public holiday in Ondo State for people to collect their PVC, and this is going off the back of the invitation by Ohanese to the Southeast governors to declare a public holiday in the whole of the Southeast for people to collect their PVC. So on the surface, you think it's an altruistic act, but really it's a partisan move, is it not, to mobilize their base so that their champion has the numbers as much as he can. So to that, Desmond.
If anybody that is trying to ask people to get their PVC, we already know where a lot of people getting their PVC are going to put their votes for. So him saying public holiday is indirectly, to me, working for B, because anybody collecting PVC now, 80% of them are
Sorry. Akeredolu saying that people in Ondo State should collect their PVC is indirectly working for me. That's
yeah,
what you said.
of
Okay.
course.
I just wanted to be clear. Carry on.
Yeah, is indirectly working for me because any person now in Nigeria going to that line, trying to force himself every day, because now there's so many people in the line. There's no INEC office you go to now in Nigeria. If you come there 6 a.m., people are there standing, waiting. Is I mean, you can't see this before. That it has never happened before. Nobody can queue like this in Nigeria for PVC. To hell, they would be like, to hell with it. I can't stress myself for this. But people are there 6 a.m. Waiting for INEC to open so that I will be the first people to collect. So they're not just doing that because they want to vote for APC that they feel like will actually win the election. They're not doing that to vote for PDP that have structure. They're doing that because
You know that, Desmond, you know that a lot of people are actually looking to monetize their PVC. You know that a lot of people are actually looking to monetize it.
I mean it's not a whole lot of people.
Oh,
One
you
man.
don't think so?
I
All
don't
right.
really honestly think that people would go stress that much just to get 50K or whatever how much they're trying to get. I don't think people would stress that much to get that such a little amount of money to sell their votes. I think if you're going through that stress if you're going through that stress, you have to know that you vote. You have to vote. That's the truth. And for him to declare public holiday, it's a good thing, and we welcome it as obedient. And every state in Nigeria should declare it for people to get their PVC, because with the way it's going, I mean, INEC, I think they're closing part or whatever. I think it's next week or so. People are not gonna get their PVC before then. To be honest, there's so many people that are in line every single day, and I don't see them getting their PVC towards that deadline. So they should every governor should at least set one day as a public holiday. It's all benefit to P2B. I don't see it any other way. One man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Des. So thank you, Des. So let's go from you, Des, to Ogbeni. So let's bring up Ogbeni up next. So Ogbeni, are you ready to go?
Yes, my brother.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So some psychedelic views from Desmond. There's some psychedelic views, yeah, that's the only way to describe it, psychedelic views. So
I
from
know.
you know.
I don't even know where to start with you.
Sometimes I want to let people just roll on with their commentaries, but sometimes it gets to one point that they say, but surely you must know that's you struggle to find the sense in it. Sometimes you do, but let me take you. Let you talk the sense. What the sense is in this for us. Northern group urges Kwakwanso to step down for Atiku. So this is a story that made the rounds, and then it was quickly followed by Kwakwanso's campaign council woo Atiku to step down for NMPP. So this is the battle for the North, isn't it? And that battle for the North, they've narrowed it down to the two protagonists coming out of that space. First, who do you think should stand down for whom? Who do you think standing down for the other serves the other better? So that's one question. But then, who do you think standing down for whom, just amongst those two, serves Nigeria better? So if you understand those questions, then talk us through it. Ogbeni, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. I think the answer to your questions are very obvious. If you observe the analysis Kulata did, sometimes ago, and I think till 2 days ago, you realize that you raise a caveat there that whoever Kwankwaso steps down for, if he steps down for Atiku, it's going to be a big trouble for Tinubu. And we're seeing it now. People trying to find a means to get Kwankwaso to project the so-called northern agenda, which everybody has been talking about. At least people have been whispering about that there's a possibility of Kwankwaso being a tool to achieve a particular purpose. So, but as it stands now, I know that the Ashwaju camp or team will also be working seriously to ensure that doesn't happen. So, but who do I think will be better off for Nigeria? I think it's a difficult one. I think Kwankwaso would do better, my personal opinion now, as a president in Nigeria than having Atiku as the president. As far as I'm concerned, Atiku is a spent force. And I don't see anything new Atiku is bringing on board. And I don't see any antecedent or scorecard Atiku has, to show us or has to use. There's no scorecard anywhere Atiku could really use. Yes, many times you see Atiku trying to associate, his success in government with OBJ time. But when you look at it, you realize that Atiku can't really take that success of victory, because if left to Atiku alone, a lot of things Obasanjo achieved in that government, Atiku wouldn't have unilaterally achieved that, or possibly wouldn't have even pushed for so many of those policies. I think Atiku did that because he had a boss who wanted to leave a legacy that's at the initial stage of Obasanjo's tenure, before the thought and agenda and thinking got to his head, and he couldn't really face governance again, and started facing witch hunting his enemies and others, but he couldn't get what he wanted eventually. So I don't see Atiku. I see Atiku as went force, and I so much believe that Kwankwaso is a guy that we should look out for, probably in future within the Nigerian political space. And why do I say?
Sorry, do you think that is where he's actually politicking to? Do you think he's politicking to the future by coming out now, Kwankwaso?
I don't think so, but I know that will also be part of his plans. You know, politicians don't have one straight plan. Okay, when somebody like Obi, I'm not sure Obi would ever thought he could have this kind of followers he has presently when he pulled out from PDP. He just tried his luck, and by and large, which most obedience will agree with you, he was able to curry the NSAS guys to himself, and he was able to, outsmart Showore because of Showore's youthful exuberance and so many delinquencies that the guy, exhibits, and which many people feel.
Don't run Showore down. No, he's our new best friend on this platform, because we are trying to get him to come and join us.
Well, anyway, I'm not aware of the rule of your platform that says
no, it's not a rule. I was just joking. Like I said, speak as you will. If you speak freely, no restrictions
okay.
on.
Anyway, I'm not a Showore. I used to be Showore person in the days of NCP, when I was with Kanifa and me and Femi Falana. I voted for two of them in the days of NCP, but not any longer. Why? Because I think I have a better candidate in this election. So for me,
and who is that candidate?
Is Tinubu, of course. Ashwaju Tinubu is the best candidate in all this.
Hold on. Just what you said there. You consider Tinubu to be a better candidate than,
of course.
Or are you saying better or more realistic? Which are two different things.
Tinubu
better or more realistic?
See, let me tell you. As it stands now, Tinubu is the best candidate that has a scorecard. You see, in Nigeria, we have experimented enough. This is my personal opinion and the reason why I went for Tinubu. We have experimented enough. For how long do you want?
But we have never experimented, though. We have always stayed with the traditional names. The only slight experimentation that we had was probably Goodluck Jonathan.
No, I don't think so. See, we experimented Yaradua. We experimented Jonathan. We're experimenting Ari. And I'll tell you the reason.
We're not experimenting Buhari now, because Buhari is a known quantity. It's a known quantity now. See, and the Yaradua name they are known quantities as well.
When you say you're experimenting a figure or you're experimenting a substance, it doesn't mean that substance has not existed before. It's not existing, right? You're experimenting it because you believe so much in the efficacy, what you think the thing will bring out, even not minding the scorecard or the antecedents. Look at Yaradua. Yaradua was just a governor of Katsina State. Yaradua was not even at the federal level at all. It wasn't even just a minister of the federation.
Yeah, but the name had antecedents. Not him. But
why not? Why
yes.
not?
Yeah, but the Yaradua name is a quantity within the Nigerian space.
Of course, yeah, that's Yaradua family. The house, the family, not Yaradua as a Umaru. Okay, it's just the family. So anybody you pick from the family who wanted to experiment. That was what Obasanjo brought to us. If all Dili was in that race.
Okay, even stay with Yaradua. How is Yaradua an experimentation and Tinubu is not?
Tinubu is not an experimentation because he has a scorecard of what I think Nigeria need now. Okay, what I think Nigeria need now. Okay, and I'll give you instances of what I think Nigeria need now and why I'm going for someone like Tinubu and why I won't go for others. You see, I think as it stands now, I think I've talked about what Irozi did to us in the 60s before on this platform. And for one, I believe that was the genesis of Nigerian problem. Someone from some majors, 5 majors came to this country. The good foundation that the British government left us with, they destroyed the entire thing in the name of a coup d'etat. They took over the government. Unfortunately for them, another man from the same Southeast extraction took over the government from them in the name of Irozi. The first set of guys led by Nzeogu. The guy got to the government. He unitized the entire thing. He destroyed our regional system. He destroyed all our laws. He destroyed anything in Nigeria. He destroyed public service. He destroyed everything you can talk about. The Awolowo's legacy, the Nnamdi Azikwe's legacy, the Ahmadu Bello legacy, and others. Those things that today we longed to even have a taste of, we couldn't have a taste of. A man came and destroyed all these things, right? Now, so when I have a retrospect and I try to think back, who do I think can give us this kind of the true federal character that we need in Nigeria? I see the only man I see in all these guys that are roaming the political street around is Tinubu. And why do I say so? Tinubu has always been a champion of true Nigerian federalism. He has always been. He started with local government in Lagos State, and I think we've discussed this thing before. Why the so-called Obi in his cocoon in Anambra State refused to conduct election to local government for many years and try to kill that top tier of government in his state. Tinubu was performing wonderfully in Lagos. And I don't know why people don't see all these things. Okay. That man refused to conduct election to local government in Anambra State for years. But another man was in Lagos who did not only conduct election to local government, but increased the numbers of local government, and the federal government fought him for years. The federal government seized the money.
Sorry, Ogbeni, what is Tinubu's blueprint for Nigeria? Just because everybody has antecedents. And Tinubu, for all of your eulogy, yes, he did one or two things. People will even say he did fantastically well. But that's a subjective view. But a lot of people will also tell you that Peter Obi also did fantastically well, and they will back it up with statistical data.
In terms of what?
No, we can't. We've gone through a lot of those in the past, but I'm saying from that baseline, look into the future. What do you see in Tinubu's blueprint for Nigeria that vests confidence above somebody like Sowore, who a lot of people feel has the perfect plan for Nigeria?
Oh, please, what is Sowore's perfect plan? Let me tell you the top in the list of Sowore's manifesto. I've read all these manifestos and I've listened to all of them. Sowore is saying, I want to destroy all barracks in Nigeria and put soldiers and police within the space of the community, everybody. Is that a perfect plan for Nigeria, a third world country, a developing nation? Where is it coming from with that policy? Even that alone will collapse the entire system in Nigeria. I'm telling you, you cancel barracks. So where do you find police? You put police within us.
Where did he say he will cancel all barracks? Where did he say?
That means you've not been listening to.
No, he never said he will cancel all barracks.
Oh, he said it, and he keep repeating it almost every time he has his.
But he said it, but I feel that's one of the best things for police. So that's one. In developed countries, you don't have police barracks now.
That is developed country, and that's why I said this is a developing country.
Even when those developed countries were developed, they didn't have police barracks.
Show me a country that was a developing country and they did not have a police barrack.
This is what I'm saying. Those developed countries, when they were developing, they didn't have police barracks. Those developed countries, I was the guy they were developing to now.
Like which country and which year?
The UK, all of them, have they had police
Oh,
barracks?
no. Don't let us go there.
But those are
There
in
is no
developed
police
countries
barrack
now.
in America. Oh.
Police
Yes, we
barracks.
know. America
There is
is
no
a
police
developed
barrack in
country.
America.
See the question. See what I'm talking about. America is a developed country. You see, I won't compare apple and orange. Those are not good comparators.
Is Ethiopia a developing country?
Is
Yeah.
a developing nation.
Do they have police
Oh,
barracks?
sorry. He's
I've seen
talking about
police barrack in
developing country.
Ethiopia.
I thought developed. Oh, sorry.
Uh,
I know I said
wait.
developing.
Ethiopia have police barracks.
I've seen one before.
Where?
I've been there in Addis.
I've been there too. Where?
Where? We were there.
Where now? I was there.
He just told you now in Addis
I said in
Ababa.
Addis.
There's no barracks. There's no police barracks in Addis. I was in Addis even when the commotion when they even have to defer a flight.
No,
When they this, wait, hold on. Let me land now. Let me land. Hold on. Calm down now. We're in Addis. I've been there.
Wait for now. Let me narrate what happened to me.
Hold on. I'm telling what happened to me recently.
Okay. Let World Peace make that point, and then you carry on with your narration.
Do you know about this? Early last year, this war that Ethiopia is having with their neighboring country, where they were very close to they were almost something close to Addis Ababa. You can watch it on CNN. This neighboring country, one fraction of Ethiopia that is fighting for sovereignty. Well, our flight were delayed. When we routed, to Addis. We stayed in Addis. There's police everywhere. They kept us in the hotel for 3 days. We went around. There are police everywhere. There are no police barracks. There are military, like as America have national guard.
Hold on. How would you know if there were police barracks
There
or not?
No, there are police stations. They are not police barracks.
No. That wasn't my question. How would you know if there were police barracks?
Because when everything we have to do, we have to sign from one point to the other. We are going to stations because we're trying to take us to a hotel.
No, hold on. There being police barracks does not preclude there being police stations. So how do you know if they had barracks?
One man. In Addis Ababa, they have police formation like police stations. All the time we were there for 3 days, there was no indication like they are mobilizing from barracks. All they talk about is their military that is coming from like where America have national guard. There's nothing like police barracks. When you know what make up barracks is like a military camp, like a military garrison. Something like a garrison when they send a backup team. Well, just a police. What are you talking about now?
Wait.
I'll give you my hotel where I stayed and everything. I was going to Tanzania for a business.
I feel that policy. I feel that's one of the best in terms of policing.
I don't think so.
You live among the people that they are trying to protect.
I don't think
with
so.
The military,
they
could have military camps.
All right, back to your Gwenny.
Yes, thank you. I don't think so in a third world country. I've been to Addis Ababa more than 5 times. I had an issue with a colleague in the Addis Ababa's airport, and we were taken to what they call police camp. You see, the problem with people is this: you think because they don't call it police barrack, then there is no police barrack in Addis Ababa. There are police camps. You can Google and look for it. Police camps in Ethiopia. Now, what does Sowore want? Is it the name he has issue with? Is it police camp he doesn't want? Is it police station he doesn't want? Sowore is talking about a police camp. That is what we call barrack, where you have conglomerate of police living together in a place. That is what the gentleman said he wants to cancel. And I don't think in a third world country like ours, you don't need a police barrack. But that's by the way. Let me continue to tell you why I think Tinubu is. And I saw somebody who said there is no police barrack in Benin Republic. You are wrong.
No, he's from there. He's from there also. You don't want to argue with the fair.
Yes, his understanding of barrack may be the issue here. And I've just explained that.
So can I interject you 1 minute?
Yes, you can interject, please.
So you don't agree with your to cancel police barrack?
I do.
Is that your position?
Yes, that's my position.
So the
system of housing the police or the way we have them in barrack, we have to continue till thy kingdom come? You think that is the best thing we can have for them?
I think that's what we need with improvement. You don't cut somebody's head because of headache.
Okay, tell us
We
why.
need-
Tell us why. Tell us why police barrack should be should not be. I mean, should be cancelled.
No, I said it shouldn't be cancelled. Why must they cancel it in a third world country? It shouldn't be. Why? Because
No. Why I'm saying why do you think it is
why
best
is
to
very
keep
simple.
them in the barrack and not to
is
go
very
and live
simple.
individually?
Yes, why is very simple. Why is you go straight to why do we
to
even
mobilize
have
them quickly? To mobilize them quickly.
It's easiest to mobilize. This is the third world country where the level of criminality.
No, you've answered that question. Let Ajanle Koko push back at you. So we just keep it going. Yeah, Ajanle Koko, back to you.
So for reason of mobilization, that is why they should be kept in a barrack.
Easy mobilization.
Okay. How does it easier in the Western world to mobilize them quickly as possible, and for an emergency situation? How is it possible? How did they do it in the Western world to make it possible to mobilize them very, very easy and quickly that we cannot do it?
So because there are some infrastructures that have been in place in the developed countries.
So we cannot build that infrastructure.
Until we have those things, then I think we should retain our barracks. Those things we are still struggling with: communication, road networking, and others. It delays mobilization. And in a third world country, you need the quickest of every response to any criminalities in the society. So for me, I don't see any reason why Nigeria, a third world country, should cancel barracks. You see, that's the issue I have with Shores, and just one out of so many of his childish policy that has been floating around.
Okay, let me say this. He said because of lack of infrastructure.
Yeah.
And that is why we have to keep police living in barracks.
No, I said because the infrastructure, you are comparing it with developed nations now, don't forget. And I said the reason why for now, as a developing country, we still need to have our barrack system intact, though with a lot of improvement, is because there are infrastructures you need. If you have to scatter them in society to mobilize them, which we are still struggling with.
Tell us that infrastructure you are
one
referring
of it
to.
is common.
We all know the infrastructures.
What communication are you talking about?
No, hold on,
Road networking, communication. These are not. If you stay in Nigeria, you understand all these things.
No. Hold on.
Communication, for instance.
Hold on.
Let me give you an instance.
Hold on. Let me say this. Okay. Lagos does not constitute Nigeria. If you have traffic situation in Lagos, you don't have it the same in Ogun State. You don't have it the same in Oyo State. You don't have it the same in many states in Nigeria. So you cannot say because of
hold on, Ajanle Koko. What Ogbeni is saying, the logistics of it doesn't lend to having police scattered in our private homes.
But my brother,
for mobilization,
1/3 of the police don't even stay in the barrack as we speak to you.
Yeah, but there's sufficient enough.
Don't stay in the barracks.
Yeah, but there's sufficient enough of them with but even if it were right, there's sufficient enough of them to mobilize from the barracks to attend to whatever needs to happen for others to then come and join them.
Look, okay. In how many places do you have police barrack in Lagos? Can you tell me?
I'm not a Lagos person.
Okay, now
I want to.
Okay.
I stayed in Abuja for almost 20 years. I can tell you Abuja.
Okay. So in Abuja,
Yes,
how big is Abuja that is so difficult to mobilize as quick as possible?
my brother.
How big is Abuja? How
You are
difficult is
underestimating.
it?
You are underestimating Abuja. Let me tell you, if you are staying
Okay,
in
let me
somebody like,
even leave because Abuja
I'm
is not even
coming.
a complex. You can't compare
You
the
ask me a question now.
complex
Let me answer.
nature of in Abuja in terms of
Put to
road
wait and
network,
let
in
me
terms
answer.
of
We argue to be heard. Let me answer. You just asked me how big is Abuja, and I will tell you some places in Abuja that to mobilize somebody out from that place 7 o'clock in the morning alone can take you 3-4 hours. All right. If you are staying in the place they call one-man village in Abuja, okay, you are staying in day in Abuja, you are staying in Nyanya, the other side, Nyanya Nasarawa, you are staying in
Woman,
where
you
do
have
you
a
call
village in
this thing?
Abuja.
You are staying in all those places, all right? And you want to mobilize somebody from Gidamagoro, Oronzo, and all those areas out 7 o'clock in the morning because there is a criminality going on in the central area. My brother, 3-4 hours, you will be heard
okay.
in
Are you saying
Come
that
on.
the traffic situation in Abuja is that bad? It's as bad as that
And the
of Lagos?
Oh,
communication
you
as
don't
well.
know? Traffic in
Huh?
Abuja is terrible in some places, in
Is
so many
it bad
places.
than that of Lagos? I'm telling you.
No,
Why are
no.
you comparing
Is
it
it
with
as
Lagos?
bad as that of Lagos?
Hold
So
on,
you are
because
saying that Abuja people they don't entitled to police, then they must keep comparing them to Lagos?
hold on,
No.
because I think we're getting bogged down in minutiae
What,
somewhat. But I
Woman,
think
can I
what
yeah,
interject?
is even the population of Abuja compared to that of
no,
Lagos?
can you hold on, please, Ajanle Koko? What Ogbeni is saying, which a lot of people will say they agree with, is that the logistics of having policemen living off-site, off barracks, for reasons of mobilization, Nigeria does not facilitate for that. If you needed to mobilize 100, 300 policemen very quickly to go and attend to something, the logistics of let's say one is living in Apapa, one is living in Ikeja, they're spread all over the Lagos. The logistics of mobilizing them to an emergency, the infrastructure of the country doesn't facilitate for that. What it facilitates for is for them to be in a central space so that they can, from that space, be mobilized in some numbers to attend to an
Let
emergency.
me give Ajaliko a simple situation.
Yeah.
Now there is a car chase in US. That car chase now. Once the criminal is driving towards a stage, you see the policeman around that county has a car. They already put a call to him, and he follows that chase. Nigeria doesn't have that kind of system. We don't have that kind of logistics when trying to chase a criminal or trying to follow a crime. Jali Coco, it's very simple.
It's not. I disagree with you. This. Do you know why? Yes. You see, you are talking about America. You are talking about we are talking about UK. In every, you see, Nigeria is the only country that is practicing that type of policing structure that we even have,
You
and
are
it is
wrong.
bound to be, what's it called? What's it called?
We're not the only
Facing.
one.
Wait now,
Ife.
facing.
You are wrong on that
Wait
premise,
now.
please.
I would on my point now, and we are bound to be facing the problem we are facing. You see, if you go to our neighbor Republic of Benin, there, the police in the south, virtually all of them will be speaking Fongbe and French with you. Do you know why? Because they make sure that the police in those areas majority of them come from that area. So you cannot expect somebody who lives in a community and policing his community not to have his own house in that community. The problem
So
we have
it's
in our
not centralized like Nigerian
thank you.
central structure. Okay. And
Yes,
that is
thank you.
what you're already talking about. Is going to decentralize police. We are going to have community police. So when you have all these community and state police, how will it be impossible for you to mobilize them
Coco.
and let them live among the
That's not
people?
what Ife is saying. No. Ife is saying even though it's the police of Benin Republic police,
If you
they are
can
saying
continue,
that
let me
the people are
just
from
take
that
it.
location. It's not saying that they are. It's not saying it's not a centralized police. It's saying that They will not
It
bring
is.
an Hausa man to come and serve in the southeast. They will use a southeastern man to serve
Thank
in
you.
the MPF in the southeast. That's what Ife is saying.
Yes, but you now find out that the bulk, let's say about 50 or 60% from I would be from that location, so that when it's not as if a policeman is looking for transfer now, he has to be said, okay, go and report to one place. In maybe you can imagine you have your family in the south as a policeman, then you are
Yeah, but
taken to northeast.
hold on, Ife. With the conversation, where the conversation is in actually mobilizing policemen to emergencies, and what Ogwen is suggesting is that
One man.
hold on, can you hold
Okay.
on, please? Yeah, just hold on. What Ogwen is suggesting is that because of the peculiarities of our country in terms of infrastructure, communication, and all of the pitfalls that are in place, that we don't have the facilitation to have not to have a barracks. That's not to say the barracks, they only keep a quantity of policemen in there to respond to emergency situations. So I think that's where his conversation is.
Now I would counter that
If I sorry, I just rushed out to make my assertion because my wife is not having it with me this morning. So let me quickly say this. First of all, one man, what Ogben is saying is his opinion, but it's not right. And what the judges now is wrong. Why you put if you don't understand have understanding of police formation, then you ask. Every police station has jurisdiction. Ikeja police station is different from Ojodu police station. If you are chasing somebody from Ikeja and you headed to Ojodu, the Ikeja police there that is chasing will radio Ojodu will take it over. A policeman from Ikeja will not, look at my word, with his uniform and badge number in the morning and go to Ojodu police station. He will be arrested and detained. He has to get a letter from his DPO. Give him a permission to come to Judo police station. So if you don't know about police formation, don't speak about it. Everything that is happening in Nigeria, hold on please, one man. Everything that's happening in Nigeria is a policy that has been rejected in other countries, is dumped in Nigeria, and we are trying to make it better. It's not working fine, it won't work. Now, come to about that police barrack. You don't need a police barrack. You only need a barrack for paramilitary, because you keep them somewhere. Militaries are kept out of the cities. Their training is different from that of the police. They are trained to shoot and kill. They are trained for response. Police are trained to de-escalate situation. You only need a police command, or you are like a police school. After police school, everybody go back to their station. Police are stationed in every location. That's why you have various police stations. If you want to mobilize, it's just one call to the police control. They will call radio all stations, send 10 men from your station. You don't need a barracks. When you are finishing on a police station, you go back to your home or anywhere you are closest to go and rent a house. What are you guys talking about? You are spending excess money.
All right. Thank you, Walpace.
One question I want to ask you: how many police people, in one barrack, you might actually see two haylocks, or at most 3 haylocks in one barrack, right? In United States, you will see one policeman or 2 policemen that has one police car. So if you're saying logistics, we don't have logistics for all that. That's what I'm saying. We don't have the logistic. If that one barrack is one day long.
Sorry, you are making a mistake. A barracks is not somewhere you mobilize for logistics. You know what they call a barrack? A military barrack. Go look at the military barrack in Kaduna. You see armor tanks, missiles, everything's in the barracks. Nigeria police barrack in command. Go and check what is there. It's just an empty house with people that have nothing to do in the morning. Wake up and walk around. What are they doing? Where you have police equipment is a police station. You go to the police station, you see patrol team, you see their guns. That's where you make radio to. And you are talking about logistics. There's a police station in Ikeja, there's in Maryland, there's in Surrey. What else are you looking for? Then you want to send to command. You know what's command in Ikeja to come and bring somebody, bring police to Lekki. When you have a police formation in Ikoyi, What are we talking about here now?
All right. Thank you, Wapis. I want to bring let me bring
if I may quickly join you on that thing to correct him on some things he doesn't really know.
No, can you hold on? You'll correct him in a moment, but actually, carry on. Yeah, you have the floor. Carry on. I want to put a question to Ajanle Koko after you. Carry on.
Wapis just spoke as if he knows police formation so much. But I just realized he doesn't. I suspect very strongly that he's simply, transplanting the system in maybe in the Western world where he is.
Before you go on, hold on. Sorry, before you go on,
just hold on, both of you. Just hold on, both of you.
If anybody will understand,
hold on, Ogwene, hold on, both of you, because if you ask him that question, then he'll push back. But I want to put this to Ajanle Koko, and maybe Kolata can chime in as well. Let's use the NSAS situation. Let's use that as a template. So if you did not have a police barracks in like an NSAS-like situation, when you needed to mobilize policemen in some numbers, how would you have been able to mobilize to address that, something like NSAS?
It will be difficult. You see, the problem with Nigeria is infrastructure is bad and police are poor. So if you don't have places like barracks, for example, and a policeman is working in the Ikeja, that guy may not be able to afford accommodation in Ikeja, and he goes to afford accommodation in maybe Okukomaiku or something. And so if something like NSAS now happens, then he has to take bus, then he gets stuck in traffic, then he has to take Okada. They banned Okada in some areas. Then how is he going to get there? Because he can't afford a car. It doesn't have a decent salary. American police are earning $100,000, $90,000, $120,000. That's how much they earn. They can afford a house in almost any zip code. But in Nigeria, it's not possible. You put a police to cover Lekki, where is he going to live? Is he going to live? He can't afford Lekki, so where is he going to live?
Where is he going to live in Ikoyi, Victoria Island?
He can't afford those places, and he can't afford a car. So if there's an emergency situation where you have to galvanize people for NSAS, if you don't have a barrack, you're pretty much in trouble.
Yeah.
So even though I don't support barrack, but I see the practicality of having a barrack in a country like Nigeria.
Given our peculiarities, we're not
our peculiarities. We need it. We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
And that's what and that's what Patrick is saying. That is myself and Patrick are saying that it is the type of policy we are using. Look, if you take your police majority, the crop of your police formation, let's say even 70% from the same local government, all these things we are talking about, logistics, we might almost be thing of the past. Look, because of the type of atrocities at times that goes within the what's it called, the couples between the wives of all those people that live in the barracks, most policemen don't even like to stay in the barracks unless you are not close to the police people. They would prefer to go and rent a house outside and put their families there, because maybe all these do things,
But so the police system we practice is the police system we practice. We're not getting a new one anytime soon.
Please borrow me a minute. Let me talk to Kolata. Kolata, we were just talking about logistics, that when you need logistics, then you have to bring somebody. A person that lives in Lekki, a person that living in Lekki that is underpaid cannot live in Lekki. Really?
Can a police live in Lekki?
Hold on. What I'm talking to you, just relax, calm down. A police station and an hospital is one institution in the world that don't go on holiday. It's 24 hours, you must meet somebody there. A policeman is posted to Lekki. Doesn't really mean he has to live in Lekki, but he must work in Lekki. That police station is there. Anytime you go to police station in Lekki, there are people working in the station. When you need an emergency, you're not calling to the barracks, you call to the police station in Lekki, and there will be people to respond to you. They are giving cards, everything to you.
That's why one man used NSAS.
Hold on.
I don't want to.
Let me finish.
Please don't go too far. Don't wait before you go too far.
Please settle down. Let the
Please just
conversation
listen
flow.
before
Let
you
it
go
flow.
too far. One man used a peculiar situation, NSAS, meaning one or two or three stations. Wait, let me land that statement.
Don't make me step you down now. Let the conversation flow.
Well, what that means 1, 2, 3, perhaps 4, 5 stations are not going to be enough to mobilize. That particular example that one man gave, the NSAS.
Okay, let me.
example.
Sorry. Let me go to that.
Can I quickly
Let me go
address
to that.
matter on that?
Let me go to that barracks. Do you know police on the barracks? You cannot call on him to come to duty. Do you know that?
Why not? Why not?
Because a barrack is a home. He's not at work. He has finished work back home.
No.
What guys?
They can call them.
Do you believe in barracks? Do you believe in barracks?
I'm a lawyer. I work with police every day. Every blessed day.
My question I ask you, have you lived in the barracks?
I go to barracks.
Let me talk.
Have you lived in the barracks?
That's why I wanted.
Go and check Gary King Barrack in Abuja. I stayed there for years. The father police is in barrack, then you can't mobilize police.
Let me address the Lekki's case. I live in the barracks. You see, if police, like most policemen or even military men are forced to stay in the barracks. But policemen, I think they have some options. So a number of them don't even want to stay in their barracks. They don't want to raise their kids in the barracks. They just try to avoid it. Now, what P's saying is right. You mobilize from the stations. Now, but in the case of maybe an NSAS, a policeman cannot get to his formation. He reports to the nearest police station.
Straight.
You understand? If I live in Ikorodu, my station is in Ikeja, there's a problem. I report to the nearest police station in Ikorodu. Everybody knows I live in Ikorodu. My DPO knows I live in Ikorodu. And I can't get to Ikeja. They all know what is happening. So I report to Ikorodu. I might even work there for that day. They radio my office. Everybody knows where everyone is. So if they now need to mobilize, they mobilize from different stations. So the barrack does not provide the vehicle. When you say it's going to make for logistic, if you build barracks, does it mean that it will make up for the vehicle shortage?
The barrack allows them. See, the barrack allows them to work in group. Let me give you an instance. Like this mobilization you're just talking about. If there's an emergency and you want to mobilize 30 police officers out from that barrack, it's easier than for you to have them scattered everywhere. And you want to mobilize 30, and you need 30 vehicles to mobilize each of them, or for them to take public transport to come. Rather than that, if you send just 1 or 2 Helios bus to enter that barrack, you have 30 out.
You have a point.
And that is the ease of mobilization, I'm telling
you. But ease of mobilization, but most of the time, what we are saying is that we don't have enough barracks to even cover the city. For example, in Ibadan.
Yeah, but you guys are actually focusing on just one argument about barracks, which is mobilization. What about even benefit, housing benefit? How much do they pay for barracks versus going to rent their house?
They don't pay.
They don't pay. So you want to take away one of their benefits.
No, you make up for it now, because let me tell you why.
How?
Nigerian is wasting a lot of money on the banks. Yes, despite that they are not up to standard. So the amount they spend to maintain the barracks compared to if they give them the money, you discover that Nigeria is just wasting money. So what I buy into Oure's idea is convert those barracks to schools, colleges, polytechnic, technical schools. Pay those
Patrick, that's not a well thought out idea, though. I'm sorry to say.
No, I've not read it, but I think it's a good idea. I'm not a sure person, but I've always said that police should live among the people they are protecting.
Yeah, if they're well paid, if they're well paid,
brutality will not be there. The police will be more civil. They will be more friendly. They will know who is not Yahoo, but they will know that carrying a laptop does not make you Yahoo. They will see themselves as part of the society.
So do you think the reason why the police are presently so brutal and they don't
it's not because
they are isolated from the people
because they don't live, they all live in barracks. When he just told us now that not all of them.
Said not, but if they all live, if all of them live within the station and within the community,
yes,
it will make a lot of difference. They will be more civil. I'm telling you. They will
is there any report? Is there any research that says that?
Let me tell you.
That's the issue.
There's no research that says that. But
is there any research report?
The situation we have now, have shown that the model
third
we are
world
running is
country
wrong.
like Nigeria? That's the question I ask people.
Is
I'm
that
not
what?
talking of developed country. Don't compare us to developed countries.
Developing countries. What I'm saying is that the police. Okay, let's even start. You see, traditionally,
yes,
in those days when we don't have the West, we have policemen. Those policemen live among the people. They are there. They are
yes.
called out.
What was Nigerian population then and the
Yes.
level of criminality? That's
They
another thing you
commit crime
consider.
based on the. You see, the crime is relative to the size of the population, and the
Yes,
police is relative
and
to the
the
size
complexity
of
of
the
the
population.
crime.
Wait
You know
now,
the
wait
level
now.
of the complexity of the
No,
crime we
don't
have
let
these
us bring
days
statistics into it. What I'm
that
saying is,
Nigeria has to
as
deal
at that
with.
time, in the traditional setting, the
Yes,
crime is relative to the population too. Then
yes,
the police that police this is relative to the population. Fine, we
yes,
might not have enough police to police our population, but the
yeah.
crime is also proportional to our own population now. So what we need is we need a police of our people among our people.
We all agree on that. What I'm saying is this: before we get to that point, this barrack system that Showore is condemning, and he's saying once I get there, I will dismantle the barrack.
No, it doesn't mean we do it the first day now.
Whether first day or 1 year or not, for me, there are some
I can achieve it in 1 year.
there are some basic for instance, if we don't solve the issue of road network and others, don't dismantle barrack and scatter people all over when you know that traffic is a major issue in your country. Secondly, communication. If you have not settled that issue of communication for police, their standard of living, their salaries, accountability to the people, and others, please don't destroy the system.
I'm even surprised that Shewole wants to take away a welfare benefit away. Really?
As a
I
socialist.
thought it was a socialist. That surprised me. And Janle Koko too.
It is what it is. It's just
Ajale Koko always goes with whatever Showore says now.
So Ajale Koko is not
okay. Let me say something on this. I don't know why when we see somebody with a very good idea to help our country to develop and move above where we are, we want to come up with certain arguments just because he has a better idea than the candidate to support. You want to, use one thing or the other to rubbish that better idea. The idea of canceling this barrack housing system is in line with what he said is going to do by decentralizing the police structure. And when the police structure is decentralized and you have police managing your community, live in your community, how would it be impossible for them? How would it be difficult to mobilize them in time of emergency? How would it be difficult to coordinate them with other community when it comes to mobilization, even when we have that scenario like that of NSAS? How would it be possible to communicate from one community to the other and mobilize them together, to tackle that kind of system? I mean, that kind of situation. You see, I don't get for to say, oh, it cannot work. Some other people are doing it in other countries, it's working. We can make it work too. And why it works in the United States is because you see police system is decentralized. It's decentralized to the community level. And in other...
But the United States has the infrastructure to support that decentralization.
One man, that's what myself, Adanle Koko was saying. It's not about what's it called, infrastructure. It's about what is peculiar to where you are staying.
So where you,
yeah, but now you guys have dual arguments here. Nobody's arguing against decentralization. We're saying as of today.
Exactly.
Decentralized.
You are creating a straw man, and then you are going against that straw man. Nobody is not supporting decentralization. We're saying
okay, hold on. Let me tell you.
You go there and you ban barracks. You're taking away welfare
Okay,
away. And
sorry.
But decentralization makes barrack system irrelevant now.
No,
It makes it
yeah, but
decentralization
necessary.
that's
will
not the
make.
argument. The argument is whether barracks or no barracks. Everybody
Okay, yes,
agrees with
that's what I'm
decentralization.
saying.
Let's not
I'm
make that a
saying
straw
Ajale
man.
Koko,
okay, hold
please let
on.
me interject, please.
Decentralization will make the policing more easier. We break it down to the simplest operation whatsoever, and we make them very,
Okay,
very
without
efficient.
decentralization, barracks or no barracks. Without decentralization, barracks or no barracks.
Without decentralization, that is why you see your policing system not working.
Without
That's not the argument.
decentralization, barrack
I'm
is
asking a
Even with the
specific
barracks,
question. I'm asking a
It's
specific
necessary.
question.
Barrack is
Do
necessary.
we need a barracks or not? If we don't, assuming we're not decentralizing, do you support having a barrack?
Let me
Sorry,
rephrase that.
yes, we will need the barracks
Sorry,
if we don't
hold
decentralize.
on, Ife. Let me rephrase that question somewhat with your permission, Kulata. Why do you think we have barracks? What purpose do you think the barracks are there for? You can start that
purpose
off.
of barrack. The purpose of barrack is a residential. Is to provide residential housing system, easier housing system for the police. It's not for mobilization. It's purely residential. They do mobilization in the police station. Every conduct of police and policing whatsoever is carried out at the barrack and not in the presidential area. It's not, rather in their residential or in their barrack. They don't do mobilization in their residential. Yes.
In the UK, if you're a police, your mortgage will be subsidized for you by the police.
The same thing here. So they give them a lot of waiver, a lot of discounts, a lot of this. And this is what Outrage said is going to provide for them. Welfare for them. He said he will make it easier for them to obtain loan, mortgage loan, and they will support them to live in a better environment. And give them a lot of support, support, like the way it is given to them in United States. Do we have the capacity? Hold on. Do we have the capacity?
We're shifting the goalposts
or not?
Let them continue.
All right.
Sorry, I wanted to interject.
Can you hold on, please, Ife? Let me coordinate it, Ife, please. Let Ogbeni push back against what Ajale Koko said.
See, my argument, there's no even need to push anything back because my argument is very simple and they are gradually coming back to my point. They've ended up in creating another argument for themselves and then flog it. But as it stands now, they are coming back to the point we've been making. What is our point? Our point is that until you say you want to destroy our barracks, some things must be on ground. One of those, somebody just mentioned mortgage now. I stay in United Kingdom. I've seen police officers. I work with some of them. Yes, they have access to mortgage. What's the level of our mortgage system in Nigeria? For any person who is coming to say, oh, I'm going to destroy barrack because I'm going to find an alternative to you, you just have to go and standardize that sector. It's not by mouth. The mortgage sector is not driven by the public sector. So you just have to find a way to help that particular sector and ensure that that sector is growing already and is getting results before you come back to barrack and say you are destroying. And that is even one out of so many things you just have to put on ground. So my point is that in a third world country, a developing country, in Nigeria, we just like picking policy and just transplanting.
Sorry, Ogbeni, let me ask you a question. Do you concede the statement made by Ajale Koko that the police barracks are entirely about accommodation and not about mobilization?
That's an ideal setting, and that's why I wonder if any of them really stay in barrack. See, the ideal setting is that the barrack accommodates you, simplicity. Not in Nigeria. In Nigeria, when there's a serious emergency and that emergency could overwhelm the few you have in police station, they go for people police that are still in the barrack and you mobilize them quick for work. NSAS is a very good example for you, and so many other riots we've been having all over the country. We are in a
Please,
state of
can I interject, please? I don't want to be rowdy. Please, can I interject, please?
Okay, you can. Why not?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Wama. See, we are confusing barracks. This concept of barrack, we are having a misconception of it. Barrack is a place where you keep paramilitary, where you train people. And that's why you have police college, police command in Ikeja. That's the only place you're supposed to have barrack. If you have 5 police command training school in Lagos, you have 5 barracks because you are housing those people. These people are students that don't have those amenities. You house them. If you are training them for 1 year, you have to give them housing and everything. And they are facilities like cars, tanks, everything for training for police. If there's a riot going on and the police are there, the police station out there is overrun, they're sent to the college. Like you have university now, you have teaching hospital. They're sent to the college to bring more people. Once you graduate from the college, you don't need a barrack for a police. Everybody goes to their station.
That's not the barrack we're talking about.
Hold on, and I guess I'm just so yes, that's what I'm expanding. Hold on now. That's what I'm expanding so to get to your barracks. Once you graduate as a police, and not any salary and everything, you go to your station or the area you're posted to. You don't need another barrack again to keep police. A military barrack is different from police barrack. Police barrack, as you explaining, is a housing and mobilization. For example, if police barrack is in Berger, and there's a riot in Maryland or Yaba, and the riots are taking over Ikeja and it's blocked, you cannot move. How can you not mobilize from that barracks now, from Berger to Yaba? It's as useless as you need it for. As I'm like, okay, mobilization, you want to go, because to stop this riot, you have to go to Berger and mobilize police and come to Yaba, the NSAS you're talking about. So if the NSAS toll gate is at Ikeja, that Berger junction, and it's locked down, it's shut down, people shoot at each other, the police coming for Berger, you do nothing that engage that crowd. They'll be fighting, and it will not serve its purpose. We don't need barracks. The barrack system created in Nigeria was created by colonial master. Then our police was like paramilitary. They don't have Nigerian police then. So our police was like a paramilitary that the Western people, the colonial master needed. We are supposed to scrap that stuff. First of all, you understand, when you have a police barrack and you have a police station, you have a police command, you need a commissioner, a same-ranking officer to command those stations. It's conflict of interest. And it's funds wasting. And a policeman that I said something, sorry if we were talking. When a policeman closed from duty, he has closed from duty, except for emergency, you can call him back. And he goes back to the barrack, he says his barracks. Is all privilege to respond to call on yes or no, except for an emergency. A barrack is not meant for mobilization. Please read police. We don't need to go to school for this. This is just a simple common sense. It's only a military. Hold on now. It's only a minute. Hold on now, please. Now.
All right. Thank you, Wapis. I still don't concede that a police barracks is just for accommodation. It's a form of garrison. So, and a garrison.
Can I just chime in a bit on this police issue?
Yeah, come in, play Sama, and then let's hear from Kulata, and then you round up that space, Ogweni.
All right.
Yeah, come in.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This police barrack issue, we're saying it's a good thing for Nigeria to scrap it. But what a lot of us are not putting in consideration is that it takes a lot of resources to do that. Like in the US, what I have seen in the US is, let's assume a police pull up somebody on the highway and he profiles the person's plate number before he comes out from his vehicle. And he discovers that this guy has a criminal record. In the next 10 minutes, he will raid you and you will find 5 other policemen behind him before they can accost that person. And that is the structure we're talking about. All those 5 policemen that will come with their own vehicle. 1 policeman in 1 vehicle in most cities in the US. 1 policeman with 1 vehicle. That is 1. All these policemen drive their vehicle to their house. They don't park it in the barrack and take a public transport back home. They take the police vehicle back to their house to sleep. As a matter of fact, most of them don't even report to the station. They start their duty right in their house, like clocking in on some gadgets and go on patrol. They don't particularly report to the station. Maybe for paperwork, they report once in a while. So that is a lot of structure. Nigeria is not there yet. So aside even US, like in the UAE, that is the same thing. UAE, they use 2 policemen per vehicle. In the US, they use 1 policeman per vehicle. So where do you think, when you scrap the barrack and the police lives on their own, how do you mobilize them? In Nigeria, I've seen a police station when there is big issues. They just bring a boss, and one of them will shout, "Oh wow!" They have the slang. You see policemen jumping from like 1-story building, boo, 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 boo. Everybody assembling to the truck. That is what police barracks are used for, actually accommodation, but they use it to mobilize them as well. So just like Shoei is saying, like they need to give them a soft loan for mortgage. Ogbeni has stated it. You have to start from the financing institution. It has to grow down first before even coming only to the police. So to scrap the police barrack is not something we can do not just today. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So back to you, Ogbeni, unless anybody else wants to come in at that point.
Okay, anyway, I've made my point, and I thank everyone that made their point. Yeah. So my point is not we can't we won't do away with barrack one day. Yes, we will, but let us not jump gun. Let us follow our own developmental this thing face by face. What are the things we need for now? In the developed countries, they still use analog phone. When our own digital phone came, we threw away analog because we believe that we're enlightened. We believe we are bringing new things. But here, they still use the analog. You see? So, but in Nigeria, we just believe, oh, whatever you find there, since it's from colonial days, therefore, oh, we don't need it again. No, we can still need it if those are the infrastructures. If we don't have that finance for now, then let's make do with what we have. We can improve on it. You don't need to cut my head because I have a headache. We can improve on the system we have on ground. That's just, my point.
All right. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, that's okay on that point. That's okay on that point.
So can I?
No, but sorry, Ogbeni, you were talking on why you chose Tinubu now, why you think is the best. That was where you were speaking to.
Oh, yes. I think I've made, thank you. God bless you. I think I've made one of my major points. And one of the points I made was his attitude on local government. Its attitude on local government, which goes to federal character and the true federalism we're all talking about. You see, I live in the United Kingdom. Here, I've seen the function of the city council, and I've seen how city councils are performing wonderfully here. Their functions, the devolution of power in the UK is so fantastic. And so sometimes it made me wonder, why is it that in Nigeria we can't have things like this? So when I went back to history, I realized, like I said before, a man came and destroyed this entire system for us. And the UK, they're still using their own, and it's working for them. See, so many revenue they generate at the local government level that even the regional government cannot generate in this place. In Scotland, for instance, I stay in Aberdeen. So many revenue they generate, naming, you name birth certificate, all these things, sewage, disposal, everything. They generate enough revenue than the regional government and their function. Do we have that in Nigeria? The answer is yes. The second schedule to the constitution listed all the functions. But what's the problem? The governors of the state over the years, I was listening to Atiku recently, and he was talking about when they first got to government in 1999. He was in charge of the local government, and he used to send their money to them directly. And you could see a little, until the governors came and said, no, you can't be sending their money. Let's form a JAC. That was that nonsense account. JAC account came about, where the governor becomes the only signatory to the account, and the governor will have to disburse to the local government. But a man stood out, and that's where I'm going on Tinubu. He stood out on the issue of local government. He conducted an election. He increased the numbers of local government in his own area. The federal government fought him to stand still. But eventually, we could all see how this local government performed in Lagos State. So for me, at this point in time, what do I need for Nigeria? one of the things worrying Nigeria presently is the true federalism.
But then, Ogbeni, sorry, let me ask you: do they have Jack in Lagos State too?
Yes, they have Jack, but the
And
way
so
it
that means
operates
it's
in
also
Lagos,
guilty of it too now.
I will tell you the way it operates. The way it operates in Lagos, don't forget that the issue of Jack, they took the federal government to a law court to fight the issue of Jack because Atiku in their government, in their days, they never wanted it go. So they took them to court. So it became more like a creation of the pronouncement of the court. So Lagos State cannot say I'm exempted. You just have to follow the decision. But how does it operate? That's the question I want you to ask. Now, it's different from my state, for instance, in Ekiti. How does it operate in Ekiti? Then I just oppose it in Lagos. In Ekiti, the money comes from the federal government. It enters Jack. Once it enters Jack, the state government has the prerogative to redistribute whatever is there. And what does the state government do most times? The state government, let's say 100 billion enters. The state government may say, for 16 states, 16 local governments in Ekiti, I'm going to give you maybe 33 billion, but you sign in everything for me because there's a joint project we must all contribute to. And from there, you sign in just 16 multiplied by 3 billion, and the rest become that of the state government. That has been on and on for years. No single local government chairman has ever challenged that. But how does it operate in Lagos? It's quite different. Why? Because the Lagos State House of Assembly legislate, they have a law on it. So the state government cannot just wake up and say, just sign this out and let me have this money. No. Because they went back to the House of Assembly and you will give it to them. The Lagos State House of Assembly has always been the most proactive in Nigeria. The kind of laws that do come out from that assembly. So they have a blueprint that everybody takes on at the end of the month. Once the money is out, you have your gazette. You take it there. This is my percentage of this money. You take it out. Okay? So if I see a man that did that how many years back, 1999 to 2007, I want to see that man at the federal level to continue that thing and give us the true federalism I think we need, you see, in Nigeria. That is one out of the reasons why I'm going for Tinubu. And the second reason why I'm going for Tinubu, let me tell you, independent power generation. See, I'm such a person that I love. I study regional politics, particularly in the Southwest. I'm a pan-Yoruba and pan-Nigerian kind of person. So I study regional politics. And Asiwaju happen to be someone you can pick. Maybe after you pick Awolowo in the Yoruba race, maybe it's this next person you can really pick in terms of people around him, people somebody you can pick and say, okay, this guy has been standing for something progressive over time, the days of Nadeko and all those days. But there is this project that stands the man out. Is this independent power generation that the guy brought to Lagos State? The federal government frustrated this guy. I remember back then we were staying in Ekiti. We used to go to Lagos. And I remember back then in Ekiti State television station, what they used to bring out those Spanish guys and co. They used to do interviews, all these interviews. And I remember what one of those Spanish guys said back then, that the MOU they signed with Asiwaju, because almost every state in the Southwest then used to look up to Asiwaju like their hero, because of his performance in Lagos. So I remember one of those days, and they said that that project, the plan of that project was for them to generate electricity independently of the national grid, and then when they generate, then the MOU is that the mobilization they give them, very little mobilization, and with that mobilization they will sustain power generation uninterrupted, I think for the first 2 years or something like that. And there's a caveat in that agreement that if they don't provide uninterrupted, then there will be trouble in terms of exit clause. And, I glued to it. And I remember all the elderly ones in Southwest back then used to talk about it and everything. And there was this expectation of when this thing kickstarted, then they will start distributing or redistributing to the other part of the Southwest. Then they cannot take it to other part of Nigeria. For me, this is someone of progressive mind who could think of something like that and think of how can my state be independent of this whole contraption you call Nigeria, okay? But he couldn't do that. Why? Because the federal government frustrated that effort. They went to court back and forth again, just like the way they went to court on local government creation, and he won eventually, despite the fact that they seized all the money. He went to court also on independent power generation. But you can see it today. Today, there is a bill before the National Assembly for each state to be generating their power. If they had allowed Tinubu years back, you could imagine where we should be now, or where Lagos should be by now. But they didn't. But that same good adventure, that same good mind, that same intention is what they have now brought. That seed that man sowed back then is what they have now brought back to the National Assembly now, okay, to be doing power generation for each state. And I don't even think Buhari has signed it now. He's still awaiting the presidential assent. So if I see a man that came for me before his generation and he has seen something ahead of, why do I have to look anywhere further? I believe that's one of the major things Nigerians need now. Give Nigerian electricity, and you see every agitation will die. At least relatively, it's going to die relatively. Okay.
Do you think Tinubu still has all of these things in him? Because we are seeing him debilitating physically before our eyes, just in public glare. Are you not looking at him through rose-tinted glasses, past glories?
Let me quickly answer that. You see, and that's why I said it's good to study regional politics. I've been studying Tinubu for years. Yes, I'm not going to deny the fact that Tinubu has grown older than he was in 1999 to 2007. Yes, naturally everybody will grow older. But Tinubu has always been has not really been a fast talker as people will be expecting. You know, people can come from their cocoon somewhere in maybe Kutangora or somewhere. You that have not been studying this man over time, he's just an emergency political analyst. You just jump up now, and now you want to be analyzing somebody that Tinubu has been so slow a bit in his speech. Go and watch Tinubu years back. He's not a fast talker, okay? And it's not so as it is now, I can reliably tell you that yes, age is telling on Tinubu. Yeah, rightly so.
But he's debilitating mentally also. You say he's not a fast talker, but previously he used to be able to string words together. But now he can barely put two words that marry together. People, his party live in fear of him opening his mouth just to say something.
Why do you think so? Why do you think they are living in fear?
Because he talks gibberish. Because he talks gibberish all the time.
What do you mean by gibberish? See, Tinubu has always been someone who likes cracking jokes. But what I realize these days is because he's in the limelight, or spotlight, I mean, because he's now in the spotlight. Whatever joke Tinubu tries to crack now, people must turn it and tell you something.
Ogagbeni, sorry. Ogagbeni, sorry.
Yeah.
First of all, I respect your narrative and I respect you. One, because today, this morning, before you studied your Tinubu analysis, you said why you standing from Tinubu. And I like people that stand their ground. Like Enigmatic, we know is a Tinubu man. Patrick, we know is a Tinubu man. Then as well as Joel of Nashville, we know
Enigmatic is not a Tinubu man. He's a Showore man.
You have said it many times.
No.
You have said many times why he okay. Then
No.
Thank you for correcting me. Joel of Nashville, he has come out and said he is obedient and sacrifice. I don't want to mention more. Then you see a guy, Jalikoko, he's a Showere man, but he speaks to the narrative. And you see Kolata, he brings his data to talk about the Kubaism of anything you bring out. Data man. So I like people like that. I don't like people that sit on the fence, but meanwhile, their gate to their fence is at the body long. Now, I guess you understand what I'm saying. But now, this is your narrative you're just saying, right?
On the fence.
No, I said, no. Just say, I said, I like you because you said from the beginning you stand for Tinubu. So it's your progressive and it's your opinion, and I respect that. And if you are saying that, I wanted to come in for Yaradua. If you say that every other politician does not stand and is not up to your candidate, I will respect it because you have stand your ground. So it's your prerogative to how to say is your choice, and it's your choice to say that, but prerogative and to say yes, this candidate is the best and yours is nothing.
this is politics. I agree. But I said, what I'm saying that I don't like people that sit in the fence. Meanwhile, their gate to their fence is at body long. Now, coming to this now, I've been saying that coming to this. Now, my issue I was having with your policy, not your stand, is you said Yaradua is not fit. It does not have the name to run for presidency. How do you, from the profession, one I was asking you, but you not said Tinubu has it.
No, it said it's too experimental. That's what
experimental. You said experimental, that he was experimental, but you said Tinubu is not. And the only thing Tinubu has, and I got into the governorship or senator, he was not a senator, was the name Tinubu. He ran with. He was an experimental candidate, still an experimental candidate. If you remove that name Tinubu from him, he's nobody. The policy you're saying about Lagos has been there. Yes, he had some, but the majority has been there. So if you remove those from that place, I don't really see what you are really pushing about Tinubu, because he's still an experimental candidate to me. Please, I want you to explain about that.
No, so, and to further that, really, where World Peace is, if you are saying that Yaradua is experimental, all of the things that you are listing that qualifies Tinubu, they were also achieved within the same space that Yaradua had his own achievement. So the credentials that Tinubu is bringing to the presidential race is the same set of credentials that Yaradua brought to his presidential race, which are his achievements, to whatever varying degree or less that's subjective. And Lagos State, a very peculiar space, which lends itself to for somebody to achieve highly and have that highlighted. But the same set of credentials that Tinubu is bringing to his ticket is the same set of credentials that Yaradua brought, which is really their CV as state governors.
Even Obi, the same credential.
Yes, so thank you, one man. So,
so let Ogbeni address that.
I get your question. See, when I say we're experimenting, I think is that word you guys are getting. You probably we're not giving the same definition. We're not seeing it the same way. What I'm saying is this, or what I said is this. I said we have experimented enough. We have experimented because we simply put Yaradua, for instance, Yaradua didn't really end. If Yaradua had gone to the PDP primaries to go and flog it out with the Odilis and Nogdas, Yaradua would have lost that election, that primary election. Obasanjo knew, and that was why Obasanjo had to hold his hand throughout to ensure that Yaradua emerged. So what scorecard? That's why I say, for instance, Tinubu, you won't compare Yaradua, to be very fair enough. You compare Tinubu to Yaradua. Why? Because Tinubu built his name. He built the scorecard. He built his antecedent. It's not, maybe they've experimented Tinubu in those days at the Lagos level, but not now. That's what I'm saying. Not now.
Tinubu's only CV to the presidency is his antecedents as Lagos State governor. There's nothing else. Yeah, but that's the same CV that Yaradua has.
No. See,
but that CV of Yaradua, the line items under that CV. You know, when people write CVs, they put responsibility or performance jobs. Those lines items under those role is missing in the case of Yaradua. Tinubu has.
No, we don't know that to be the case, because Lagos is the beacon in Nigeria, so Tinubu is highlighted more. And if his achievements are greater than Yaradua, it's only because Lagos State lends itself to those greater achievements.
No.
So if we look at it
in relative, you have made. It's not necessarily so.
No, it is. It is so. Hold on. We're drawing, and by the way, people say River State, Lagos is the top 5 largest economy even in Africa. So I'm not quite sure.
It wasn't always like that. It wasn't always the third largest.
As at when?
I think Tinubu supporters, you guys do him injustice. If you guys came up with the argument that bad Lagos economy and all, Tinubu has been the biggest influence on Nigerian democracy since 1999 in terms of his policy propagating different states, including the federal government, There are many policies that started under him, like revenue generation template (IGR) started under him. Even the taxation in the federal government was using this template. What's it called? What's the name of this stuff? Some of the legal stuff that Oshibajo did
So many.
in Lagos, they're copying it. The single treasury accounts, it started from Lagos State. There's so many other examples like that that is not due to economy. It's just due to idea. So a lot Tinubu supporter, you guys do him a lot of disservice.
No, but Kulata, you see,
Yeah, we would have raised that. That's true.
Yes, and that's why for me, I've said it before. I said that Lagos State, and particularly that Lagos House of Assembly under Tinubu and Tina, they vanguard so many things in Nigeria to date.
Lagos is like our California. You know, any new thing they test it in California before they roll it out in different states in the US.
And that's how Lagos is. So, and that is why I said you are not experimenting this guy for the first time. This guy has been tested. And for me, what do we need now? Now, Nigeria is at a very breaking point, a very serious critical time. What do we need? For me, the first is true federalism. If we can restore that thing back to our system, you see a lot of tension will first come down. You redistribute that power. And Tinubu has been eating this power over time. Tinubu has been going to court to challenge the federal government power over time and say, redistribute, let there be devolution of power more to the state. See, if Tinubu could get to that place and say the first thing
he was saying that during the time of PDP, at the reign of power, at the federal level, he have not been saying anything like that recently. Since they
But look at what APC is doing now.
he has not been saying. He has not been saying anything concerning federalism since they assumed power since 2015. So what are you guys talking about?
Can I respond to you very good?
I will answer you.
Respond.
Tinubu is not saying that because the current federal government is doing something about it.
What is it? Tell me.
Wait now, because you are not actually open to positive things happening under Buhari, so you won't see them. Let me give you one of them. Look at the position that Buhari took, insisting on local government funds going directly to local government. Local government autonomy. Look at the effort Buhari took in ensuring judiciary autonomy.
Judicial autonomy.
Look at the
Executive Order 18.
So many things.
So many.
Okay, let me respond to you.
Did you hear those
when
ones?
They started,
did you know those ones happened? Sorry,
okay.
I want to ask you. Did you know that those ones happened?
Yes, let me tell you.
Why are you asking that question?
Okay, hold on.
When you knew.
What it is look, okay, let me tell you this. When we started this democracy in 1999, federal government was disbursing fund directly to local government.
Yes, true.
So they started it like that until the governors, including Tinubu among them, went to challenge it at the court that it was illegal, that the money have to come through them.
No.
So on one side, hold on.
That was not including Tinubu.
Hold on. You can say he's not among. Is the fund not coming directly through him now?
No, yes, now. Not among.
Okay.
There's a judgment now.
Okay, hold on. They went and fought that the money should not go directly, but it has to come through them.
Yes.
To the local government. And since then, they've been stealing local government money. They never allow development, they never allow local government, to operate freely up to today. Why did they not change it in Lagos? Why did they not say, okay, we want this money disbursed directly to local government, or are they giving them full money in Lagos? Are they giving those local government their full money?
I've addressed that issue.
Yeah, I just said that now.
I've addressed that issue.
So, that is one side.
The money goes to local government in Lagos directly.
There is a gazette of the House of Assembly that distributes Lagos money. That's why it's different from other states today in Nigeria.
That federal government give them the money direct.
Once it enters our account, there's a gazette, okay? The House of Assembly has legislated the percentage of each.
When did that
government
happen?
They've done that during Tinubu's time. It's a gazette, okay, from the House of Assembly. Each local government, you have your gazette to draw your money. You don't wait for the state government now. That is how it runs in Lagos till today. Whether it has changed yesterday, I don't know. But during Tinubu time, there is a gazette, and you move by that gazette. It's not like that.
Ogbeni, that gazette doesn't mean the local governments have to still sign before the funds be released to them, or the money comes to the
governor does not have to sign.
No, I said the local government chairman. Do they need to go and sign for that funds to release to them, or when the fund hits when the fund hits the state government account, from the state government account it comes to the account directly?
The fund does not hit the state government account. The fund hits the joint allocation account. The local government has a joint allocation that belongs to all local government. So once the money comes, there's a gazette in place. You go to the office that manages the joint account and get your money.
Okay. Oga Patrick, hold on. Thank you. Now, this money that is coming out is coming to the joint account with the state local government and the state governor and the local government, right?
Allocation of local government. It's not a state government. It's a
so that means the money. Hold on. Okay, in Lagos, the money don't goes to the government account at all. It does not go to the government at all.
Not to the state government.
It goes to the joint account. Then when it goes to the joint account. Then when it goes to the joint account, hold on now. When it goes to that joint account, all local government, the chairman has to go there and sign.
Yeah, because he gets his own portion. Yeah.
So why you not say that is fair? Because if what you just said that the government of the day will tell you, give us, this is what you're going to give us for us to approve your signature.
Not in Lagos.
Wait now. I know. I'm not saying it's a fact, but how can you not prove it that the local government chairman is not boss to the corner to agree to sign for any fund that is being taken at that point in time?
When they are the one that even appoint all the local government. They are the one that appoint the local government.
Then how are you telling me? Okay, how will you know that? Hold on, I got Patrick, hold on, my last question. Patrick, hold on, my last question. The problem I think we, the people, have in Nigeria is that we do not really follow the government space, how much the government release. Now, if local government, local government wrote that their budget for 1 month is 1.1 billion naira, and the federal government approved that for them.
Yeah.
How are we sure the money that guy signed for was 1.1 billion naira at that day? Or we only knew that he signed and got money? Is it the 1.1 billion naira that he wrote on his budget he got?
The gazette goes by percentage.
There is no transparency to that effect. There is no transparency to that effect. You cannot know. You don't know how much local government is getting, and then people are saying that the past gazette. Who passed the gazette?
Thank you.
Who disburses the fund?
You don't know. Ever since Buhari has been there, he has been publishing their money. He has been publishing, the allocation is given to them. Buhari has been publishing it. So how do you now say they don't know?
Like you don't understand what I said. Buhari approved 1 billion. He wrote for 1 billion, and Buhari approved 1 billion, which is no Buhari problem. Now, where's the transparency between collecting the local government chairman collecting that money from that account and presenting it to local government account and to the people that this is the 1 billion I requested for and I got it? Where's the transparency?
Is it on the part of the local government?
That is the question I'm asking. Where's the transparency between the state and the local government?
And the local government that the 1 billion Buhari release really go to the that's in Lagos now. I'm holding accountable in Lagos. That the local government chairman in Lagos, Ikeja, got 1 billion. We know he signed and got money.
I'm trying to understand.
Okay, let me put it again. If the local government chairman, but all they have a budget. Let's just, for example, let's say 1 month budget is 1 billion naira, and you wrote it to the House, and the House passes to the Federal, and the Federal released that 1 billion to the joint account. Where's the transparency that the local government chairman that day, at the end of that month, he withdraw 1 billion that the federal government sent to him? The same 1 billion he withdraw.
Hold on, Wapis. I don't think the money is sent directly from Buhari to the local government chairman. Oh, hold
They
on,
just
hold
said
on.
it.
Oh,
Okay.
hold on. This is what I think, but correct me because I'm just listening. I'm picking from your conversations. I think what happens is the central space, which is the federal space, they will release local government allocations to the states, which Ogweni has told us now goes into a central jointly owned account, both by the local authorities and the state, and then it is from that centrally that jointly held account that it then cascades towards the local governments individually based on their budgetary needs. So it's not as though Buhari says Etiosa local government gets 1 billion naira and then
No,
he sends it via Lagos State and then they don't get it.
yeah, I know, I
No,
know, I understand what
no,
you're saying.
no, no,
This
no.
one,
One man. You
Sorry,
see the
Ajanle
state,
can I
the state.
interject, please?
Okay, all right.
You see, some of us are close to how what's it called the local government runs on paper. Yes, what Patrick and Ogbeni is describing, yes, on paper, but in reality, it does not work like that.
In
There is a
Lagos or in your
percentage.
state?
Eh?
In Lagos or in your state?
Yes, now I'm from Lagos. In percent, there are some
Do you
percent.
understand how the Lagos system work, or it's
That
just the general thing people say you're talking
no,
about?
no, it's not about yet. Some of us have
If I knows
politicians
the
as
laws, if I knows the
Okay,
laws,
I thought the guy is from Benin
Okay, you
Republic.
can enlighten us anyway.
No, it's
no. I'm
from
from
Badagry.
Badagry.
Okay.
Look, when the LCD were created, whenever the allocation comes, a percentage is distributed to run the LCDs.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's not everything that they get. There are some percentages that the state government still gets from that local government allocation. And also, the projects they have to run, depending on how big it is, they have to still get some approval from the state government. And if your local government is not in the good book of the state government, like what happened during Ambode's time to Badagry local government, it stifled the development of Badagry local government. And that was part of the problem Ambode had during his second term. And if you go to Tinubu was referencing that the way he treated Badagry people, how is he going to tell Badagry to vote Ambode into the second term? You know, but don't let us just go there. But we know on paper, yes, but it's not everything they get. So that's why I prefer the War Peace analogy that it should go directly to the state, to the local government directly. Whatever any local government want to do with their money is left for them to do with it. But the problem is if it goes to the local government directly, it may not be able to run the LCDs in the case of Lagos State. So maybe the joint account thing then now get distributed to all other LCDs is good, you know. So it's just to look at the peculiarity of each states based on what is done. In some states that they don't have LCDs, yes, fine. But a state that has created LCDs, if they have a more or less a crazy local government chairman, he may decide not to want to disburse the money to the local government LCDs. And the other thing is this: because the LCDs is not recognized at the federal level, they will not get allocation. But what happens in Lagos State is when it comes, allocation goes to the local government, a percentage is sent to them, but they have to distribute among the LCDs. So that's what I want to add.
Okay, let me quickly add to what you just said. Yes, it may not be that watertight, okay, like everyone would expect, and that is the reason why they keep working on policies in any government. But for me, you see, the LCDA.
In fact, not only is it not watertight, it sounds like a conduit for corruption. That's what a convoluted system
No, I
built
don't
for
think
corruption.
so. I don't think so. Let me correct that impression. I don't think so.
One man have said that a percentage,
I've
said that a percent is they don't get everything. So it's some percentages they get. So
I don't
if
think
you
so. Let me tell you why. And I will still keep going back to the House of Assembly Gazette. And that's the only state that has it in Nigeria. Okay. No governor sits somewhere and distributes local government fund in Lagos. There is a gazette. Now, if you tell me, oh, they don't really follow that gazette, really, in a street sense, yeah, I may say, well, politicians with their ways, they may not really follow it. But do you know that gazette, even to the level of each LCDA, they are not there to be begging, because the House of Assembly back then, when Obasanjo was dragging them up and down, specifically went back to make that their laws and said, okay, in order to protect all these, our LCDA, let them have so percentage or whatever enter under so local government. So they put percentages on each of all these. And what you do is you go and draw your own percentage from whatever you have that's coming in. But the only thing I won't argue against what I think Ifeli said is this: politicians will always still have their way. But for my point is that for someone to bring certainty at least into the system that we have presently, I give the person kudos. And I won't compare that person to somebody who failed to conduct local government election to his own local government for years and prefer to rule alone as a governor in the office. And that's just my point, you know. And I will also compare him to somebody who was sitting in Aso Villa and frustrating the little effort that this man was making in Lagos. No, I won't give it to you. Okay? So that's just mine.
Benny, thank you. I appreciate your I say analogy, and like I said, is your policy, your aspirant policy that I would challenge. But I'll put it to you: this policy that Tinubu created was the godfather of corruption today in Nigeria between the governors and the local government chairman. They chaptered that move to let money come to one account, joint account, or whatever you call it, gazette. Those gazettes was a charade. Now, one thing we are not asking ourselves: what kind of banking system controls that gazette? How does the money come? Does it automatically credit the
Sorry, what please, let me ask you a question. How does it work differently or better in any other state? How does it work differently or
It's
better?
not about any other state. It's not about any other state. It's about Nigeria.
No. Hold on. Hold on. You are saying it's the biggest scam going, as though there
in
are
Nigeria.
Hold on. You are saying it's the biggest scam going within the Nigerian space, as though there are better systems of monetary distribution to local government that is being practiced in other parts of Nigeria. So which other state has a better system than what Tinubu created in Lagos?
Thank you. Now, when you put in like this, I'm saying you are bossing my intelligence to a corner. I said.
Okay. So how did he become the grandfather of corruption?
Hold on. I'll tell you, Oga Patrick. I'll tell you, not even great grandfather. A grandfather on corruption. I said in Nigerian system, that means including the 36 state, or if we say 35 state, give opportunity for the governors to start looting. One, Nigerian system of government is 3 government in one: local government, state government, and the federal government. And the money of the federal state government goes to the state account. The money of the local government goes directly, automatically to the local government accounts. So it's not as if better in any states. It's not much that the 36 states or 35 states practice this new system, either is gazetted or is joint account, is a father for corruption. That's what I'm saying. If it is better, we should go back to the old way in 1999 when they just started, when money was going directly to the local government. But
that's a different argument. Now that's not a Tinubu argument. Can you hold on, please? It's a conversation. You know, it doesn't have to be combative. You know, that's a different argument. That's a federal argument, not a Tinubu argument. So that's a systemic federal argument that you are making, that the allocations from the federal purses, the way it's designed, it doesn't allow it to get to the grassroots local government space. But that's not to say that what Tinubu created in Lagos State is the grandfather of corruption. Because if you say that, then you are by implication suggesting that there's a better system in some states that works a
Okay.
better.
I was just going to ask one piece. Is there a better system in any other states that you know of?
Yeah,
Okay,
there it
that's
is.
that's what I'm saying. We only take it to now state, break it down. What I said is a general statement I made. Now, why I said that question is this. If you can play it back. Oga Agbeni, I've said it severally that what Tinubu created in Lagos, or what Tinubu, there was a genius thing to create this uh, 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 joint state account for local government account by his words. So I'm taking it from there. Let's assume he came with this idea that the Nigerian
No,
government
I think
adopted.
you
Tinubu did
didn't
not
get
create
my
the joint
point.
account. Yeah, I think you
My
didn't get
point
it.
is all state has joint account. It's not creation of Tinubu.
I know. You said
The
in
difference
Lagos. You said
Tinubu, wait. Let me clarify. The difference Tinubu brought in his own system is that don't make this thing discretionary the way it is in other states where governors will just sit down and start cutting.
Yeah,
Let's have
that's
a
why.
gazette of the House of Assembly
Yes, so
that
Ogbeni
can
said they
create
legislated
certainty into
for
the
it.
system. And
Yeah.
this is what you are saying is not good now. When others don't even have
okay.
a better option.
Yeah, because isn't a direct comparison Peter Obi sitting on local government money for 8 years
Without election.
Local
without
government don't
election?
even exist.
Yes, I think what you guys are saying, I'm not that. I'm just following.
That's a
I'm
direct
challenging.
contrast.
Wait,
Yes, that was what I did. That was the comparison I made.
Okay, now I'm challenging all the contract, whatever comparison you are making. That even though they create a legislative system, is all charade. Does not take away the fact that the corruption they pushed, because they all went to court. You can say Tinubu is among. I can say whoever were governors then, were the grandfather of corruption. Then they all went to court and won the case. So if at the end of the day, I'm not paint man with a different brush, with a purple brush to make it look like I'm doing you a better service, does not take away the fact that there's no corruption going on. Because this the money system does not come to the from the federal government. Now I'm talking about Lagos now. Does not come to the joint account system automatically credited into the local the local government account, and he will go show report to state government at the end of the day. This is what I use this money for. Rather, he goes there and sign, and there's no transparency of what he got or what he got.
All right, you made that point, but the point really is the system that Tinubu created. Is it not better than any other system that obtains in Nigeria, with Kulata inviting you to mark a sharp contrast with what Peter Obi did in Anambra State? Yes, it may not be fully fit for the purpose, but is it not fitter for purpose than everything else that obtains in Nigeria in all of the other states?
One more, thank you. Thank you. Like I said, my previous my statement, I said I'm not here for comparison. I'm just saying however it is in Anambra or in Lagos, in Katsina, is not different. It's all corruption. Just that one person painted his own with blue brush or purple brush to make it look better doesn't mean it's better than what's going on in Anambra. Whatever was going on in Anambra openly was going on in Lagos indirectly or under process. That was
You
my.
just said that
I think
you don't
I think
have
you are
the
missing
facts,
the
you don't
point.
have figure, you don't have data.
What is?
We're not talking about
that.
fact. Wait now, we're not talking about fact. I'm saying whatever
No,
they
you
are
have
doing,
your
they are doing
facts.
Lagos.
I just gave you facts. I gave you the laws he has on
Okay,
table.
now if
I
you're
gave
talking
you what
about
happened
fact,
that time.
okay, if you're talking about fact, my
Your
brother,
was
hold
just
on,
to generalize.
hold on. If you're talking about fact, I don't want you to like. I didn't want to go to the route of being
No,
personalizing the
give me
question.
facts. Give me facts.
Before you go to facts, can you give me the fact of since 3 months ago, the money that local government in the local government be withdrawing is the set money that he applied for his constituency.
That's not relevant to the argument here.
So
I
why
just
is the fact?
I assessed Tinubu's government 1999 to 2007, and I assessed Peter Obi's government that he did not conduct election. I showed how one has not only conducted the election but fought for the independence of an institution and even strengthened the institution by going to the House of Assembly to make a gazette that can help the institution. And I'm contrasting it with somebody who was there just to kill the institution because he didn't even promote the institution.
Oh God, Benny, I'm not arguing this with you. I'm not saying what you say. This is what I say now is wrong. I'm not saying this. You're just saying now that Tabi did not do. I'm not arguing with you. But I'm saying that whatever every governor did or Tinubu did in Lagos, it's the same thing. I'm not saying Tabi did not contest or
it's the same thing with somebody
it's not the same thing.
Who was just collecting money of local government without chairman, without anything.
Can I interject, please? Please, can you please let me interject? Thank you. I think what Peace is saying is for the whole country, it's not working. But when it comes to comparing either it's working or it's not working, whoever made the most opportunities out of the whole situation, what Ogbeni and Patrick is saying is Tinubu is far, far better. That being said,
And do you concede that
yeah, I
argument by
concede it. I concede
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I concede it. And why I concede it is it's only Lagos State that has been conducting local government election even since 1999. What some other state government do is they just come at times, they will bring in their what's it called? Is it secretary? PAMSEC they will elect PAMSEC to those local governments, and because of that, and I think this whole thing is causing these local governors having what's it called, the structure, controlling the structure of a state, you know, such that if a local government is not dancing to the structure of the state, it does not get a development. But unlike before, when the local governments were getting their money individually, some local government, that's when you find out that in a state, the House of Representatives can be PDP, another one can be APC. But I don't want to go to that place. You see, where I disagree on Patrick and Ogbeni is that restructuring of a thing.
Yeah.
APC campaigned on restructuring in 2015. A committee was set up, if we remember, by El-Rufai.
El-Rufai, led by El-Rufai, yes.
El-Rufai later came out and said that why that did not work was because Buhari has a military type of ideology that he hopes, and he said that he's very sure that in the second tenure of Buhari it's going to be implemented. Now, Shetima at some point gave an interview and said, restructuring my foot. But I want to believe that in 2015, Tinubu was very, very vibrant on restructuring, and when he was even campaigning then. Maybe because of the type of political climate we are in now, he wants to be cautious of letting all his policy out. But would he restructure? If you give me a percentage on the way he is, the way he places what's it called? Things dynamics that he does, is somebody that thinks ahead and does not always want to talk at times. I'll not be surprised if Tinubu gets that restructuring done in some aspect. Now, what's it called? This River State challenged the governor, the federal government on internally generated revenue (IGR). For the first time, Lagos State seconded River State in that suit against the federal government.
On VAT, value added tax.
Value added tax. Lagos State second that this thing, a PDP governor and an APC governor challenging the federal government. Look, I'll not be surprised if Tinubu gets into the office, and if they don't even get anything done, all state governors have to just go and face their VATs, because it's in the Supreme Court as we are speaking.
Yeah.
So I'll not be surprised if a Tinubu gets there, because either we like it or not, he's getting some funds in that part. Or his company is, let me put it more civil, his company is the company has some interest in getting some percentage in that VAT system. Look, every state governors or every state government will need to look at how they are going to raise or increase their IGR VAT system to have maybe a form of restructuring. in the space of electricity, based on the development going on in Lagos State, I'll not be surprised he gets into the office and they remove the electricity generation from the exclusive list. Because even
we've said previously that's already in the process anyway. Yes, it's already, so it's not, and even the Obi space, they are trying to give the attribution that is an initiative that is championing is already in process.
Well, one thing is,
Tinubu started it.
If not for Atiku's antecedents, or that the presidency must come back to the south, I will be fair. It's only Atiku that is even talking more on that restructuring than every other candidate. But I want to believe because of the peculiarity of how the North reacts, Tinubu wants to keep quiet on that thing. But inside him as a person, I will not be surprised he will just get it done. But because he has not said it, you cannot judge him on that, It's what a candidate has said that he can't be judged on.
The restructuring is going to happen by stealth rather than by one wholesale, one swing action. Because if they start to introduce state policing, which the whole country is ready for, that's restructuring. And then if they uncouple the electricity generation space from the exclusive list, that's restructuring. So a lot of the impactful elements that will affect people's life, they will just uncouple it from the exclusive list in bit by bit. So they will restructure by stealth rather than using the emotive language.
I want to make a prediction that most of the restructuring we'll get will not come through the political process. I think it will come through pushing cases in the court, testing, because our laws have not been tested a lot. They need to challenge. You see that list, concurrent, exclusive. There's still a lot of opportunities that can be tapped into if people start testing.
Yeah, great.
What do you guys think?
I think so.
Kulata, you know why? Kulata, no, most of our laws, fine, yes, I agree with you. They're supposed to take it to court and test it. But sometimes when our politicians from the south do not do something, don't blame them as stupid. Because right now, for 15 years, that political space has been, judicial space has been controlled by the Northern cabal. So whatever you take to the Supreme Court, it's final. So if they decide it there, even though you're supposed to get a right verdict, and you get the wrong verdict, it's going to be like that forever. That's why sometimes our politicians just tend to stay back, don't push it.
Yeah, so in a Tinubu presidency, with this Yoruba Supreme Court judge, don't you think they will just get a lot of smart lawyers and start putting all these cases and pushing? And once the Supreme Court takes it, then they start opening up that space. It doesn't even have to be all this political process, because it's just going to come from the court.
That's good. The good thing. But my fear, that's my opinion. My fear I have for which Satan, when it comes to such things, then we want to be principled people. We want to be diplomatic. We want to carry everybody along. But we see what the Northerns are doing to us right now when they are there. They are passing judgment for what will benefit them, moving exclusive lists, moving things to exclusive lists and all that. So what you are saying now, if we have the courage to do that, and sorry to use this word, since as the government said it's a kind of a slide or whatever, slant on us, at least sometimes we try to be tribal. That when we use that word, let's be tribal for once, for crying out loud, with the Southern. Let's be tribal when we get there.
Sorry, what piece? Uncoupling these things from the national exclusive list is not even anything about tribalism. It's about development and progress. Because if you uncouple all of these things from the like the electricity, for instance, the power to generate is something that each locality, they can then look for what best fits their own situation.
Exactly.
So
the Kaduna State can generate itself too. So nobody is stopping them. Anybody?
Yes, they don't have capacity to sell so far.
They have solar, they have sun, they have wind.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Ajahn Lekoko.
The major restructuring that can happen that will facilitate for all what you guys are asking for with regard to state police, with regards to electricity and everything, is resource control. When you don't have resource control, forget about it. All others that you are asking for will end up being a failure. It's resource control that will give each state that capacity to run their state in the best way that will work for them. If I
That's true.
want
That's
to,
true. That's true.
yeah,
Yeah.
if I want to have 100,000 police in Lagos, if I don't have the money, I can't do it. If Ekiti or Ondo State want to have 500,000 police to secure their forests and the entire state from intruders, and they cannot control their resources that will generate revenue for them, it's going to end up being a failure.
Yeah, but
So,
Ajanle Koko, the process for to get resource control is a long thing. There are
Yeah,
many loopholes. There are
that's the
many
big
loopholes
one.
that we can take advantage of, because that one, you go to the house goes to the Senate, president ratifies it, they send it to the state house, the state house needs to meet, state senate needs to meet before state governors. You now need 24 states to do that before they now send it back and now goes to Supreme Court. Then it becomes constitution. It's a long process. You may
well,
not even get that done.
if you don't fight for that long process that will bring everlasting solution to our problem, then you will continue the perambulate.
But we
for
can
the
chip
same
at
place.
it. We can chip at it,
As
so it
Fela
will
says
make
the
that
song.
process. If we keep chipping at it in the courts,
You got the
No, no.
perambulate one for still
Yes,
the
I
same
agree
place.
with Ajanle Koko. Do you know why? Ajanle Koko, do
it's
you know
too.
why I agree with you? Can you imagine we are
Hold on, if let's collateral land that
You
point.
see, what you have to do is there are many loopholes. If you keep chipping at it in court, at some point in time, it will become inevitable anyway. So it will be easier to pass, because a lot of what you want, you will have found a lot of loopholes to kind of make it work. But if you want to do it now, people will resist badly. But if a lot of judgments you've had many judgments in court that is pushing it in that direction, then it's easy to pass. It becomes more like formality. But when it's not been tested, it's not been challenged, you've not done all those things you need to do before. Because even in America, before you go and pass constitutional amendment, it's not an easy process anywhere in the world. That's why I said, let's look at every single item by item, see where the loopholes are, and start challenging it in court. And if we're winning, then at the end of the day, every north, south, everybody will give up and just do it, because by then it's almost done.
You see, sorry,
know?
Ajanle Koko, let me just chip this in. You see, in that space of, and by the way, you are right, Ajanle Koko, a lot of all of these things, the thing that caps it all is resource control, because that's the affordability of everything else that we need to progress. But the resource control is the biggest hurdle that the country has to surmount. And really, where the real problem is going to be in those oil fields in the Niger Delta area. Because resource control, it has to be in total or not at all. Or can it be that they will ring fence certain resources for national importance and let the rest go? So do they, because that's resource control, they're not going to give up the oil fields in the Niger Delta. And if they're going to say resource control, then it has to be resource control or not.
Yeah, they are going to test it in court. They should make effort to test it in court.
Do you know how many loopholes you have in that constitution that you say should be tested in court?
Look at
Do you know
Miss Bat.
thousands of loopholes, thousands of what can be contested in that constitution? Look.
So why are we not contesting it then?
No, Kulata.
Sorry, if I carry on here.
Yeah, there are many things that you will be contesting. Okay, look at you get internally generated revenue now. Another person from the north is pushing water resource bill. Maybe you contest that one again. Another person will even push forest distance.
So in fact, you are talking about creating bills. Me, I'm not talking about creating bills. I'm talking about you take a case to court and say why is, for example, VAT. Let me just put, you know, there was a time federal government had this account that you could store money to, and the governors took the federal government to court that was unconstitutional, and that account
they scrapped it. So it's more like, all right, this particular, maybe for VAT or maybe for something. Why
The
am I
VAT is
doing
even
this?
in court now, right?
Take it to court.
So question is, how do you generate your VAT? Is it not from the resources of your
And
state?
let the court decide.
Take it to court. Let the court decide. Like, should I be sharing it with the federal government or should I not? And if the court says you shouldn't be sharing it,
Then
then
we
that's
have
the law.
Yeah.
And that VAT goes away. That's what I'm saying. We have to keep chipping at it to keep getting incremental power.
Sorry, Kulata. I think this approach is even better than trying to go one swap to change constitution, going from every state to the other, trying to get all the state House of Assembly to agree. That's not going to happen. So let's keep testing this thing in court. If we're able to really improve and get court judgments that will help us effectively address almost 25% of the lacuna, then we are 25% closer to true federalism. You get what I'm saying?
It can happen. It can happen if you vote for the right candidate.
If I may
That want to.
No, that has nothing to do with vote. Even private citizens.
If you vote for the right
can
candidate now, that have the political will to dismantle this constitution and
Ajalego will put his
He
candidate.
wants to land on over here.
Let Ajaleko have his moment. Carry on, Ajaleko.
Yes, if you vote for the right candidate that is ready to give you a constitution that will work for everybody and have for everybody to have peace of mind in that country. That is the only way forward. But if you are ready to vote, if you don't want to vote for the right candidate, you will continue to round and round in the same circle, and you will never find solution to the problem.
And who is that candidate?
Who is that one that is telling you that yes, it will give you a new constitution? Yes, you know that candidate now, and your Tinubu tell you. Tinubu has been, since 1999 has been calling for new constitution. Why did he keep quiet since 2014?
How can the president?
If he
how can the presidential candidate under a democrat say, "I will give you new constitution"?
A president cannot give you a constitution.
What are you saying? What are you saying now?
That's what you just said now.
What are you saying, Patrick?
Showore doesn't know.
What are you saying, Patrick?
What can you say? Give you new constitution. You can't do that now.
He doesn't know that.
You can't do that. Do you know how powerful Nigeria? Do you know how powerful Nigerian president is?
The president cannot give you
constitution. Do you know that Nigeria?
You've broken off.
The Nigerian president cannot give you a constitution. I've said it times without number on this platform. There is nowhere, no country in the world where a constitution is destroyed and then you gather everybody to start writing. There's no way. What people do is they set up a constitutional drafting committee, which is always made up of few people. Some people will always have problem against those people you have chosen. That's rightly so. That's natural. Some people must. The US,
this constitution you are operating is a decree.
The US
is not a constitution. You don't have a constitution, and you want to practice democracy well.
Let me ask a question. Who drafted the American Constitution that they are using?
We have their name. We have their name listed on that constitution.
Those guys
we have their name. Do you have the name of those that drafted your constitution?
Of course.
Who are those?
How can you say you don't have the name? I've mentioned their names before on this platform.
What's the name of those people?
It started from Nikitobi. Your respected Nikitobi headed the committee, okay? And there are 24 men committee that drafted it. The only thing they did was that they picked 1979 Constitution and then they worked more on it and amended it. And
is that the way to write? Is that the way a constitution is written?
Yes, sir. That is the way
it
is.
Come on, you are a lawyer and you are talking like this. You can't be talking like this. You can't be talking like this.
Do you have any other?
You can't be talking like this. Is that the way the Second Republic Constitution was written?
1979 Constitution, yes.
Yes.
Headed by F.R.A. Williams.
Hold on. Was those men that write the 1999 Constitution that we are operating now?
Yes.
Were they representative of the people?
They were selected by the government of the day, just like 79.
Where did they sit?
They sat in Abuja, Sheraton.
In Abuja, Sheraton.
Yes, and drafted it.
Inside one room, right?
What did they have for lunch, Ogbeni? What did they have for lunch?
Inside one room, right?
So
Ogbeni, stop defending this, man. They sat in one room.
The one in the USA, they all sat also inside one room and drafted.
Okay, the people they also sit in one room now.
This is the problem with us. You want this constitution, were they taken through all the states of the federation to ratify?
Why would they take it through during the military era?
All right. So look at your answer now. So it's a constitution. It's a constitution. Okay.
Do you even pick a copy of the constitution?
Okay. It's a constitution imposed on you, right? It's a constitution imposed on you.
So you want the military government to draft a democratic constitution?
No, let me tell you, the way constitution is written, even the Second Republic constitution, people were constituted, they sat together, representing the people and drafted the constitution.
How many people drafted the 79 constitution?
They were appointed and they drafted the constitution. They were known people, but
who appointed them?
So you don't know
who appointed them.
You don't know
military.
Who appointed them?
Process.
Who appointed 1979 one? Ajale Koko.
Hold on. They went through. Hold on. They went through.
It was military that appointed them too. Now
it was military.
No. The difference between the two, those people that were appointed, from different,
appointed by whom?
Hold on. From different walk of life, were made public. People saw them. People knew them. Unlike the one that drafted the 1999. Hold on.
Ajangogo is avoiding that question.
Same thing with
they were people appointed from different walks of life publicly. Hold on. Publicly. All right.
Can you mean publicly?
Unlike in 1999, were not appointed publicly. We didn't know them.
So Nikitobi was secretly appointed.
I think the wider point that Ajale Koko, I suspect the wider point that you are making is that the 1979 Constitution, even though it was brought in essentially from a military space, the composition of the people that actually wrote that constitution, they were more representative of the face of the country than these shadowy figures that Abdul Salami just plucked from somewhere and told them to give all the powers to the man.
Babajale is wrong on that. Probably maybe because it's not his field. The Constitution, the 1999 Constitution, there were reputable people, and I mentioned the chairman, Justice Nikitobi, well respected anywhere in Nigeria, and that man would not sit in any out place. You know him, we all knew him, just like first one, F.R.A. Williams. That man headed the 1999 Constitution. What they simply did in 1999 was that, because 1979 collapsed, not because of the constitution. Don't forget, 1979 collapsed because of the politicians. So what they simply did was to pick that 1979. If you compare 79 and 99, there were just few things, maybe federal character, one or two things they added to 1999, and then they made it. See, everywhere in the world, constitution are written that way. What you do is you amend constitution and you keep amending. Some 50 slave traders sat in the United States of America and they drafted the constitution. They were all slave owners. But today, do you know how many amendments they've had in the US? But they didn't destroy it and say, let's get another constitution the way we keep saying that in Nigeria.
Okay, hold on. You are one of the strongest supporters of Tinubu. What was Tinubu and the Alliance of Democracy were calling for in 1999?
In 1999.
On that constitution, what were they calling for?
Yes, they called for the restructuring of Nigeria.
No, hold on. Hold on. Were they not calling for sovereign national conference to write the new constitution that can work for everybody? Was that not what they were calling for?
They all call for sovereign national congress purposely to restructure Nigeria.
Okay, yes. To sit down, restructure Nigeria, write the constitution. Because their argument is that this constitution fit for no purpose. That was their candidate. That was their argument. Your Tinubu that you are supporting today, it was calling, among others, that this constitution was a fraud and should be dismantled, and we should sit down and rewrite it. But now today he's not talking about it, but you are banking on him that is the one that can restructure Nigeria. I don't get it sometimes the way you guys put up your argument.
To this man, if there's any governor in Nigeria or any personality in Nigeria that has tested that constitution sufficiently, is Tinubu and his administration. Let's be fair to him. He has tested so many provisions of that constitution, and he has been able to change a lot within the constitution. And the issue of VAT we are talking about today, he started it. So Tinubu has tested that constitution in several ways. So what are we talking about? You see, people said in 2015 that Tinubu talked about restructuring. He talked about the constitution, but he didn't talk about it after they got into government. And I always ask them, was Tinubu in power? Tinubu was at a point in time during this Buhari government edged out completely from that government. Don't forget, because we forget things too easily in Nigeria. He was edged out completely. He just played his politics.
In fact, it was only really brought back in 2019 when they knew there was a good chance they may lose the election. Yeah.
So when they now said, "Oh, he stopped talking," why will he not stop talking? The entire manifesto he drafted for them, they jettisoned the manifesto and they sidelined him to one side, and the guy started struggling for his own political career. Let me tell you, if this man finds himself back to this power, you see all those things he talked about in 2015, I'm convinced inside me that
you said Tinubu developed manifesto for who?
Yes, now the joint manifesto they had in
for who? For APC.
Yes, it was a joint manifesto.
That's not true. This guy, I've said it several times in public places. Party told me that he was the one that wrote the constitution.
Party told me wrote which?
Yes, the manifesto rather.
Oh, sorry. I was talking about the APC constitution, not manifesto.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I was talking about their constitution. It was in their constitution. They said they put federal character and restructuring, and they started going against it. But what will you have, Tinubu? Almost all his boys, they even removed from the government. Almost all, and even some of them that remained there went against.
But they could have put federal character as a program in the constitution of a party now.
I don't even know. They said their something an objective is hinged on federal character. Okay. And That's what people have been using against them anyway. So rightly so, because if they actually put it in black and white and you don't follow it, yeah, rightly so. But for me, was Tinubu in government? The answer is no. This is the first time this man wants to contest. He's just in the spotlight for the very first time. So don't implant Barry's woes and put it on this man's neck. Yes, I'm not saying he will exonerate himself completely from it, but he can't implant it totally. All these guys, see Fowler, all those guys, they kick them out. Even Oshiomhole is only they kick all those guys out, So
let me ask you a question, Ogbeni Agba.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now that Tinubu have not been speaking for restructuring since 2014, and now that we have a lot of people among whom are strong northerners supporting him and working for him to be president, you think that he has not compromised that effort of restructuring? You think he will be able to bring it up?
No.
Since I've been speaking for restructuring since 2014, you think he has not compromised already? You think he can still bring it up when he assumed the position of power, position of authority that, as the president of Nigeria, You are just like the owner of that country. You own every resources in that country. That's what the president of Nigeria
I don't
now.
think so.
That's how powerful the president of Nigeria is.
Have you studied his
Ogbeni,
manifesto?
wait, Ogbeni, please,
Let's
before you
start with
answer,
it.
and
Okay.
owing to the fact that the VP has come out to say restructuring my foot, so add it to Adanle Koko's question and answer. His vice president has said restructuring my foot.
Let me start with the vice president. He said that years back, and Tinubu is not a person that a vice president can push around. Please study this man very well. Study him very well. Do you know how many deputy governors he used in Lagos and dumped them if they don't follow his ideology? So let's follow this guy. He's not a saint. He's not, but there is a pattern we have to study and see. Tinubu is not someone a vice president can be pushing around. They all know. Even the northern hegemony, the northern oligarch that are with him, they understand that this man is like another Obasanjo when it comes to standing your ground. He has no godfather. So nobody dictate for him. We all know that. Or who is Tinubu's godfather? Nobody can name any because he has none. And nobody can dictate for him. So that said on that, I don't see the VP controlling Tinubu. It's not possible. If none of those Bokna Kirili and others could control Tinubu in Lagos with all their status and all their, you can't control Tinubu just anyhow. Okay, that's for that. Now, I want Babajale Koko. I don't know if he has studied Tinubu's manifesto. If you go back to study Tinubu's manifesto, restructuring is there. It's embedded there. And that's why I always tell people, let's study all these people's manifesto. I've studied Obi, I've studied all their manifesto, all these guys. Tinubu's manifesto talked about, what Tinubu did was this. He picked major issues that he thinks once you get this right, and that's why I agree with what Kulata is saying, that you may not pick the entire constitution and start. What these guys will simply do is they pick one or two items that are very striking, that are very significant. And once they go for it, then you have your restructure even without saying it already. In his manifesto, he talked about this police system. And he talks about the 3 tiers of police system is going to have: local government level, state government level, and the federal government level. For me, what's restructuring again with that? That's your security architecture also restructured. The guy talked about a local government issue in his manifesto. Then if you get that done, then what restructuring do you need again? That's for me, and so many other things he talked about. I think there's a place he talked about citizenship. Can't remember again. So for me, what is even in this exclusive list, if you may permit me just maybe 1 minute to just run through without any interruption on this exclusive list we all talked about. Like Olata said, that it may be a bit cumbersome for us to start saying resource control, because there are a lot of things involved that could involve in resource control. You will start by questioning which resources. A lot of resources we have, the solid minerals and others. Then, if a state government is controlling its own resources, to what extent are you controlling your resources? If you get resources in your state, can you seek for loan outside Nigeria, which is within the exclusively? Because most times to tap all these resources is capital intensive. Or do you still need federal government to back you up in getting loan outside Nigeria to tap whatever resources you are tapping? And when you are tapping, then where do you get your credit facility? What do you have to stand for that credit facility? Is it the same resources you want to tap that you're going to use? These are the questions that we have to unravel, and we have to sit, our legislators have to sit and think deep over each of these issues before we can say, oh, resource control, the way. But for me, what are the items contained in the exclusive list? And what are the major ones, I think, if we're able to pick? Tinubu has picked 2. I just identified those 2. Police, our police system, and the local government autonomy. Judicial autonomy. If we're able to say judiciary, you see, like I go to court every day now in practice. You see, most simplest criminal matter in Nigeria, most time goes to magistrate court. Do you know all these magistrate courts are not controlled by the federal government? They belong to the state government. In fact, magistrates are appointed by the state government. Where you will get the best magistrate today in terms of magistrate that they take care of, they supply them car, they give them good standard of living, is Lagos. You still find it in Nigeria. That is why everybody wants to rush there to practice. As a matter of fact, I think Lagos has about 60% of all lawyers in Nigeria. They're concentrated in Lagos. That 40 or 50 or 60 or so concentrated in Lagos. So now, if you are able to target judiciary, you see every day everybody say, oh, judiciary is not, and I tell people the corruption in judiciary is actually concentrated at the base of that pyramid more than you find it at Supreme Court. But if you are able to if you're able to curb that thing at that little level, that level where a magistrate does not collect money anyhow and collect, you see some magistrates in some states, they collect fish. It's as terrible as that in Nigeria. Collect corn, collect fish, collect to give judgment. If we are able to attack it at that point, you there coming as a magistrate, the state government has consolidated fund to pay directly to the account of the magistrate. Not that one state government will just hold it. It's coming straight. But do you know what? Do you know Buhari has an executive order to achieve this thing? But do you know those that frustrated this effort? State governors, led by Ogbeni in Ondo State. They frustrated this effort for judiciary to be free of all these issues so that money goes straight to them. They budget on their own. They draw money directly from consolidated fund, and we're able to get justice without any interference in Nigeria. But Buhari made that. But today now, if anybody thought it's Buhari, independent, I said no. He tried his best. He took that step. So, but what are the other things that are found in our executive exclusive list? Drug is there, prison is there, and I wonder sometimes. I say, why can't each state government has its own?
All right, just run us through that list in a tabular form, and then I want to move the conversation on to Kulata and Saki Fada. I want to speak about the top 5 states that was detailed in one of the readouts. But give us the exclusive list.
Okay, that's fine. Then let me just run through the few ones I can really remember now. I know that arms, ammunition, and explosives are there, which federal government controls.
And by the way, as we are running us through it, tell us the ones that you feel should stay there or should be removed. So do it in that way.
Okay, so I think arms, ammunition, and explosives should still remain in the hand of federal government. I think light arms should be in the hands of the state government so that our state police can hold light arms. That's the way I see it. Now, airports, traveling by air, carriage of goods by air, and all that in the federal government. I don't think that should be. I think the state. I think they should break it into two. So if it's international airports, you're traveling out. If you're taking goods out and all that, federal government should be in charge of that. But within Nigeria, if I'm flying from Ekiti, my state, to Ondo State, why must federal government? Why that? I should be able to, as a state government, to have your own airport within. The local airport should be controlled by state governments. That's what I feel anyway. Promissory note, yes, that is your currency and all that. I think it should still be within the federal government. Then after that, I remember they are borrowing of money. If a state government wants to borrow money, then you have to reach to the federal government. You can't just go straight and say you want to borrow money from Israel or you're borrowing money from anywhere. Then census. This is another issue I have. I know Nigeria is a very complex place, but why will you say it's only federal government that should conduct census? I should be in
at the national level, or should that not be broken down so that at the state level they can conduct whatever they like, but to have a national, do you know census. What I mean?
Yes, yeah. That's what I think. I think that should be at the state level. I should be in my state in Ekiti and say, I want to know the population of the people within my state. Why must the federal government come and conduct that my population census for me? Anambra should be say, I want to know. Let me so that.
Sorry, is there a law preventing the states from doing that anyway?
This is the law. The Constitution, the exclusive list says census. Only federal government can do it.
So it should be a joint, it's mutualist kind of thing.
I think so. I think there should be. If federal government wants to do the federal one, do it. Then each state should be able to say, okay, let me double check. Let me know what's the birth rate, what's the growth, what's happening here. That's the way I see it. And for me, I even think private individuals should even be able to do these things. I don't know. Yes, government may not accept it as official record, but They do all these opinion poll and co. So why if people accept it? Why not? The way I see it anyway. Then another issue I remember there is citizenship. Citizenship, yeah. Well, everywhere in the world. I think it's federal government that always control that. Immigration, migration, and others. Then I remember drug, yeah, which is a very sensitive thing anyway. Then prison. It's only federal government that can have prison. That one, I don't see why state government should not have their own prison, even if it's not maximum prison. But let state government have their own prison so that petty thieves and others they can control how to incarcerate them and things like that. Then railway. This railway now, recently I see a kind of maybe liberalism bring into that. I don't know, but I know light train now. State government now do their light train, blue line, all this line and go. I don't know how the arrangement is like, but the constitution still remains that the rail system belongs to the federal government. And other items I can't really readily remember now. Thanks for the opportunity.
All
Roman,
right.
sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Do you know this censorship of a thing? I think it's even part of the thing that is really pushing the growth of that country backwards. You can imagine, and all the indications are showing that Nigeria has a wrong data collection system and censorship system or population count. Look at the spread of voter registration turnout, where we have underage voters. If it's true that we have the number of voters, why does it not translate to the number of students that have been registered for WAEC in every state? Because these are data that can be that should have some form of what would I say semblance. You can imagine Lagos State have voters up to 1 million, WAEC students maybe 500,000. Then another state we have voters up to 1 million, WAEC system, WAEC registered students 1,000. There's something.
It just means that the education, the propensity for education in those states are lower. That's not an indicator that data.
500,000 to 1,000.
No, but then you have to marry that with out of school children in that state that has lower. You understand? So, but I think the data that should even go together is the income tax payment, the income tax system. If you have more population, except for countries, states where they have better economy and then the income bracket of the people in those populations are high, then ceteris paribus, the income tax growth rate should be relative to population growth rate in each state. So, but there are so many data system that you can use to check the validity of other indices that other data project actually. But if I don't miss it, I know where you are going. But I think they are still more than us. They are more than us. They have more numbers.
The other thing is, if another thing I would really want the government to look at is our education system. Education and agricultural system, they should remove it from the exclusive list. Like
education system is on joint now. At the federal, the states have state university, they have state secondary school, they have teaching hospitals, they have almost all the institutions that the federal have now. So
they
don't have military institutions. That's all, military schools.
Patrick, the agricultural system or policy that work in the south will not work in the north, and I don't think it will work in the middle belt, because we have different topography, we have different
but the state
cultural line.
The state Ministry of Agric, and they are there they can define their own farming system. Sure, the land ownership is even in the state. So more in agric, because they made the most prominent resources in agric. The most prominent resource in agric is land, and land is within the control of the state. You understand what I'm saying?
Land and water. So if the federal government wants to control the water, that's a problem, because now the federal government, where state feels okay, I want to create a dam system for more agricultural production, they need to get a license from the federal government. Something is wrong somewhere.
No, but the dam system, for example, you want to create dams in your own state. That dam you are creating is going to have effect on other states. You understand? For example, if Kogi State decides to say, I want to dam Benue River, you understand? And now, because I want to work on my agriculture and everything. Now, the people, some people in the east, some people along that tranche of River Benue are going to be affected. So the federal government has to be the one controlling that kind of resource. You understand what I'm saying? For us not to have a kind of disaster we had last year where you have flood and everything. You understand? But with agric, I think it's still okay. With the major one that the states really need to fight is resource control. This one, restructuring they were talking about. If resource control is taken care of, for example, if Wike and Lagos wins have VAT case, and then if, for example, with oil now being found in the north, I'm sure some northern states will join the resource control argument. And most states now trying to control their minerals as more minerals are being. So resource control will be out. Once that is out of it, forget it. Nobody will start thinking of agitation again or restructuring. Because at that point, you have your money. The government will not tell you not to spend your money the way you want, as long as it's to benefit the people. But another thing that Benny said, I think we could also have is citizenship, though it's on light side. But the state could also not be totally in control of citizenship. The state should have the ability to sponsor foreign citizens to become Nigerian citizens. For example, Lagos say, okay, I want to attract this class of professionals in my field, and I want to be able to pay them. I want them to be part of, I want them to be Lagosians. And
Patrick, that would be too dangerous. That would be too dangerous in our own environment if you give that.
Because of the north?
Yeah, you have to look at the situation and the way we always affiliate ourselves with. Just imagine Buhari as a premier of the north, for example. Before you know, Nigerians will be Nigerians as fast as possible. So, to me, I think, the federal government can still keep that. But like the issue of restructuring, you are talking about resource control. See, if we take so many things away from the federal government, there'll be argument to reduce the revenue share, the revenues that goes to the federal government. Because you see all these GBT sensor we do in Nigeria today, it's all for revenue sharing. And all those local government they are creating it based on just getting the percentage of that. If you take part of that thing, those things away from the federal government, all their responsibility is going to reduce the money that will go to the federal government. So if you can reduce what goes to the federal government, let's say to 10% or 15%, then we have little to start manipulating. So we may not even need to enact resource control before we even regulate that environment. So I still want to agree with Kulata and Ogbeni that are saying, okay, those ones that we can even pick without even alerting those people that we want to stand against the restructuring of that country, we should achieve that for now. Then later, we can always raise resource control. That's just my opinion there.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me take the conversation to Saki Fada if he's still there. So, Saki Fada, are you still there? All right. I didn't imagine it was. It was so quiet all the way through. So let me actually start sound check people that might not still be there. Play Summer, are you still there?
Yes, Omar, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. And I think we've heard every other voice. So Saki Fada, if you're still there, indicate in the comment section in the private chat, so I don't remove you whilst you're still available. I want to take the conversation to this space. This is really, it comes off the back of what we discussed just a couple of days ago with the spreadsheet that we went through. So this is Tinubu, Atiku, Kwankwaso, 5 top states with highest registered voters and chances of APC, PDP in them. So they've given us, because the elections is going to a long way be decided on what happens in these 5 states. And the 5 states are Lagos State with 7 million registered voters, Kano with approximately 6 million, Kaduna with 4.3 million, Rivers State with 3.5 million, and Katsina State with 3.5 million. So the writer of this piece, he has gone through all of these states and is giving the attribution of Lagos State to Tinubu. Is also, you may say controversially, let me actually give you Kano State. It says Kano State has 5,921,370 registered votes. It says the northern state is the second highest registered voters in the poll in 2023. Over 5 million people have registered to vote in the state based on INEC statistics. But this is where the controversy comes in. It says just like Lagos, APC is likely to win the state because the party has been controlling the state since 2015 and secured the highest votes for Buhari in the last two elections. So this article controversially is giving Kano State to APC. Rivers State, this article is telling us that it's likely to go to Atiku. It says this is one of the toughest states in the forthcoming polls with over 3.5 million registered voters at the present, as against the 3.21 million recorded in 2019. Atiku Abubakar of the PDP is likely to win the state, despite the crisis rocking the party, which is the rift between Yemse Wike and the party's presidential candidates. So, curiously, this article is telling us that Atiku will take River State, irrespective of what Yemse Wike has to say. So, the article gives Lagos State, Kano State, and Kaduna State, it gives to Tinubu as well, gives River State to Atiku Abubakar, and then Katsina, it gives to Tinubu as well, for reasons that Buhari is the president and he comes from there. So according to this article now, these 5 states with the largest number of registered voters, 4 of them go to the APC, 1 to the PDP. So if this holds true, within these 5 states, the results of these 5 states gives us a president. Please, Summer.
Yes, absolutely. Result of the 5 states will give us a president. Let me start from Lagos. Previously, everybody agrees that Tinubu will take Lagos, even though Labour Party will have a good show there. And then let me come to Kaduna because I know Kaduna very well. I grew up in Kaduna. I'll give you one example. Last year, my mom still lives there. I was telling her about the election, that who are they going to vote for. She was causing Ekpe. If you understand Ekpe, she was practically swearing for APC that I want my Bajeni. But this year, fast forward to this year, I asked her again. But now, because of the way the obedience are bullying everybody, it now she has allows that even if the obedience are bullying everybody, why won't she come back to her own base? And there's one thing I ask her and my younger sister that still lives there. My mom's street in Kaduna, when I visited like around 2018, sorry, or 17, El Rufai just graded the road with all those red sands and dust were everywhere. So they were saying this guy just put partial construction on everywhere is dirty. But I can tell you, Kaduna now, that when I asked my younger sister about Kaduna, she herself confirmed that she couldn't recognize some junctions again with flyovers. She is telling me that my mom's street is an highway. It's not like it's an inner road, though, but the model of the construction done there is like an highway. Even my mom could not insult APC again. So that's one thing about Kaduna. So whatever is going on in Kaduna, whatever shout the Labour Party are shouting on Atiku. And one other thing is about El-Rufai. El-Rufai, that guy is a brilliant guy. The only issue he has is that he talks too much. And whenever you talk too much, you tend to offend people anytime you talk. But he's a good guy. That's one thing I'll take about it. Because also, like, people will refer him to sometimes he quoted on Twitter that they traced some Mieti Allah or something to some Chadan state or something to go and compensate them. It's because he talks too much. But besides that, he's a very good guy. So coming to Rivers. Rivers, I can't say, but we'll have to give it to Atiku because it's predominantly PDP states. But
do you think the article is discounting the Obi movement? Because a lot of people will argue with you quite vigorously that that River State, Peter Obi has the best chance there out of everybody else.
I was there when Kulata brought out his spreadsheet, and he has done a very great job. I would like to. The spreadsheet is almost close to reality. So there is no equivocation about it. It's almost close to reality. Labour Party, all the hype they are having, it's I won't say on social media, even some on the ground. There are some, I missed it. I used to send you some stuff on IG. I missed one particular one. All these internet influencer went to mall in one of the cities, and he was interviewing people that some young girls, some young students that if you have your voter's card, I'll give you 5,000. Who are you voting for? They say, Labour Party. Do you have a lot of them say, I'm still going to collect it next week. I'm still going to collect. I just registered. But this same guy went to the inner market, and the woman who sells Ororo, granite oil, who sells onions, all of them came out with their inside their inner pocket, came out with their PVC. And that is the structure we're talking about. The local women in the market, they didn't say, I'm going to collect my PVC. Some of their PVCs are as old as 8 years ago. And that is the structure we're talking about. It's not the noise on the internet. So in that respect, the hype on internet will not reflect on the election date. And most of even these guys will be playing football on the street on election day because it's a holiday they can mingle together. So that's it for Rivers State. Asiwaju will give a good show up in Rivers State. Good show up. Atiku will win, but Asiwaju will give a good show up. Then maybe the upper will get some. And in Katsina, just as we all know, actually there is a story going on. And one of you mentioned it like 2 days ago. Like one of the member of APC raised the objection that Asiwaju is not getting support from Buhari the way Asiwaju supported him in 2015, and it's true. But then I just want to put that on Buhari's personal behavior. Everything about the government now is so fed up about the way things is going. He tried his best, but it doesn't seem showing up. So he just wanted to leave a free and fair election, but then it won't still affect Tinubu's vote in Katsina. Do we remember that the placeholder for Asiwaju after the primaries before selecting before choosing his running mate was the governor of Katsina? So that's a sign to show that he resonates with people of Katsina very well. So in Katsina, he's going to have it. And in Kano, what is playing out in Kano, we have the Kokoso scenario, we have the Shekarau scenario, and the Gadije scenario. And what's this name again? The third guy who left for PDP back, Shekarau, left Conca, so he must have seen something before he left. It's not about the promises, PDP promises.
So sorry, can you remember who Kwankwaso backed in 2015 and 2019? Can you remember who he backed?
That is part of it. Kwankwaso and Shekarau, including Peter Obi, was with Atiku in 2019.
And they couldn't deliver.
They couldn't deliver. Even sometimes you argue that PDP won in 2019. I see your argument sometimes. I used to say, whether won or not won, the margin of the vote is there. If it's minimal, they could use that in court. But they still went to court, carried up to Supreme Court, and then they didn't have an evidence to prove that they won. So 3 of them were with Atiku, and yet they lost. And now they are divided. And most of the argument on the TV station is that whatever vote Kwankwaso is taking is from PDP, although he will take some of the APC votes. Kwankwaso himself is taking PDP. He's taking his vote from PDP back to PDP again, but then he will still take APC's vote. But that will not be a huge chunk that won't make them deliver in Kano State. So APC will still deliver in Kano State. Plus, what all the things Gambia is doing, breaking up the Emirates, making sure wherever your struggle is, you have less power than leaving it as a whole, where only one emirate will speak to them and everybody will follow. He has broken it down. If you are strong in this place, you will only be strong in where your people are. So Kano again will deliver. And with this little analysis that 4 of the huge states is going for Tinubu. Okay, no, 4, yeah, 4 is going for APC and 1 is going for Atiku. Atiku is not having a sway at all. People will try. He will try.
Yes, I was just going to say that this article, it did not bring Peter Obi into the play at all.
Yeah, it is true. Aside the southeast states, Peter Obi will struggle with any other state in Nigeria. He will struggle. Just listen to the scenario I told you now about the local women, people in the interior having their PVC as old as 8 years ago. I want to talk about people who just registered. People who just registered, we will assume that a lot of them registered. Even out of those ones that collected, half of them won't turn up on the day of election. And even the half of them that turn up is not all for Labour Party. Even the ones that collected, they are not all going to vote for Labour Party.
If all of the Southeast, if they voted for Peter Obi 100%, it still not will be just in the numbers of vote. It might not necessarily, in fact, it certainly would not be up to the numbers from Kano and Lagos.
That is still debatable. Not us. Peter Obi will get 100% in Southeast. With the likes of Ojus or Kalu, structure with Imo State Governor David Umahi, and everybody, even the Southeasterners still commend David Umahi with a gigantic project he had done there. I realized like the one of the biggest one in Africa now is situated in Ebonyi State. So this guy, especially the Ebonyi State Governor, has really done well, and he has counting in all Southeast. The Imo State Governor too, even though he's not trying a lot, he will still use his power to suppress any other vote coming out of Labour Party. That's the fact. So we can't even give Peter Obi 100. We can only give him like let's say 60%, which is structure. Anyway, Southeast will not go for structure. So without the structure, they will only be able to get like 60% or 55% in Southeast. And outside South States, they are not even the Benue they are trying to give them. The Benue governor will not come out to say, okay, go and vote for Peter Obi. APC still have a good structure in Benue State. Remember, even Otom was in APC. They had issues because of the elders clashes. That's what broke away from APC. So they still have other good structure in Benue State. So I don't think Peter Obi will have in all those states. It's just the normal internet hype.
So I have a question.
Yes, please.
Do you know the price of that small I pass my neighbor generator now in Nigeria?
I might not know it, but it's popular.
Okay, it's 110,000 naira. So the question I want to ask you: do you think the economy will affect the way people will vote in next month's election?
Okay, the economy is of APC. And if we say the economy is of APC, are we removing Nigeria from Africa or the world entirely? The whole economy of the world, even the US where we live, gas went up. It was only recently that it went down a bit, and it's not permanently down. It still goes up. I used to buy eggs of let's say one dozen for $8 before. Now it's like $12 or $15, twice the price. So when we talk about Nigeria, it's not different from any other economy.
No, it's different. It's different. Do you know why it's different? The money the civil servants are being paid is not commensurate to what is happening. What you have in Nigeria is but whatever you buy now, you are buying it more or less at, let me say, times 3 of the former amount it was before. and they've not reviewed
It's like
their
that here
salary.
too.
So do
Mostly,
you think? Do
it's
you
like
think?
that here, and they didn't increase our salary too. So
That's what I'm saying. My salary
it's
didn't
like that in
increase here.
Canada too. They didn't increase our salary.
Brother, play summer. Sorry, brother. I
Yes.
thank you very much for all those comments you make about Kano. I have said many times here over exaggeration of Kwankwaso in Kano. You know, but just before I go there, the economy thing. If the economy is going to torpedo the voting for the government, you will already see riots. You're not seeing riots all over Nigeria about this. So at best, maybe 20% influence on the voting pattern is not going to mean that an APC.
But that's a significant percentage, though. You are saying it. Yeah.
No, in the worst case scenario, maximum, unbelievable, 20%. If you're going to see a wave, you already feel it in the people will be already rioting or protesting or whatever. Because this civil servant, if you're going to are you going to sacrifice the stability of the employment and go for another regime that you don't know whatever? The civil servants, they were all being owed salaries by states, by this, by everybody before the government came. So this is a government that is paying your salaries every time or whatever, getting your gratuity, whatever. Even the government helps the states to give them money. Buhari gave the states money to help to pay salaries that his government did not even know about. So this is how, like in Oshun, this guy that lost, he had a lot of issues with the civil servants. Largely because also I think he didn't find a way to be paying them regularly. If you're paying the civil servant regularly, there's not going to be, if they are assured of you paying them regularly, there's not going to be a momentous shift towards somebody you don't know what it's going to bring or whatever you experience under the PDP.
Point of correction: the former Osun governor was paying them regularly.
Yeah. No, but he had some issue.
No, he was not paying the arrears.
It was the arrears that he didn't pay, but
he was really paying salary.
Yeah, it was the arrears.
No, I accept Babajani. That's why I didn't put it. I was trying to. I don't remember in specific what, but I knew there was some kind
But
of.
the question I even want to ask people when talk of economy is that: is it only the federal government that is responsible for the economy? For example, unemployment. The state also have a quota. You can also work towards the such that the inflation in your state is lower. There are some states that have high inflation rate. For example, in a place like Abuja, rent is higher, transportation is higher. So those are things. States are also responsible. So, but the point is, everybody just blame the federal government. Oh, the economy is bad, the clinical is bad.
Yeah, we have to blame federal government because one area that federal government plays, which failed, which is insecurity, affect the economy of each state. A lot of farmers could not go to farm. A lot of activity could not take place due to insecurity. People could not travel freely from one place to the other around the country, to transact their business. That affects the economy seriously. So the federal government is responsible largely for the poor economy that is facing us in the country. And more importantly, their economic policy was so poor. The monetary policy so poor, fiscal policy so poor, and the debt that they incur on the country drive up the inflation rate. All these things put together.
Which of the monetary policy?
Which of the monetary policy? Which of
monetary policy do you think is poor?
Even the insecurity, it's the consensus that it improved. It's not totally.
Fatai, no. It's because the media is not showing you some data. There are some local government that bandits are collecting taxes as we are speaking now.
How many compared to PDP? Compared to Jonathan? I said improved though. I didn't say he has solved all the security.
Are you telling us the security?
Nothing improved. They only silence the media.
So are you telling us that security now is as terrible as what we had in 2000?
What we had before? This is my question.
Oh yes, let me tell you, 2015. Hold on.
When we had bombs
in 2015.
This is the point. You cannot have fighter jets, and you are going to convince me that there's no improvement.
Hold on. let me tell you this: how the insecurity. Let me tell you how the security was of during this APC administration since 2015. Before that, when Jonathan was there, the insecurity problem that we are facing was limited, was Boko Haram, and that was limited within
with
Southeast.
bombs everywhere in Abuja. Even police headquarters
now.
UN building.
Everybody was being bombed. Buhari is even getting awards from West African government.
What are you talking about? When they go to rail station and they pick people and you say security improve?
Excuse me.
We are not saying that there are no security.
This is the way. This is the way they defend. This is the way they defend APC.
Is there no kidnapping in America today?
Hold on. Hold on. We are not saying that security is as been at its best, but we are saying we are better off than 2015. And
no evidence, Patrick. No evidence. See the level of insecurity in Nigeria today. Before insecurity, you could not even identify what they want to gain. But this time around, the insecurity has even reached a level where they are now even holding the federal government to ransom. It was not that's bad.
How? Hold federal government to ransom? How?
Okay, when they took people from the train the other time, and these guys are saying, okay, pay us or free some of our guys, so let us negotiate to release us. How do we define that?
No. I think that's not. That does not mean they are
and we must know the fact that Jonathan government didn't try to clamp down on the media for even talking about the insecurity. But this time around, even none of the mainstream media can just
How did they clamp down?
How did they clamp down? The media don't even like
I got Patrick. Several times, this Boris spokesman, not the Yoruba guy, the other guy, the answer guy, and some other brother have come out that the media is doing more damage than good for the insecurity in Nigeria. Many times they pushed it in the executive power, not in the legislature. They pushed it and they started going after the media personnel. Remember when they arrested some guys from channels when they interviewed it was Autumn talking about the killings in Benue. So we have never had it this bad. The reason we're not getting security now because they went after media. It's not that it's not happening. It's happening badly. It's worse.
I am not really supporting that, but I also believe that I've said it on this platform that the media should need to be more responsible in the way they discuss security issues. And I give examples of someone who lost his father in the field of theater, and then before they could even break the news to the family, they already saw it in the media. So the media need to be more responsible, but doesn't mean that media cannot report incidences. The media reported the Kaduna train. Now the media reported the train incidents that happened in Warrior Outrage side. The media. So how are they claiming them? The one that happened recently, the train incident that happened recently in Outrage or wherever in Edo State. Did the government stop them from reporting it?
Brother,
you see that train you mentioned is because if they fail to do it in Nigeria, the media outside Nigeria, they will do that. Wait now. See how many of these insecurity that is happening in villages like, let's say, in Ekiti.
So how did you know?
And
if you didn't,
how did I know?
If they didn't report,
how did I know? Okay, now a person like me, I school in Ekiti, for example, I can tell you what happened in the particular town where I schooled. What was happening there? Where people can no longer go to the farm.
Can tell me nothing happened. If you are
Fatah, then we are indirectly saying I should believe you, but you should not believe me. After even mentioned anything now. Wait. This Patrick is saying, if I mention our colleague now that is into farming now, for example, if he's going to his farm in Ekiti, if you see the number of dogs and the number of security guard, they just used to guard cassava farm. There is a particular axis around the Ekiti that nobody dares go to that place because they've taken over all those areas that even the Idigi, they cannot longer go to that place. And I've never for once heard this thing in any of the mainstream media. But for people like us that we know what is happening there, we know what is going on there.
Well, that's not an incident now. The media probably will not report that now. that somebody is guarding his farm. You understand?
Wait, but
The media will not report
this
that
thing, but this thing was not like that under Jonathan. That's what we're saying. Because now kidnapping is now so lucrative in Nigeria today that they kidnap people at random and they get money. Are you saying that happened under Jonathan, or it's not insecurity? So see, let's forget about media management.
Under Jonathan,
and the insecurity in the Northwest did not exist during the Jonathan time. All the insecurity that was ravaging the Sokoto, the Kaduna,
I disagree with that. Let me say something. I grew up in the
disagree.
I said it before. From Maiduguri, that's the far north, up to Abuja.
I'm talking about Northwest. Northwest.
Northwest. I'm doing Northwest. That's why I said from far north, you pass through all the Kano to get to Abuja. From the end to get to North Central. That's what I'm saying.
During the time of Jonathan?
Let me say what I'm saying. During the time of Jonathan, there will be military checkpoint at every 10 kilometers.
Thank you, my brother.
Military checkpoint at even inside Abuja, your church, your mosque, there is army presence there. They will check you.
Abuja is not Northwest now. I mean, what are you talking about?
Northeast to North Central. You didn't hear me well. From Northeast down to North Central.
It's Northwest I'm talking about.
You pass through Northwest to get to Abuja now. You pass through Kaduna to get to Abuja. I'm telling you, I have vast knowledge of the north. I said from Maiduguri, that's the far north. From Maiduguri, that's the border to Chad. Then you are coming in Nigeria, inside Nigeria. You are passing the Katsina, Sokoto, everything to Kaduna. You pass through Kaduna to get to Abuja. There is military present at every checkpoint. In your church.
Oga play summer.
Yeah.
For what you are saying now, your own words. During Jonathan time, you said there was military checkpoint. Yes. You're not saying it's not bandit in every 30 kilometers. Military checkpoint. Hold on now. There is military checkpoint to at least tackle the insecurity of that time.
He didn't tackle it.
Why would this?
Hold on now, Oga Patrick now. There were military checkpoint. In Benin, Oga Patrick know this. In Ore, Aziz, Okada, every day they kidnap people. Benin and Ondo. There's no military checkpoint till today since Buhari regime started. There's no military checkpoint. It's after they kill Shore brother. Today, there's no military checkpoint in every 10 kilometers. And you are still comparing that time and now. When at that time they make effort, now there's no effort. There's this I don't care attitude. And you are saying we should do comparison. Do we vote APC to start do comparison? That is the question.
What piece for the first time? Southwest even have Southwest even have a IDP campaign in Benin Republic, but because our people will be the next president, they are not even reporting on those people.
Do they vote to comparison? Do they vote to say how many people was killed that time? How many people killed? I think we voted to stop the killing. Have they stopped it? No. That ends the question. Don't bring comparison like, okay, 10 people killed in the other time. 20 people are killing now.
Brother, can I just speak 1 second? There must be comparison because it's different government. How do you measure how do you measure if there is improvement or if there is no improvement? You have to compare both administration to know which trajectory we are trending. Now,
I think we are not doing. I think we are just doing. We won't be doing any good to ourselves if we continue to say security under Buhari is better than that time of Jonathan.
Jonathan cannot argue with. Jonathan himself cannot argue with.
No, Fatai, we just have to abandon this. Maybe one more we can go. We can't be circling. This kind of argument is not even good. It's just an argument that every fact, every indices shows that Buhari failed.
Which indices?
In the area of
mention
security.
Don't just say every. Mention which one.
Okay, I will mention. There wasn't banditry during the time of Jonathan.
But there was terrorism.
Hold on. The terrorists was limited in Northeast, particularly in Maiduguri. Hold on.
There was terrorism in Abuja.
Hold on.
In Kano.
No, there wasn't in Kano. That was not true. There wasn't any attack in Kano.
There was in Kano now. That Shannon's guy died in Kano.
Sorry, let Ajanekoko answer the question that was put to him. Carry on.
There wasn't any attack in Kaduna. There was, look, in Niger State was not occupied the way it is today. Kogi, that is ravaged with terrorists, it wasn't like that during the time of Jonathan. All the western space that been ravaged with all these terrorists, the killing in the war, the killing in Ondo State and some of our land, Iskilu in Oyo State and Osun State, all did not happen during Jonathan time. What are you people talking about?
So do you want us to respond to that now?
So we have all the facts to show that Buhari failed. I mean, security is worse off under Buhari administration than that time of Jonathan. The worst incident that happened during that time was Chibok girls. But after that, Jonathan left. It worst off, it spread of banditry, came up, and we have all the in Sokoto, in Katsina, in Kaduna, and in Kebbi, all down to North Central, and in Benue and all the rest. Everywhere was up. We saw, IDP in Benue. Why do you think that? What is the name of this guy? Otom. Why is Otom fighting Buhari all the time? Is it not because he couldn't check this thing? He couldn't check the headers or these Fulani terrorists that comes all the time to attack his people? I mean, what are you people talking about?
Why did they create a Moteku?
Can we respond to that?
Let Ajanekoko land. Go on, Ajanekoko.
Before you continue, to add insult to injury, Chad have to come to our border to capture Boko Haram for us. Almost decimate 95%, let me say that 75% of their formation and hand over them to Nigerian government. Chad that were underfunded have to come to Nigeria and take over Boko Haram. That is the height.
That's true.
Come on.
So can we address that?
No, before you address it, Patrick, you have to add Yorubas are refugees in Benin Republic.
In Benin Republic.
Let me add this one for Patrick too. Bandits attacked Kogi just minutes before Buhari visited that place. Just imagine, they knew Buhari was coming.
Even when Buhari was on his way to Katsina, bandits were throwing bombs at his convoy.
Exactly. Okay. And bandits threatened to the point that the federal government had to go and buy anti-aircraft missiles from them. And we are saying security has improved.
So should we address that?
Patrick, let me just say one thing and leave it to you. For me, I'm not saying there is no security issue, so I'm sure we're taking out of context. I'm saying we have to put things in their context. That's what
what people are saying, Fatai, is it is worse now. Even Kulata super chat is saying it's worse now.
It cannot be said to be worse. It cannot be said based on what? Jonathan could not even go to Eagle Square. The president could not even host an event in Eagle Square. Our whole presidency, all these primaries, everybody is going to hold them.
But now you can't drive from Lagos to Ibadan. You can't drive because of bandits.
You can't drive.
So people have not been driving from Lagos to Ibadan.
Are you sure?
There's an increasing spate of.
So Lagos Ibadan is free now.
One man, what they are not telling them is drivers have WhatsApp group. They communicate now. They created drivers have WhatsApp group that they are using.
So
Okay,
in
can we
America,
address can we
in
address this
America
now?
today, there is no kidnapping going on in America.
Can we address that?
Buhari is not going to solve all security problem in life. The point is
Yeah,
there an
but it has
improvement?
increased on that. No,
It
there
has not
has not
increased
been.
now. How can it be increased?
And more
Patrick, go
widespread.
on.
Not only increased, but more widespread.
But one man, can I be allowed to address this?
Yeah, carry on, Patrick.
Okay. Is there any other issue that they want to raise to bring up? That
Yeah, you can start off with
okay,
that.
please. I also don't want to be interrupted. Yeah, the security situation is not where we want it to be. I agree. And will it ever be where we want it to be? No. We want a society.
No. You are not answering the question. The question is it worse off? Hold on. Is it worse off?
When we were speaking, at the point one man muted me.
Okay,
so
all right.
One man, maybe you should mute Ajanle.
All right.
No, I don't have that power. It's unmutable on this platform. Carry on, Patrick.
You should allow us to speak. We are not saying that security situation has been brought to the point where we all want it, or where somebody like Buhari also will want it. But we are trying to say that one security government effort towards addressing security issues has improved compared to when Jonathan was there. Has the result improved? Yes, in some areas the result has improved. In some other areas it has worsened off. But as government effort at addressing security now compared to government effort at addressing security during Jonathan's time, has there been an improvement? Completely. And I'll give you reasons. One, when Boko Haram incidents started, the PDP government made it worse by going to kill their leader, extrajudicial killing of their leader. It was just an Islamic school. Even though some politicians were using it, the Jonathan Yar'Adua government went ahead, killed their killer, raided that community, killed a number of people. And that was how some of them escaped. And then they started this Boko Haram and it became a major issue. It got to a point that they took out local governments and flew their flag. And I'll give you reasons. I saw videos, I think it was BBC or one of them. I saw videos of Boko Harams giving capital punishment. They'll go to the village square and read their list. And somebody commit an offense, they will just say, you did so and so. And they will shoot the person right there. I saw over 5 people. I don't know if how many of you saw that video. It's on YouTube. It was on YouTube. I don't know whether they've taken it down now. They will just call you out from the crowd and call out your offense and shoot the person there. It was that terrible for security. Mind you, it was not only in the northeast. There were bombing in Abuja. There was bombing in Kano. The first church bombing, Mandela, was in Niger. The first church bombing, rather, I've forgotten the name, was in Niger, the Catholic Church. So the issue was saying that it was it was in Suleja, okay. The issue was saying that it was just in North
St. Mary's.
It's not out of it. It's out of it completely. So there was a security problem in the north. Now, but what is the problem? There was the Chibok girls kidnapped. What I'm saying is that Jonathan even denied that thing happened. That's to tell you the effort of government, the disposition of government to security. The government can only have a particular. The outcome of it is controlled by a lot of factors. If this government is making effort, but the effort has not yielded the total result that we expect, is a different thing compared to a government that is not making effort at all. So, but Jonathan lived in denial, and Obasanjo and the rest said if they had responded at that time, because we are carrying
sorry, Patrick, do you remember when the Nigerian aircraft was seized in South Africa?
Yeah.
Why was it seized?
It was seized because they had money there, and the money was meant to buy arms in the parallel market.
So he was making an effort then, Jonathan?
No, but why was he using that channel to buy arms in the parallel market?
You know the reason now.
No, why can't he buy arms from countries like Turkey?
And in
No, you
addition,
can't now. You
Jonathan,
go to US allies.
Why can't he? Why couldn't he buy arms from countries like Turkey?
That's
This
US
man
allies.
can buy
hired
ammunition
mercenaries.
from government like country like Turkey.
My brother, calm down.
Jonathan hired the military
Turkey will
contractors
say,
that were
My
Okay,
fighting
but
brother,
let
that
me
calm
just
war.
finish.
down.
Let me finish
Turkey,
my
in
postulations.
terms of ammunition buying in international market,
I will give
Turkey still
yeah.
remain a US ally. You can't go there to go and buy.
Okay, but wait.
or then not only that, you want to buy the equipment that your military will quickly get accustomed to. You know, because we have to look at those people that train our military that they have strategic alliance with. So you don't use a Russian machine today, and tomorrow, and you need to respond to something quickly. I will now go to America
Okay, so you
to
are
now buy the
you are
equipment.
currently making excuse for him
I'm
why
not
he
making
has
excuse.
not.
Buhari said it.
No, wait
Buhari,
now.
wait
You have
now.
just made an excuse for him. No problem. Let me just continue.
I'm not
Jonathan was
making.
under embargo. Jonathan was under embargo.
Let me finish
Obama
my
put a
narrative
restriction on him not to
now.
get arms.
Let me counter Patrick. So Patrick said
No,
that
I'm
Jonathan
just
was
telling.
not
No,
making any
I've
effort.
not made my own assertion though. I'm just
Okay.
saying a background for it.
Okay. You said he doesn't make any effort.
Let me
Making any effort.
let me lay a background for it.
Okay.
I'm saying from the argument, it should be because at times you can't control outcomes in certain area. I can now measure the effort. Okay, what are the efforts they've made? You can't really control some outcomes because you cannot control someone who is planning crime in his room, and while you are making your efforts, the guy is planning in Kogi, and the next thing is that you bomb. But when you hear that bomb, how did you respond to it? Other than we sympathize. Now, so there was that bombing, there were all those things. The Chibok guest case is a very typical case. There was a denial that it's not going to happen. But you will agree with me that when election was coming in 2015, Dasuki said that they are going to improve the Boko Haram situation within a short time, and the election will go. And they were able to do that because they had an election issue and they thought they were going to win. That was the thing. They thought they could do something. So I don't know the Brad they did, but they did solve the problem. Now,
But why
when
did
this
you
man,
say earlier they didn't make
let me
any
finish
effort?
now. Under the
It
same
was because some
Jonathan
of
with
their
security.
ammunitions
Wait
arrived.
now, under the
Some of
same
the ammunition
Jonathan with
arrived.
security, our military men were using their money to buy uniform. Soldiers, they buy uniform for themselves. Under this Jonathan government in security, why do you think they wanted to kill Beko's son? Because under his government, the military was so ill-equipped, and the military was so corrupt that arms money were stolen under him.
So have they
And
improved
people
now?
like
They are no
Beko's
longer
son,
corrupt.
yeah.
Are they no longer corrupt? Have they improved now under
Wait,
this
Do
government?
you know how much?
you had the
Do
effort,
you
you
know
had the
how much?
opportunity to
Do
you
you
had the
know how much?
opportunity to raise that when Nigeria was
Sorry,
speaking.
sorry, Patrick. Do you know how much the EFCC found in Burutai's house in hard currency and in
Not up to
naira?
$32 billion, or how many billion dollars?
In excess of, I suspect.
No, it could have been excess $32 billion. You can't keep $32 billion in the house.
Of dollars? Who stole 32 billion?
How much was
All these
how
random
much was
figures
the
there.
arm deal? The arm money that was stolen by Dasuki.
They bought arms now.
They said $2 billion.
This same
They
government has
said
It
just
wasn't
told
a
us
$2
that
billion
they
not
bought
dollar.
32
arms.
billion.
It wasn't a $2 billion. The arm
That's the
deal.
allegation. Not
Can somebody come up with the
Nigeria
figures?
doesn't even have
For
$32
the arm deal,
billion.
how much was involved?
It was $2 billion. We covered this here now.
Okay, but my argument is this. Even the military under Jonathan were using their money to buy it, because at that time my brother was in the military. I grew up in the barracks, so I have the number. They were using their money to buy uniform, buy fatigue under Jonathan. They were not well catered for under Jonathan.
What of now?
Wait, now I will explain all that to you. That's what I'm saying, so that you will know. You understand? Under Jonathan, the police, the military, all of them were not well catered for. When Buhari came, first thing, they were able to work on the joint patrol. This one that you say Chad came here and they had a joint patrol agreement. One of the first meetings he had, if you remember, was between Niger, Chad, Cameroon, and Nigeria for joint patrol of Northeast. And they have joint force to make sure they dislodge Boko Haram. And they were able to decimate them to the point that they recovered all those local governments from them. Now, the military, Nigeria even produce uniform. Now, you have a place in Cross River. Cross River has like a small factory they set up where they produce Nigeria Army uniform. They produce NYC.
That has been in the system before, that Patrick.
But why was it not?
Nigeria has been producing uniform since
even
as far back as 70s.
Why was it not being used? Why was it not being used? Why were
they establish that it's not being used
for themselves?
Did you establish that it's not being used? That's the point. It has
I tell you, my brother was in the army. They buy uniform.
Patrick, forget that thing.
In the army,
that thing.
They should not forget. This is something I know. I went to a commanding secondary school now. Our classmates in the army now. Ask them, they buy uniform that time.
Oga Patrick, they still buy uniform now?
No. Now the kids are being properly well taken care of. Their salaries, he has improved their salary. Last week, I just discovered that the police just paid 13 billion. The federal government just released, they paid 13 billion.
Where did you get all this thing? Where we even get military among our alumni? Where are you getting your own story? Because see.
Go and check the news. I'm telling you that the police just got paid. Wait now. The police just got paid 13 billion naira for people who have lost their life between 2012 and 2020. It's in the news now.
How are these things improve security?
Wait now, I'm telling you. No, wait now. I'm just trying to analyze first. I said some outcome you cannot control, but you can control your efforts. And I'm trying to tell you the effort this one has put in, the effort this other man has put in. This man has improved police supply, army and police supplies. He has improved training. He has improved welfare for them. Now he has improved our military industry.
Can you give us the current picture of PTC Ikeja, the police training college Ikeja? Can you give us the picture how it looks like as we speak now? Just to
I cannot give to you as I speak now.
Can you tell us what is happening at 31st Mechanized Division at Ikeja as we speak now? Just to butcher this thing. Oh no, on that Patrick, it depends on who is telling you story.
Wait, no, you are not telling me story. These are things I found out myself.
For you.
These are things I found out myself.
I have one question for you.
I am saying the effort that
question for you.
Jonathan made and the effort that Buhari has made in the area of security.
I have one question for you, please. Can I go ahead to ask?
Yeah.
Between 2015 till now, do you know how many IDPs that Nigeria has added? And do you know how many
I don't
more
know,
IDP camps that we have added?
They addressed this IDP when Ajaleko was speaking. So you are just raising it up again.
Do you know how many? I'm talking about the population of IDP. Don't just create a general argument to brush it. Has anybody raised the numbers? I'm asking you specific if you know. Do you know how many numbers of IDP
we have added? You had the opportunity to raise that. They were telling us all the woes, so you could have brought it up then.
Oh, so because I did not bring it up again, there is no relevance.
I just told you I don't know. But we have IDP, that's the point.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Okay, Oga Patrick.
The reason why I'm taking that position is because if not, we'll keep going round and round.
No.
Okay, Oga Patrick, let me ask you the simple question. Sorry, let me ask you the
number of IDP.
It's a good indices to measure the level of insecurity in the government.
So that can go on. The IDP
you know the numbers of IDP
so
we have
added? One voice, please. Yeah, carry on.
The IDP number has increased.
This is a very good parameter to determine the level of insecurity in two governments. My question is very specific and it's very simple. Do you know how many numbers of IDP we have added between 2015
I don't know, but I'm saying that IDP has increased. So can I go on now?
You say IDP has been what?
IDP has increased.
By how many? What's the figure? I want you to.
I don't know. I just told you.
Let me help you.
Okay, so when you know, why you just help me? Why didn't you just bring it up?
No. Because you are canvassing for a government that has done so woefully, and that is why I want to understand.
Okay, bring it up. When you bring it up, I can continue. All right. Okay, bring it up.
Yes. Now, between 2019 and date alone, we have added more than 3 million IDPs.
Okay.
Only in the North Central.
Okay.
And where are they? They are in Benue and Edo State.
Okay.
I want to limit it to that area alone.
Okay.
Between 2019 till date, we have added 3 million plus.
So you are saying that 3 million people have been displaced? You are saying 3 million people have been displaced in Benue and Edo?
Yes, my brother.
We have 3 million people. We have like 1.5 million people displaced in Edo.
Yes, my brother. And you can go and verify.
Which source is that?
I'll go and look.
Oga Patrick, what he's saying, there are 3 million people displaced from the north, which they are being shared. Their camp are being shared between Benue and Edo State.
Okay, is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Ogbeni, your number is excessive. Ogbeni, your number is excessive. Well,
you said
3 million from when to when?
I said between 2000 and you got me clear.
2015.
I wasn't ambiguous. Yeah. I said between 2019 till dates. In that axis, Benue, as is in North Central, we have added 3 million IDPs. We have added to our IDP in this same Nigeria that you think everything is Eldorado and Buhari is doing.
Okay, so can we continue?
And they are between.
Can you send the source of your data?
I will go and look for it, and that's why I first asked you. You see, you don't use no figure that you don't have.
Bring your figure now.
No, Benny, just a minute. You are talking of figure now. Fatai and Patrick will not be able to present any figure than someone.
And they will be arguing.
And someone is telling you that IDP has increased. Wait now, someone told you that IDP has increased and he gave you figure. How can 3 million increase in IDP? Please. Wait,
the fact that somebody gave a figure, the fact that somebody gave a figure does not make it right. The fact that something's number.
But I first asked you, you don't have the figure. I gave
how
you
can more IDPs?
No. I will post you source. I will post you source.
But the fact that somebody is able to pronounce a figure does not mean that number is right now.
Patrick, Ogbeni, post your source. I will go and
post your source now.
Anyway, Oga Patrick,
and post it.
To support Ogbeni, hello, to support Ogbeni, last year, maybe around the, third quarter of last year, or Tom himself said it on national TV that they have 2.5, almost 2.8 million of his people in IDP camp. Okay. Or Tom, the governor of that state.
Okay, 2.8 million people in
that was as last year, maybe like the third quarter of last year.
So that's about half of the people in Benue and IDP.
Yes, in IDP in Benue State.
50% of Benue citizens are IDP.
What do you mean by? What's the population of?
What's the population of Benue? What do you think is the population of Benue?
The population of Benue was maybe it's around 8 million or so. How many are they?
They are not all raised.
I have a source in the private chat.
They are not all invested in Benue. But there are
okay. Say 2.8.
Where is your source? Where is your source?
Can everybody?
If you don't have a source,
I have in the private chat.
If you hold on, then Ogbeni, hold on. He has a source. If he has a source and he has presented it, so let me.
The number is excessive. I don't say that I know the situation.
Hold on, Fatai. Let me put what you've sent in up on the screen.
I'll post one to you first. Go and check that one. All right, check more.
All right. So this is what.
That is 1 million, and that's not 3 million. Even if I go by your source. Or even that is Vanguard, whatever.
All right, Fatai. So talk
go
us
down
through
now. Don't be too hasty.
All right. Don't let me. Can you please now? Can you talk?
Go down. One more. Can you go down?
Yeah. So talk us through what we're saying.
Can you go down? You will. The graph there shows it. Down. So this is it. The whole population of IDP since
2008 to 2021. Yeah.
The whole of them is 4.4 million. How can you then say in 2 years there's 3 million additional? Number one. Number two, if you look at that graph, you will see the downward trending of the IDPs. Even if by 2019 is talking about, the number was trending down. It was I think in 2001 that it trended up a little bit. We are talking increase of like maximum 1 million, and it says 3 million increase. This is the whole thing now. We are talking 3.2 million, the whole. Say in Benue alone, 3 million IDP. You don't need to.
Please, can you take my source and roll it down also, and let him have a
bad,
look
but
at
there's
it.
no need for
First of all, the question
All
is.
right. No, can you hold on now? Wait,
Can you
just
click my
wait.
source?
Yes.
And just have a look at it.
All right. Let's have a look at Ogbeni's source. All right. So let's remove.
Why search for more source?
Right.
So while we wait for Ogbeni's source, can I continue my postulation?
No. Let's just match the sources up, just so that we are, hold on. Your source is more a newspaper article, but yeah, talk us through what you're saying, Ogbeni.
Of course, by a commissioner who is in charge. Don't forget, he is a commissioner in charge of IDPs in Nigeria, and he's telling you in just 1 year we added 1 million. Please scroll down and let's see. Scroll down.
Do you want me to read it? Okay, go on.
No. You see 3 million somewhere, right? That's between when and when.
No, it's up. Go up a little. I think I saw. Hold on. Somewhere.
I think I saw some 3 million. The man was talking about 3 million somewhere there. Somewhere around here, IDP number in Nigeria rises to 3 million. Refugees commissioner. Let's try and read what is he saying.
No. He said rises. That is the whole number from 2008.
No, wait.
What do you mean?
In a year.
Rises.
Okay. Let me just quickly read it out. It says IDPs in Nigeria increased by 1 million in the last 1 year, and that's the commission. That's the commissioner saying this. It says the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons has said that the number of internally displaced persons, IDPs in Nigeria, has increased by 1 million in the last 1 year. The Federal Commissioner of the Commission, Hajia, something or the other, made this known whilst addressing members of the House of Representative Committees on IDP during the year 2022 budget defense yesterday. They said that because of increasing numbers of IDPs in the country, the Commission's 2022 budget was designed to address the needs of the concerned persons. Furthermore, due to the current unprecedented humanitarian crisis in Nigeria and the alarming growth rate of displacement, the number of internally displaced persons have increased. In the past year, IDPs have increased by about 1 million, causing the number of displaced persons in Nigeria to rise to a frightening figure of about 3 million. So this lands on where Fatai was.
Yes.
So it rose to 3 million, but
yes.
not by 3 million.
Let me explain to you.
Thank you, one man. Thank you.
Let me explain to you. You see,
and that is not even the highest number. Under Jonathan, it was more. It was more under Jonathan.
Not all of them are displaced as a result of
it wasn't more under Jonathan. You see.
What do you mean it wasn't more?
Wait.
One man, can you please show that graph again? You will see the.
Wait now.
Sorry. So let me quickly say something. Let
that space round off. Just hold on. The two people are in the middle of us.
I've told you the axis I'm targeting. Not target northeast. I told you north central. We'll go back to that statistic. I will still go and pull out more.
In 2013,
that man.
We are talking of total IDP here now.
In 2013,
no. I'm not.
Sorry. One voice at a time.
I'm not talking of. It was 3.3 million in 2013.
I'm coming. Let's pick it one by one. I like the argument very neat. Now, that data I just gave you now show that just in a year, they added 1 million. Just
And
1
so
year.
it doesn't
You
mean
agree
every
with
year
me?
they had 1 million. If there was a year in which it jumped to 1 million. But you said 3 million in Benue.
I said from 2019. I'm still
But
going
that's
to get
wrong.
more.
And
That's wrong.
2022.
That's
is
wrong.
wrong.
That increased to 3 million. That's
Increased
wrong.
by 3 million in Benue.
Wait,
Because the
Doesn't
total
matter.
is
Even
in
in
Nigeria is even
50
4
years,
million.
they didn't increase by
wait. We
Make
have
your point,
No,
but
no.
don't add the number.
Ajanle Koko actually said, or Tom said, that it had 2.5 million.
Of course. I will
But
still
those,
go and look for it. Don't worry.
No way.
You
This
see?
is data. No way.
Yes, don't worry. I'll look for it. But just get one thing
But
straight.
give us now, because you
No, this
quoted the
is
figure
your
now.
the
And you were
in just
speaking
1 year.
authoritatively, and I was being
No,
put off.
one thing I don't want to.
all right. So,
One thing I won't want Fatai
hold on,
to
gentlemen.
talk over is that
Hold
in
on.
a year they added 1 million. I'll go and look for the rest 2 million.
Yeah, but both data presented, it only lands in the graph that Fatai provided. That the
One man.
totality of, yeah.
One man, first of all, this is what we're supposed to be saying. Which of the data is more credible? What Ogbeni presented. Hold on, Fatai, sorry. Ogbeni presented a local newspaper, which the problem we are facing is a local problem. Oga Fatai presented a graph that anybody can come to the internet and create and put it there.
No, don't say that. Hold on.
Is that a joke?
Hold on, both of you. Don't say that.
I have the right to say what I'm saying.
When I say hold on, it means everybody. Don't say that word, please, because what Ogbeni provided is an article from Vanguard, which is you can take that for whatever it is, but what Fatai provided is internally displaced persons organization. So this is a global coalition of that space. So this you will say has more veracity.
Can I back that point? What piece? Even what Ogbeni has presented puts the number at 3 million. You understand? Even
wait, sorry, Oga Patrick.
Even against his own claim.
Oga Patrick, let's have a bit of argument. What I heard Ogbeni said, and he said over again, he said, first of all, actually, do you know how many people that display people now, the numbers, how many are rose to? You don't know. And I said, between the 2019 to now, they are increased to 3 million. They have increased to 3 million. I don't understand the argument. Increased by 3 million. Okay, increased by 3 million. Okay, now, the data everybody's stating here, it still ends to both sides going to that 3 million. What Fatai is pushing that the 3 million
what you are saying is that before 2019 we don't have IDP.
Let me put up this.
Before 2019, there was none in Benue.
That's what you are saying.
Hold on.
There was none in Benue. Go and check your data.
Let me put up what Fatai sent in again, and with your permission, let me talk you through it. So just hold on, everybody, and you can see it on your screen. So from this side where my cursor is here, you can see the dates. This is from 2008 to 2021, and you can see the figure of 4.4 million in internal displacement. So it charts you through the graph from 2008. So you can see a significant spike in 2014, and then you see it dips heavily towards 2017, spiked up in 2018, dipped 2019, 2020, and then spiked up again in 2021. But overall, a significant coming down from 2014 to 2021. But the total from 2008 to 2021 is 4 million.
Thank you, one man. That's a very excellent summary. So under Jonathan, the problem was worse, right? So it started trending down right after it started trending down. So there is like like a wave. It spiked up a little bit.
No, Fatai, that's not correct. No, I will tell you, if you are watching the same data, put your cursor on 2014. You will see that the total number. You will see that the total number was 1.1. million.
No.
When you look at 2014.
3.3
Then,
million.
Wait. Then
One man, please put it up.
One man, can you
One
please
man,
bring
put
it
up.
up?
Put your cursor on 2016,
One man,
2017.
please, can you
You
help
see
us
that
bring it
from
up?
Yeah, I'll put
1.1.
it up.
Wait, from 1.1
One
in
man touched
2014.
the highest point.
Wait,
What year is it?
from 1.1 in 2014, it has grown. It has grown to 3.2 in 2021. Put your cursor one by one. So you are looking at the bar chart. Forget the bar chart from 2014. Look at it. Then sum all the bar chart up, and you will see it has actually added.
I don't understand your argument. The 24, the highest, the
total. Wait, the total stood.
now.
Wait. The total stood at 1.1 million in 2014. But as at the end of 2021, the total summed up to 3.2. That was like 2.1 increase from 2015 to 2021.
Are you looking at the bar chart or the line graph?
The bar chart. Forget about
okay,
the bar chart.
Bar chart.
No. Both of them correspond, except you can't read. It doesn't matter, anyone you want. Focus. The bar chart, put it on 2013. Wait, the bar chart 2013, 3.3 million. One man, please, can you put it on 2013? 3.3 million. That is under Jonathan. 3.3 million, the highest in the whole recording. 3.3 million.
No, the bar chart, that's those big.
Even in the bar chart, I don't mind which one you want. The bar chart.
Look at where you got it wrong. If you come to 2014 and if it's telling you that it is 1.1, that means it actually declined from the total.
I don't say it didn't decline. It declined, but the highest number was under Jonathan.
It declined to 1.1 million in 2014. Then from 2014 again, it started to grow.
Still under Jonathan.
The 2014 was under Jonathan. That means it actually decreased to 1.1 under Jonathan.
Okay, fine. I don't argue. We don't have argument.
No. Hold on. Sorry. How are you reading these figures? Because what this is actually telling us, if you look at, it says,
one man, we're looking at the
no, one man, go to Bashar. Go to the Bashar
graph. Anyone?
Yes, it's still. So if I can just read this out, it says the total number of IDPs is a snapshot of all the people living in internally displaced displacement at the end of the year. So yeah, okay.
No, put it on 2014. Where one man. Put it.
That's on 2013.
Wait. 2013.
Hold on. One voice.
That's 1.1 in 2014. That means that what you saw earlier say it has actually decreased up to 1.1.
Can we have 2015?
Wait for time.
Can we start from 2013?
Actually declined to 1.1.
So that government didn't start in 2014.
No, Fatai, let Ola run through first. Then you will counter him now.
I agree with that.
Now, total in 2014, it was actually higher initially, but it ran down to 1.1 in 2014. But from 1.1 now, it never comes down, but it grows and kept growing until 2021, when the thing now moved from 1.1 to 2.2. Then 3.1 plus 3.2 plus 1.1, that's 2.1 growth. And that was at 2021. We are not even talking of 2022 now. We don't even know what is happening in the first quarter of 2023.
Ola, do you know the best indication of growth is to look at the line graph?
That's what that
when you really get a proper picture of the growth.
Patrick, please let me respond to this. So Jonathan's government started in 2011. So in 2011, we had 65,000 IDPs. Look at that graph.
Because it was a new phenomenon, right?
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Let's Fatai.
So we had only 65,000 in 2011. By 2013, it's grown to 3.3 million. That's a tremendous problem. Now, whatever the government did, it started to trend down. I'm not making the argument. I didn't say it didn't trend down. I didn't say it didn't reduce from 3.3 million to 1.1 million by the end of 2014. They have done things and things are improving. They are improving. My problem is put it in context. You can't start Jonathan government from 2014. What about the previous year, 2013, when it was the highest number since this recording of this maybe 1 decade or 2 decades? 2013.
Okay, Fatai.
Hold on. Let Fatai land. Carry on.
From 65,000 when Jonathan met it, it went up to 3.3 million. And Buhari, when did Buhari meet it? Buhari met it when 2015. Buhari met it at 2.1 million. So Jonathan met it 65,000 and left it at 22.1 million. And then we want, and okay, and ever since then, it traded a little bit down, then up again. So we already made 2.1 million, and now it's leaving 3.2 million. Okay, 1 million difference. All right. Jonathan made 65,000, and at the point it rose up to 3.3 million. That's
yeah,
not
sorry, Fatai. What your own graph is telling us is that Buhari has not improved the
Thank you very much. That's what I want to say.
No,
yeah.
you see,
one man, can I
one man, please let me respond to Fatai. Let me respond to Fatai.
Can I answer
Fatai, wait, you said your own.
Fatai,
you said your own. It is true.
Sorry, Ola, let him land and then you come in. Yeah.
Okay.
So when I came into the conversation, it was Obeni that said, "Oh, 3 million increment in the last 2019." That's when I came into
2019.
I am not. Wait, can you let me finish? What difference does it make? That whether from 2019 or from last year, there was no 3 million addition 3 million. That statement is false everywhere you look at it. And here's my point. Put it in the right context.
Don't believe this.
Nobody is saying it's a El Dorado, but put it in the right. Don't exaggerate the figures because you want to nail somebody.
Because you want to make Buhari look bad.
You want to make Buhari exaggerate figures. We are talking about somebody.
That's a straw man argument. It's not a straw man argument.
It's a straw man argument. You put up a
straw man argument because it's a straw man because I brought a source that shows you that just a year.
But your source is
what's your source now?
I'm still looking for my source. No, you don't bully me. You don't get source down me.
Wait,
I will surely get you. So I'm a lawyer, and you don't bully me.
I
will look for it and bring it to this platform.
By the logic of your source, in 2012, Jonathan made 63,000.
No, and that's your own source.
In 1 year,
that's your own source. My source didn't tell you Jonathan.
In 1 year, it jumped into 3 million.
That's your own source.
So you are picking a time rather than look at this thing holistically.
You can't nail me to your source. Don't worry. I'll get my own source. I'll bring it.
One man, please. Let me interject. Sorry, one man. Sorry.
Hold on, Fatai. Hold on, everybody. Let's hear from Ola, who wanted to counter Fatai. Ola, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you, Mama. See, Fatai, good. See, what we are saying here is that you guys who are saying security has improved. Let's even forget that already maybe he made mistake in even presenting the total figure. But now, when you have 3.3 million,
that's a strong argument. Face the real argument.
Now,
let Ola carry on.
Wait, that you will see that it was a new phenomenon to Jonathan government. So what happened during that time? It was expected. Now, what happened after was that now he experienced a decrease in that situation, and as of 2014, the thing went down significantly from 3.3 in 2013 to 1.1. That means that someone has done something to reduce it by almost 200% reduction. Now, when Buhari now came to power, it now started growing from that region of 1.1 and steadily keeps climbing, and up to 2021, and it grew up to 3.2. That is telling you that there was no improvement. Instead of improvement, let me land, please. The thing now grew instead of reducing. Now we don't even know that of 2022 whether it has even.
My brother, you are making an
argument. Let him land.
Are you not looking at this program?
No, Ola, please.
We are looking at this together now.
Let me give you 1, 2. You can use Ola.
My brother, Patrick, 1 second. Patrick, 1 second. You are making an argument that I'm not making. I'm not telling you that everything is El Dorado. All right. I came into this conversation when somebody was throwing up wrong numbers, and I'm saying,
okay, wrong number. I agree. But Patrick said,
can I give you 1, 2? Ola, can I give you 1, 2?
Now, Fatai, from this histogram, can you on your own really, if someone presented this to you and say a security situation in Nigeria has improved, honestly, can you say from this histogram that climbs every year, will you say it has improved?
Ola, Ola, let me give you 1 point. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry,
I'll give you
Patrick,
1, 2.
I'm asking for time.
Wait now,
Fatai,
let Fatai answer the question last post based on this.
Don't worry, I can answer. You don't need to be so expecting. I can answer it. When you look at this histogram is data, right? This histogram does not tell you surrounding circumstances. So when I see a number, right? When I see a number, and when somebody presents a figure that is totally different from reality, then I came in. Now,
so you are presenting data that is different from reality.
Let me give you one statistical tool that can help. Please, one man.
That's from argument.
Patrick, I hear you.
No. So sorry, I'm happy for the conversations to go on, but let's have just one voice. Otherwise, it's not an experience for the listener. But carry on.
Okay, Ola, please let me give you one tool. Let's look at this line graph. Let's assume it's a scatter diagram that you have points scattered all over the place. Put a line of best fit between this line graph. Is it a downward trend or an upward trend? If you put a line, just all those points plotted on that line graph. Let's assume it's a scatter diagram, right? Put a line of best fit there. That line of best fit, does it show a downward trend or an upward trend?
So what scatter diagram is telling you is that it's telling you what is added annually. That's where
that's what I'm saying. You know when you have a scatter diagram like this, you can put a line of best fit.
Don't miss the thing together. Internal displacement. This one, why it take this thing, the number added annually. When it's doing that, this one is giving you the total. The one on the right is giving you the total annually and added to the former one. So, for example, now, if let's assume that they took 250 in the let's say 2017. Now, it's not telling you that those people have returned. It's telling you that, okay, at a particular point, let's say 2018, they took another 500K. It's not saying that one has been removed from that. So when you now come to the right now, it's telling you as the thing has up and keep growing. So that is why that if you rely on the left one, it's giving you a data point. It's not doing the cumulative.
Thank you very much.
But that's what I'm saying. That party is a data point.
Irrespective of the way you want to see it, you look at the cumulative of the government performance. Don't take it on an isolation. In isolation,
I'm not taking it in isolation.
No, you can't take it in as okay. What happened to those people? What happened to those people? Wait now. If something reduced from 2012, for example, if something reduced from 2013 and came down to 1.1, it simply means that someone has taken care of that number. Maybe those people, they've returned to their base. Now, but this is now growing. It's not growing every year. That means those people in that base, they are still there. Maybe they are not confident to go back to their base. So the thing accumulates. See, this thing is
you are misreading graphs.
That's what I'm saying. If you have this point,
Patrick, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question.
Before you ask that question, let Patrick respond to Ola's position, and then take a question from World Peace, and then play some round of that space. Patrick,
please, you will give me 1 second though.
All right. Patrick first, then World Peace, then you come in, and then play some around it.
Ola, my own position is this. If you look at this line graph, because if you are plotting a scatter diagram, it comes like this too. You understand? You could either do a line graph with it, or you could put a line of best fit and have a trend. I don't know if Kulata is online. It could try.
Don't worry, I know what line of best fits. My discipline is physics.
Now wait.
No. Let Patrick carry on.
You don't even need regression. You don't need line of best fit. It's very simple.
Because there's a line graph.
What is the rate year on year?
I'm just trying to make him see. And that's the only way
when you look at the graph.
Whether there's an improvement
or a rise. Yeah, carry on, Patrick.
The only way we can see if there's an improvement or a rise is to say, okay, do regression. These are points here. Now let's put a line of best fit. Even people who don't know statistics can put a line of best fit. Maybe try and draw a line and see a place from your own sense that, okay, where if I have to draw a straight line, which straight line will touch most of the points?
Thank you.
You will see that if you do that, you will have a slope that is downward to your right, which suggests that the thing is decreasing.
No. You have to. Sorry. Ola, wait. Ola, please.
Hold on.
I don't know if I'm right. If Kulata is
please, Ola.
Hold on. Leave Kulata. The people we have on board, they are capable.
Don't worry.
If I come in,
if you want to plot the line of best fit, Patrick, are you considering the line of best fit from 2008 to 2021?
If you do, let's try to look at
No, because I understand what you want to do. You want to give us a misleading information because the line of best fit.
If you look at
you have to look at from 2018. Okay, I have a simple question for you, Patrick. My question is this: this slope, this line of best fit you are talking about, this slope, is it a positive slope or wait now? Based on your line of best fit, this slope, if you plot this.
Hold on. Let Ife put that question. If I carry on.
Shebi physics, my first degree and second degree is in physics. So my question is this: if you plot this slope, would it give you a positive or a negative slope? Based on this graph you are seeing.
This is a negative slope now.
It is a do you know why it's a positive slope? Wait. Do you know why it is a positive slope?
Yeah, if I carry on.
From 2018 to 2020.
No, from 2018.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on, please? Let him put the position to you.
Let him finish.
From 2008, because I'm looking at 2008. From 2008 to 2012, it has gone up. There was a spike between 2012 to 2016. From 2016, it has not come down to 2012 level. And 2021 didn't come down to 2012 level. So it means whatever slope you want to take, the line of best fit will come from, let's say, between 2008 and 2012.
No.
Wait now.
Hold on, let him land.
You can target.
Your interpretation is wrong. So
wait now. We are looking at the whole graph itself. We are not taking points. We are looking at the whole graph that is from 2008 to 2008 to 2021.
And is that how you determine your downward slope? That's not how you.
So if you are looking at the line of best fit Patrick is talking about, because I've asked, are we looking at some data points? He said no.
How you don't look at data point?
Why would you look at data point?
I asked you a range. I asked you a range. You said no. Waiting now.
Sorry. One man, can I quickly say something? I want to step away for like 5 minutes.
Oh, let's carry on, Ola.
Now, so there is story to any data. Now, let's assume that one point here it says Nasarawa, they kidnap someone, they carry some people there in 2015. What do you think is going to happen, right? People there will run away, they won't come back to that place. Now, among those people that are there again, if those people revisit and carry people again from that place, now definitely they won't be able to carry up to the number they carried before, and it will look reduced to you. But what you are not looking at is that people they carried away before they've not returned because of insecurity. So if they come, by the time they carry some other people away, they won't carry up to the same number they carried initially. That is what the first graph is telling you. That's why I'm saying move away from the left graph and go at their data point. Because if you have a population of 50 million in place and take 3 million away, the 3 million have not returned. The next time you are coming about, we won't get that number again. The size of that number to take away.
No, I don't agree.
No,
you may not agree. I want to step away. Let me just finish.
I wanted to ask question in layman perspective. Most people I won't say about me, I'm just for myself. I'm not a physician. People talking these graphs, I don't like it in my office. Let's put it in a layman's perspective. That's why I was saying, first of all, I will go with the local newspaper. But even at that, let me say something. Oga Patrick, you're an accountant. If for the 10 years you have stable account deficit for 50, just as 50 cap for 50 years as 50 cap, then once in 10 years you have 90. Which is more worse?
If I have what?
If you are capping your account, like you have account A and account B, for 50 years you have, let's put that is 5,000 deficit every year for 10 years, and it's stable and it's fixed. Then once in a year you have 7,000. Which one is more worse?
No, that data you gave me is not saying anything.
No, it's not a bad data. I just ask you as you're accounting this thing.
Okay,
let's be like this. Okay.
Yeah, for that 2 years, for that 1 year, there's that my deficit increased by 2
Oh no, okay. Let me say like this. Okay, let's say you're a teacher for 5 years. You are getting student that is scored above 50%, and your score is 100, and you get student that get 60 every year, which gives them qualification to go into university. Then the other class, once in 5 years, 3 people will get first. Who is more brilliant?
The other class might be more brilliant, but my output might be better.
Okay, you answered yourself.
No,
So
because
if
the other student
Buhari's
might be more
chart,
brilliant, but the output might
wait, if Buhari's chart since 2018 has been fixed, and Jonathan was the phenomenon the first time because he was new to that space, and it happened, and we saw the reduction in 2014 for the handover. And Buhari since he took over since 2015 has been fixed. There has not been no reduction, rather increasement. Then are you going to tell me now that the insecurity in Nigeria is better than during Jonathan time, because Jonathan just one time had 3 million because he was new to it, but before he left, he reduced to 1 million. That's somebody that's getting 500,000 since 8 years, 500 every year into 8. How many displacements you will get? And is that one improved?
My brother, can I answer you?
Yeah, sure. It's open discussion.
Yeah. If you look at the trend, right, Buhari achieved the lowest reduction. You see, Jonathan never achieved a reduction below 250K, right? If you look at year-on-year reduction, except for this 2018 when it spiked, right, Buhari was achieving a very good number of year-on-year reduction. In fact, the year-on-year reduction for both administration, if I take out the part that you were saying about the 3.3 million, okay, from the 3.3 million is going down. The rate of reduction for both administration is almost equally the same number. It's at 200 and something reduction rate for each of them, even for Buhari also. However, Buhari achieved the lowest level of reduction in 2020. Before then, it then spiked in 2021. Before it spiked, so Buhari was achieving approximately about the same rate of reduction year on year, right? So, as Patrick was saying, this if you draw a line of best fit, you will discover that your slope will tell you that Buhari's administration was achieving better trends, better downward trends than Jonathan.
Ife, you know why? I've tried to do a line of best fit here. If you consider that your positive slope, you would discover that you have more points, more data points to the left. You are the total data point on this thing, I think it's about 13 or something.
Okay, so tell me for your own line of best fit, what point did you put?
If you look at it now, let's go straight to your, okay, since you are a physicist, you see your C in a regression there, your C would be from 2008 to 2012, relatively. Do you agree with me? Yeah, that would be your C. So if Toba draw, if you now try to do a positive slope, assuming your C is that 2008 to 2012, if you do a line of best fit, you will discover that you have more data points. If you have a positive line there, you have more data points under your line. You understand what I'm saying? And that would not be a line of best fit. But if you do a negative slope, you can have almost all equal kind of number. You understand what I'm saying?
So if you want to do a negative slope, which place will you put?
All right.
Now do a positive slope now.
I'm not sure where we're going to land this. So, Ajale Koko, you have to explain this to me later. As they were talking, what it reminded me of? There's a book, Nkem Nwankwo, My Mercedes is Bigger Than Yours. So that's all I could think of. If my Mercedes is bigger than yours, that's all I could think of. Look at that. I went to Harvard, you went to Cambridge. That's all I could hear. Because of all of this.
This APC guy, they try to defend
Look at these people. It was entertaining, but I didn't even know half of what they were talking about.
Well, Becky, or last or what?
Line of best fit, yellow trigger. People were thinking, no, you want to be using code word to intimidate people here. Okay, now let's have it. Line of best fit. I'll be having nightmares about line of best fit when I go to bed.
One man, sorry, let me quickly ask you. Do you see this Yaya Bello message, news that was in the media since last night? Did you see it?
Yaya Bello's what?
That he has dropped his support for Tinubu, or rather dropped his youth campaign. I sent it to you. Did you check it? I sent it to you on your Instagram.
I didn't see that. What I did see was some headlines saying, with Yaya Bello saying that all the northern governors are behind Tinubu.
Okay, I'll send it to you. Let me send another one. I have it from Tribune and Vanguard. I send you one. I kept one from Tribune. That he having a problem because this Falaka guy, the guy was supposed to be VP.
But he has debunked it some hours ago.
I'm coming to that. He debunked it on Twitter. They said he debunked Twitter handle debunked
I think
it.
Punch has shown that he has debunked it.
I've not seen Punch. I've not seen Punch. I will not say what I don't know. But those I saw yesterday, I sent to you one man, and I saw that Twitter too. I saw people going back and front. I was wondering, Yaya Bello, I know there's problem because I know right from day one.
No, it's been debunked now. Hold on. Now. So why build a narrative?
Let me build my point.
Narrative. No, because you are building a narrative on a false story. This is as at 5 minutes ago.
The story came out.
You want to build a narrative. You want to build
Wait,
a narrative.
Wama, you calm down now. Wama, calm down now. Hold on, Wama, calm down now. Calm down. Let me learn my point now, please. Everybody land down. Most times when somebody just talk here, everybody just thinks they're coming for their candidate and I'm not even talking about.
Can you settle down?
I know. I'm not talking.
Can you just hold on for a second, please? What I was trying to stop you was that this narrative you are going to build now is going to be on a false story because it's already been debunked. But if you want to do it, then do it. Carry on.
Yeah, let me do what I'm going to do, because what I'm trying to say is not even about politics, it's about the South. Now, this very guy, Bello, the reason Oyegu was removed was because of his case. Tinubu, that case made Tinubu and Oyegu fell out, and Oyegu was removed. Right from the one, they are not in good terms, and suddenly he became Tinubu's youth campaign and very close. Where they say keep your friends close, and keep your enemy closer. But and again they say the enemy is better than one you don't know. But one thing we know is this: that the North always do what favors them, and they do it. That we know they're going to do it, and they'll still do it after all, and we'll still let them go with it. But all these are signs we'll be seeing. Now,
but it's not a sign now. Hold on. Can you hold on? And not only am I showing you here that it's been debunked, somebody is also telling you that it's gone on channels, televisions to debunk it. So it's not a sign of anything, is it?
One man, yes, I'll go to that point. You know that if those things that Vanguard carried, these are reliable places, Vanguard, Tribune. If they carry something like Yaya Bello as a governor, right? I will know. I did not make that pronouncement.
Look at
I'm seeing it. Yes, I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it. Yeah, I'm seeing it. But the news was out there for a long. It was a long. The news was out there long before this one came in. If he came up and said this news and he didn't make that such statement, he will sue them heavily.
They don't have to sue them now. What do you mean they sue them?
Wait now. This deformation of character. A highly developed character. This is a campaign season. Tribune and Vanguard are not just people that carry information without not verifying it.
I have to mute you for a moment because you just want to run it without paying attention to facts. If you look at your screen, at least 3 people are telling you Yaya Bello has been interviewed on television and has debunked the story with his own words. So what else do you want to build on from there? Carry on.
Brother, can I support World Peace just a little bit, not totally?
Yeah, carry on.
The story did come out, and on that channel's television interview, the real question that was posed to him is that there is no smoke without fire. Well, he debunked. He said no, it didn't happen. So for me, I say it as take up to you. Take it. Take your pick. Right. There is a underbelly of there are issues around that area. I think that's where World Peace is going.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to project. One man, what I'm trying to say, you're not.
He has denied
Yeah,
it, but
even before now, there's what. Sorry, Fatai. There was just what I told somebody when I saw that news. What I do this day, when I see news, I wait for like 6 hours or 3, 4. I make a statement. So there was a guy, obedient guy, was talking to me. I would just say, see. I said, calm down. We know. I said, I know. But I know for a fact that below have issues with APC formations in that primaries. But the bigger point is that the below have sent his message. They have been saying something, they didn't listen. The below have sent his message, and people that you want to send the message to have received the message. That's why I said you have sent the message. I said, don't worry, in a few hours you will see a refuter. If you don't see a refuter, that means they didn't hear to what he's saying. And truly, before in the morning, there was a Twitter handle statement. There's a fight between who will be the governorship aspirant in Kogi, and everybody wants his own man. And they say the Tinubu camp is putting wants to bring back this Falake guy to compensate him, And he's assessed. Not these views have been there since a week. Like if they first appoint that guy, he will step away. And he made that news yesterday. He made it to show them that he can do it.
Going for Senate now.
No, it's coming. No, it's the Senate now. It's the House of Rep. It's coming. They want to bring him as this is 2024, not even now.
Ticket now.
Hold on now. You listen now. Kogi election is a by-election. It's 2024. So they are saying that is the best they're going to project. Is this year they're going to project the governor that will run for next year. And he has made the statement, and they have yielded to the statement. Let's wait. You see more smoke. That's what I'm trying to say. Not like he has come out. He has the bomb. We are talking politics here that will favor the South. That's what I'm speaking for. Not but trying to say I told you so. But there's a bigger thing going on underground. If you swear, just punch right this, it says okay. No, it's not okay. There's something going on underground, and he has been there since a week. And now he came out and made that bold statement that Punch and Vanguard is not just a mere Twitter space. They carried it. And now they're seeing the counter. This is like, I slap you, I beg you. He have done it, and they have saw the weight that what he can do. And now probably they have reached his demand. And that's why I see the counter this thing. As for that, you say, he did not shout or not shouting on social media on a channel that he's going to sue them. When Oshomole make a wrong, just a letter, I guess what you know, when he wrote something about Autumn, that the Autumn was the one sponsoring this on newspaper. How much did you sue Oshomole for? Billions of naira. And someone have to come on national TV to apologize. You can just say things about sitting governor. It's a well-respected media. Please let's look it very well. Not because of politics, just debunking everything. It's not. We're not talking about affecting Tinubu. We're talking about what's affecting the South. That's what my point. Bigger point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Wapis. And I was really trying to shut it down, but if the story has already been debunked, then I'm not sure that we can still build a theory around it. That's what I was just trying to move away from. But let's hear from Adewale, who has not said a single word. Hopefully still there. He's flying the Nigerian flag, but is it flying it high and proud? Adewale, why are you so quiet? Look at Nigeria, we hail thee. Arise, O compatriot. Which one is your favorite? Is it Nigeria, we hail thee, or Arise, O compatriot?
I think the Nigeria we hail thee is better than the Nigeria, the current one.
All right. So to the conversation, what are you making of it? All these are line of best faith, trying to intimidate us with credentials. What are these people doing? Law school, Abi?
At the point I was lost. I was just like, what am I listening to?
Hey, it's like a science class, isn't it?
Man, at the point accountant was quoting figures, I heard the statistics coming left, and I was like, what am I listening to? So, but it was fun listening to you guys. That means Nigerians are not lazy. Like Buhari said, we are lazy. Nigerian youth are not lazy. We were analyzing how things are going back home. At the point I was listening to the upward trend of was it the growth or what was it about? Was it
It
GDP
was
growth?
IDPs. It was
Okay,
internally this way.
the place people and I mean, well, if you start having statistics on high DP, that means that the state
We're
is
in
becoming
trouble. Yeah,
the
yes.
state is becoming a failed state. But nevertheless, in the midst of abundance, we're having people being displaced. That's terrible. Kulata, I was reading his comment about the failure of the current administration about the security. That's a huge blow. It's a really huge blow. If the APC lose this election because of that, it's worth it. It's super worth it. Uh, Especially in all those notorious places. Before, the person that said Jonathan's administration was mainly Boko Haram was right. During Jonathan, it was mainly Boko Haram, and the military then were compromised and also culpable because they let it fester for long. But then the incumbent got there with the hope that he'll be able to talk to his brothers. But then whatever happens, whether the border was porous enough to bring in the Nigerian people and all that, at the point Igboho had to take up the challenge as well. And today is in exile. So yeah, it was fun listening to you guys. By the way, the Kogi State issue, the Kogi State governor, it was already debunked that he didn't withdraw his support. He's still solidly in the Tinubu's camp. Those are the mouthpiece of Tinubu.
Yes, I'll be very surprised if Yaya Bello abandoned because he's too senior in that campaign space for him to and he has a lot at stake as well. All his atrocities. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, if he abandoned the ship now, he has no place to go. He can't go to PDP. And if it's, I don't know who's.
Maybe he'll go and join P2B.
As a matter of, well, I won't be surprised, but I don't think that would be the right place for him to patch for now because they have nothing in common. And obedience will not even allow him to come close to Peter B at all. But there's, I mean, he has no choice. He has to, fight it out with in that camp till the wheels falls off. And if there's nothing after that, then he will not at least he has tried his best. So I heard about this woman that resigned. Wasn't in Kano or something like that. Former PCC members.
Oh yeah, I saw that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and also I read about another PCC members in PDP decamping as well.
To NMPP.
Yeah, something like that. I'm not even sure the party.
Actually, let me take you to that conversational space, Adewale. Let me give you these two headlines, and you then tell us how they marry together and what should come out of it. It says so the first one tells us let me just bring it up. The first one tells us Northern Group urges Kwankwaso to step down for Atiku. So there's a Northern Group that's been putting pressure on Kwankwaso to step down for Atiku to protect the wider Northern interest. But then the next headline tells us that Kwankwaso campaign council woos Atiku to step down and back NNPP. So a different set of people, still from the same quarters, saying the reverse should be the case, that Atiku should actually step down for Kwankwaso. So what do you think is playing out there? And to the greater point, who do you think should step down for whom to give them the best chance at the North? So that's one question. And then a follow-on question, who do you think should step down for whom for the greater good of Nigeria? So who amongst these two will be a better president? And also, who amongst these two stand a greater chance of winning the presidencies if the other one step down and back to him?
If I may ask, which particular Northern group is asking for this or clamoring for this?
Right, the group clamoring for Atiku to step down for Kwankwaso is quite straightforward. It's the Kwankwaso Campaign Council, so it's just his own team. But the group asking Kwankwaso to step down for Atiku is called the Northern Liberal Democratic Movement. That's what they call themselves.
I think I'm super sure that Kwankwaso know that he knows that he's not going anywhere for now. He's probably trying to build bridges and to build foundation for the next 4 years, because there's a chance that the North will try to wrestle the power back after they might have given it to the Southern candidate. But nevertheless, well, there's no way Kwankwaso is going to step down for Atiku. And if it comes to that, that will be a game changer as well. But I don't see Kwankwaso at this 11th hour stepping down for Atiku. I don't see that happening.
Just theorizing for a moment. If Kwankwaso did step down for Atiku, does that make him president? Does that
would be
make him the front runner?
That means he have Kano in the bag. That means he has Kano. You know, Kano is already like more or less divided between Atiku and Kwankwaso. But then we can also not dismiss APC in Kano as well. But if Kwankwaso step down for Atiku in over there, that means not necessarily that the game is over for others. It's just that it's like more or less like a game changer. It gives them more, upper hand, because we're trying to, the big cities. The four bigger states: Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, Rivers. So, that will give Atiku a little bit more of an edge in terms of numbers. But I don't see that marriage taking place soon, because the election is, well, never can say never. Election is always full of surprises. Today I was watching a YouTube, and I saw PDP media team also addressing the media personnel about alleged corruptions and all that by the Tinubu. I was just laughing in the car, like this is just this is they signed a peace
accord.
Yes, a few days yesterday, and today they are now staging a media chat and all that, alleging that Tinubu has done this, done that. Where is the peace? Where is the peace in between? But it's all drama. Nothing is going to come after that anyway.
I think the peace accord is for them to accept the election. No matter what the result is, they should accept it.
They will have no choice than to accept. The only problem I see about accepting the result, there's no, well, if Tinubu loses the election, I think he will accept, but if the area boys in Lagos will try to make trouble, but I don't see that happening.
Now, do you think the Yorubas will accept if Tinubu loses the election?
A lot of people are quiet, but after the election, if Tinubu doesn't win, not that people, I see the Agberos, being the forefront, but I don't see any reasonable Yoruba man, actually saying, hey, he was deprived this and that. But then that will accelerate the nation, or whatever they call it. It will, put more pump into that pedal, and I'll see them, taking a prominent stage, whoever wins the election, if it's not Tinubu, because he's going to try to use that, maybe directly or indirectly. But if Atiku wins the election, that is where I see trouble in the nation. Or Kwankwaso is not going to win anyway. But if Atiku wins this election and the power goes back to the north, my brother, Nigeria is not going to be the same. No. It's never going to be the same.
Who do you think the best candidate will be the best winner would be to unify the country? Not to unify it fully, but that everybody can be accepting of. The best
at least for the country to cool down a little bit.
Yes.
Is the two candidates from the south.
Yeah, but who amongst those is the best fit?
Is Peter Obi and Tinubu. Those are the only two candidates I foresee. If any of them win the election, the other party would not really make much trouble.
But who will cool the country down a better, Peter Obi or Tinubu?
If Peter Obi wins the election, I think he's going to rattle the nut a little bit. You will try to figure out or to wrap their head around how he's able to manage to win the election. It's going to confuse them at first. But if Tinubu wins the election, it won't be a surprise to them, because the biggest supporter of Tinubu for now is in the north. So that's the way I see it. But then,
If Tinubu wins the election, will the Southeast be accepting of it? Will the Southeast be accepting of it?
No. But I think they trust Southwest more than the North. I think they trust Southwest more than the North.
If Peter Obi wins the election, will the Southwest be accepting of it?
I don't see Southwest erupting in chaos if Peter Obi wins the election. I don't see that happening.
Can you please dwell more on the response? Like what you said is actually an eye opener for me too. The response of the North to Peter Obi winning, and the way you said it, I think it's going to be good for Nigeria.
I mean, if Peter Obi wins, the factor that could only make Peter Obi wins is that which is going to be a miracle in the first place. But then never say never when it comes to politicking.
That means it will demystify the North.
That is the reason why I said it will take a while for them to wrap their head around what actually happened.
It will hit them.
The reason why I said so is that at the dying minute, politicians can change their mind and decided to go for the underdog with the belief that they want to, make a statement or to show power that they could change things. And if that happens, but I don't see that happening. But if it does happen, that means Nigeria will change. I don't know. The political landscape in Nigeria is going to change forever. But with the alliance of Tinubu with the North, I don't see that happening. But then if he wins the election, the Southwest there won't be any trouble in the Southwest. The Agberos in Lagos might, trying to foment trouble one way or the other, but it's not going to be a national, issues or national security. It's going to be a national security issue.
My brother, can I ask a question?
And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it, especially for Bernie to answer. Is there any constitutional question with regard to that if Peter Obi wins?
It has nothing to do with constitution. Most of the things we do in Nigeria is not even embedded in our constitution. The power rotation for once, but we're just trying to do. These are the things that should have
Sorry, Adewale, I think he's referencing his ancestral origin that he made.
Who? What do you mean by ancestral origin?
You know that he's a first generation Nigerian. His father was a Mauritanian, so I think that's what
that he made.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, as one thing is this: if he's a Nigerian national, is qualified to vie for the office of the presidency. But if he's not, then he's not qualified. Whether he's first generation or second generation. But what I'm trying to establish is that no matter how we're trying to permutate what will happen next month, the way things look now, we should not rely more on the electoral process that they gave to us, because number one, what I see from this, what do you call this peace accord that they are signing up, left and right, up and down, like they always say in Nigeria. They're trying to, put a front, like, the optic to look like, the owners of Nigerians, or the people that have the Nigerian at heart are trying to make sure that they calm every situation before the election, so that the politicians, but they won't listen. They already know who they're going to give it to anyway. So, but nevertheless, to minimize the trouble, or to minimize the chaos when the election comes, because there's no way the election. I mean, there won't be any mayhem. We have 250,000 police force personnel, so uh, the southeast is going to need like a quarter of it, because some places like Anambra, in Enugu, and the other, most of the 5 states in the southeast, because you don't want an electoral officer being there and being shot in the daylight while the election is going on. In the southwest, a lot of rigging will happen in Lagos State anyway. People will be disenfranchised, and a lot of people would ever want to go out to vote. That's going to be the fact. Uh, the North, they will take care of it, to try to put their personnel in charge. So that's what I foresee is going to happen. And the winner will be declared. I don't think the election is going to go to second round. Because if the election go to second round, that is going to trigger constitutional crisis. Because a lot of people will, whoever loses out, the first two will be chosen, or will be going to the second round, and those ones that lost out will not take it lightly. So that is where the trouble is going to come for the country. So they won't let that happen, because of the country is already arrived with all sort of um, you know insinuation left or right. So they wouldn't want that to happen. So it's probably going to be the first round.
All right, brilliant. Talk us through this. There's this article that came out. Is identified the 5. Let me actually give you the headline. It tells us Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso are 5 top states with highest registered voters and chances of APC and PDP. So what this article is looking at is narrowed just down to five states that has the largest amount of registered voters, and then it's looking at those states to identify which winners will emerge from those states, and then by extension stand a very good chance of emerging as the Nigerian president. So the state that this article is looking at, Lagos State, Kano State, Kaduna State, Rivers State, and Katsina State. And of those 5 states, Peter Obi doesn't come into contention anywhere at all, so park him to one side. It's a contention between Tinubu and Atiku. But where do they rate, and how closely do they chase each other? So this article gives Lagos to Tinubu, which you might say is understandable, but somewhat controversially, it gives Kano State to Tinubu for reasons that APC won it in 2015 and 2019, and they have the incumbent governor in situation as well. So controversially giving Kano to Tinubu ahead of Kwankwaso and Atiku gives it to a Yoruba man. So gives Kaduna to Tinubu as well, for reasons that the state governor is an APC man and is virtually promised that. And then it gives Rivers State to Atiku, and it says Atiku is likely to take Rivers State irrespective of how Yemsen Wike positions himself. And then finally gives Katsina State to Tinubu for reasons that Buhari comes from there. So 4 out of the 5 states with the highest numbers of registered voters, they go to Tinubu. Is there sense in what this article is presenting?
I was watching you at the Dr. Damaji show today, when Shawura was being invited and have an interview. He kind of dwelled more a little bit in this conspiracy theory about the electoral process, the new system being introduced, the beavers. Now, we should ask this question: what triggered this large turnout in those states? And those are the states that are very, very important in determining who becomes the president, right? Lagos, Kano, Rivers, right? Castina, she said, is part of it. Now, does that mean those states that have large turnout of registrations already been, the beavers already been preloaded with, you know, these invincible constant voters? It is possible. It is possible. So wherever they declare, because the what do you call them? The party representative at the polling board probably won't know the number of people that voted for their own candidate. So they just, maybe counting manually the number of people that, voted, and they will do accreditation, right? So they will come out with numbers. So in as much as I'm trying to dismiss the conspiracy theory, now that you mention those bigger states, that very, very important in determining the presidency. It's quite obvious there's maybe something that is more than ice is happening in those states. So, and going by how do they even determine number of people that will, that will be voting for those candidates in those states? How do that article determine that certain states will go for certain people? How? What is the parameter they use?
Well, the parameter they used. Oh, did somebody want to come in? Fatai?
Yeah, I think one of the parameters is historical behavior, right?
Oh.
Like, for instance, Katsina, since 1999, even without Buhari there, even though it's from Buhari state, and Buhari was not on the ballot, Olufalaye, Katsina was already voting, maybe, I think, over 80%, after check.
No, they can't use voting behavior. That is faulty because people migrate. People
No,
change.
I mean the pattern, like the chunk of vote you generally get in certain places.
Yeah, but
Historical.
it's still going to be faulty. You know why? Because even if you compare the data of last year and this year, a lot of things would have happened in between. What about the people that migrated to the urban area? What about the level of literacy in the area? What about the level of poverty as well? Opinion poll wasn't conducted, so people just come with a figure and say this is going to go for this.
A voting pattern usually it takes like a tsunami kind of situation to overturn it opposite side. So if
And
you have a voting pattern, it's a pattern. It's not every person who votes like a pattern of voting. Like we
so
usually
more or less like an assumption that this is
an
going.
assumption based on historical behavior, not
But
guaranteed.
that is still there's no person that will take that. Me personally, I won't take it serious because you can't use you know um, voters' behavior changes from time to time. And remember, we more or less like identity politics, kind of. So, and we also have voters' apathy and all that, and emotion comes to play when it comes to voting for their candidate. So, I won't use that. To me, that parameter is faulty. But nevertheless, I mean, we know Lagos State has always been, but because of the obedience and all that happening in Lagos and some urban area, we can say that yes. But I don't even see Lagos State going to any other party other than APC. The APC will fight tooth and nail to make sure that that vote goes to Tinubu and the governor. So, but any other state, because those states that you mentioned, one man, they are mainly most of them are Katsina is where the current president comes from. So maybe there are some things going on that you and I don't know. Right?
It's unthinkable for them to lose Katsina for just the reason you've just said that Buhari comes from there.
I don't even think it's going to happen for the Buhari to lose Katsina to any other party other than APC. I don't think that's going to happen. But the more you see, the more you look, the less you see. But I don't want to dwell more on that conspiracy. But I think something fishy is going on that under the table that you and I don't know.
A lot of people think that,
Yeah, because I mean, the large turnout. What triggers it? Does that mean that people migrated to Castina within 4 years ago? What is the population? Those things needed to be considered. Then we now begins to, trying to wrap our head around it. If it's, if truly people are really, you know, eager to vote this time around, because there must be something that trigger that high increase in the voter registration. So could that be that the viewers already been preloaded with higher numbers so that it will look like these are legitimate, verified voters? So on the day of election will be conducted and the number will be declared. You see what I'm saying, Walmart? It may sound not rational, but at the same time, sometimes you have to consider those crazy thoughts. Sometimes maybe, and all these peace accord we are signing up and down, like you said, it might be just to, you know, calm down, guys. Everything will be fine and all that. But whether we like it or not is the next 1 month anyway. 1 month, right?
I can't wait for it to be over.
Before you know it, it's already around the corner.
Yes.
I can bet you on the election day. Was it going to be on weekend? I believe it's going to be on weekend, right?
But it usually falls on the weekend, but I can just it's a
Saturday. That means will continue till the following day. Then we want to make sure that we have a VG and we make sure we watch it live, like they did during the
it's
that
going to
time.
be it's going to be a marathon session. We're going to run it all the way through, but I'm probably going to have to get people to come and join me because, of course, I'll have to hand over to somebody. Maybe Patrick will. Maybe Patrick will be one of the people running sessions.
Baba.
Yeah, for time difference, we could have people we could have a war piece run for some hours. Then myself or Ajali Oko, then you are probably in the same time zone with Nigeria, close to, not the same time, but close to.
Yes,
I will volunteer, but my job requires me to
work.
I work with what do you call these people? With law enforcement, with the criminal justice, with everybody. So it's just I have to coordinate, and sometimes I might be in the court, sometimes I'll be in jails and stuff. So yeah, but I'm scared, one man. The reason why I'm scared, I'm not even scared about the election. The misinformation that we have out there. This thing happens in the United States, and as it's happening now in Nigeria, there's no control. Everybody's fake news everywhere. Propaganda
just like
everywhere.
the Yaya Bello one that we just discussed.
I mean, there's no control at all. As a matter of fact, when the Buhari government trying to control Twitter and all, now I see reason why because there's a lot of information that are not true. And information that could destabilize the country. I'm not saying from particular, people or a person, but yes, everybody just putting. As a matter of fact, there was something that I reposted on my Facebook page 2 years ago. Was it 2 or 3 years ago? Only for the Facebook to remind. I was reminded was a month ago that the information wasn't true. That was fact checked. I just reposted it. It wasn't something political. It was just this COVID thing. Then it was new. People were just 2 years after that. So, I mean, to me, I think the misinformation that we have out there in the social media could
But
disintegrate
how do
that
you
country.
manage that now?
That's where the problem lies, because if the government trying to control, people will, revolt, because at the end of the day, people will think, they are being they are human rights. Is it a human right? Rights to I'm not even sure which right it is.
They will say they are trying to suppress the media or something.
Suppression of media. I don't understand. Even the established media in Nigeria they are also part of it. they're also guilty of doing it.
Do you know, sorry to cut you, do you know that this thing you said, I think we have to seriously think about it. There's one, though it's a small scenario, but it shows you what can happen. I saw a video of a guy in Osu. Osu is a state university in Ogun State University, kind of Agowoye. There's a woman there that runs a restaurant that services the school. The woman has been running that restaurant for some years now. And it has become a very big business for her rather. Then there was this girl that is like social media influencer in Osu. The girl just put on social media that restaurant was using some charms to cook her food and stuff like that. So the woman came to shop and suddenly didn't see anybody. People were not coming. The food, it was like something has happened today. You know, a restaurant that would probably be bustling and people queuing and shouting like parties. Nothing was happening. So they now showed her. Do you know they went to the Oba and brought the girl? The girl was a student. The girl said, sorry that she saw it. Somebody said she just put. I said, that's how he has destroyed that woman's business. She will try to correct it, but some people will never go back.
They will never go back there.
Yes. And look at, he has destroyed somebody's fortune, the way he channel for that person to feed her family, to send her own children to school, to some people's job. She has just destroyed it with fake news.
I think we can also, strengthen our laws. Maybe if the National Assembly can, enact laws that will protect people and also can enable others to sue for libels and, defamations and all that. Maybe that will also deter people from putting, all sort of news out. As a matter of fact, I was watching this BBC documentary, just a short documentary about the, misinformations about, during this election, and that all political parties engaged in the, projecting disinformations and all that. There's some people that were given computers and data for them to start spreading information about others and all that. To the point that they showed Elon Musk, one of his videos, endorsing Governor Peter Obi as a president. I was like, Nigeria has gone PLC.
BBC documentary?
Yeah, BBC documentary.
Yeah, sorry. Yesterday, I couldn't go into yesterday's show. Same of this fake rumor, like what woman was showing about one white lady that was said that was lost his senses, and different panelists were giving their sanction. Probably they use her for ritual, or probably this and that. I said, what? I didn't stay in Lagos for a long time.
Let me show you it. I still have.
Good evening, guys. Look at this lady, this woman. She's a white woman. I saw her around Crown Estate. You guys should know the place now. Crown Estate, Shangotedo, Ajah, Lagos State. That's the place. So before Mobi Filling Station, I actually went to go and get fuel, but I could not get it on my way back. That's when I saw her. Look at, like, she has already been used already. Like, look at the red dot on her body, and she has run mad already. You guys should just be careful as I.
Yeah, one man.
Yeah.
That girl should be arrested.
Everybody should be arrested.
Listen, one man, I didn't stay in Lagos long, but when I living in Nigeria, I was living in Ajah. Do you know how many white junkies as early as that early started in Ajah? Did this woman even speak to know if it was? There are so many white ladies in Lagos that speak Pidgin more than you. British, born raised there. Lebanese, born raised there.
So
and how you saw this
woman?
No, there's junkies in Lagos with white women.
Okay.
On their own. Look at that woman with her blonde. I don't know if she cheats her hair or not. Let's just say, because of her blonde hair, she not that. Maybe she's from all this Eastern Bloc, all this Russia. So, do you know how many of them in Lagos? Do you know how many in Allah Avenue that are junkies? Now you just come out to get traffic, to get views. You just putting your country in the arm's way. Oh, they are used to. Come on, man. Yesterday I couldn't come to the show and your team was pissing me off. And everybody was saying it was MAGA, uses that. Really.
So when they see that now, they say Nigerians use white people to make
juju. Man. Juju. Can you imagine that?
We have
go to Allah Avenue. You see so many white ladies. You can get junkies. You can get for a night for 100,000. Not even.
Our social media platforms are not regulated, so and this is a trend that I think most of the countries are, especially those ones that have this, you know, uh, anybody can do anything and all that, uh, they are caught unaware because at the end of the day, nobody will regulate, and our laws are not even that strong because nobody believes in the Nigerian judiciary anyway. You take a case to court, it takes it takes 20. As a matter of fact, something happens to me last year, late last year. I was driving, then I got stopped by the police for traffic offense that I ran a red light. So immediately I called my lawyer, then went to the court for me. And when I called to find out what's my next court date, guess what date they was given? At first he said November 25th. I thought it was gonna be this year, with the COVID and all that. And he said November 25th, 2025. I was shocked. And it takes me back to Nigeria straight. Like this last time I heard a German like this is always in Nigeria where they give you like 2, 3 years after to come back. And I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? They said, oh, they have a lot of backlog and all that. That it would take a long while before they get to my case and all that. I tried to expedite it, but it never happened. But Nigeria on the judge is already bribed. The lawyer already, man, and that's what gives me sleepless night more, man, because it's not just this. After the election, there's still also going to be some um, events and all that will triggers a lot of misinformations and all that, and God forbid, people's life is at stake, you know, and you put fake news and
You
all that.
said you saw me on that Rudolph space. What
Yeah.
did what did you make of it? I promised myself not to go there anymore, but
No, no, no. There's nothing wrong. I mean,
no, when Showore was there, and we are trying to hijack him, not hijack him from there, but persuade him to come and join us so we can put to him more senior questions. So I couldn't let the opportunity pass, so I just hopped on to. But did I let you down somewhat, or
no, not you, not no, not at all.
I didn't ask any silly questions or make
No,
did
your
I ask?
question, I think the question you asked was in him being seeing himself as a hero or something like that, some sort, and then you also asking about uh,
I asked him if he had confidence in the Beavers
in
and
the
all.
in the Beavers, that if he's gonna win, and he said yes, that he also talked about the fact that not really having confidence in Beavers, but at the same time, you're continuing with the program, which is contradicting anyway. But I mean, he did well, and he asked good questions. But in defense of Rudolph, his platform, you can see he's a good journalist. Sometimes people try to come up to hijack the show and try to tell him what to do and all that, and he's not that type of person. If not, people like you and I probably will not be allowed to come in. Uh, from time to time, unlike like your platform too, we have obedience, we have Tinubu, we have people like me. Was it this man earlier saying that he doesn't like people that stays in the middle or hanging in the balance, or what? How did he put it? People like that means you hate somebody like me.
No, I said I don't like people sitting on the fence, but their entrance to their fence, the gate to their fence is at body lawn.
I think he was having a dig at me with
I
that comment.
try
But,
to I try to define my position. Uh, Sometimes people misconstrue my position when it comes to discussing about Nigerian politics. I'm passionate about Nigerian politics and all that, but then I've learned not to pitch tent with any politician. The reason why is because there's no way you will believe in their program that they won't let you down one way or the other. As a matter of fact, I just repost something on my page on Facebook where this guy in Arise News was talking about politicians jumping ship. The person that you think is the ardent opponent of your candidate will cross carpet tomorrow and become the real paddy with the same person that was criticizing. Example, Kiyaman and Tinubu. The same way he was passionate about sending Atiku to prison, the same way he was when he was suing Tinubu, and today he's the cabinet member in APC. So I've learned to, just stay in my lane, criticize when you have to criticize, fact check when you have to fact check. Sometimes you might even need to defend some of them. So, and that is my position, because no matter how you look at it, once you join that league as a politician, my brother, you can't say the truth. You can't tell the truth. You cannot, because there's no way people cannot handle the truth. Any nation. That is why going into governance is very hard, because you will be compelled to tell. I mean, to not tell the truth, because once people know the truth, they cannot handle it. The country will break up. It will disintegrate if they know the truth. That is why people in public places always trying to be diplomatic. People like Showore, I don't see that man in the nearest future becoming the president of this country until he learns how to be diplomatic. I've never seen a country in this world where the leader of that country is a straight shooter like Showore, except you want to die young, because they will take you out. So you have to learn how to be diplomatic. In some places, you have to keep your mouth shut. I'll give you an example. Vice President Yemi Oshibajo, this man is a pastor, he's a professor of law, and he has been the vice president for the past 7 years plus, going to 8 years. You can't tell me this man has not, I mean, he received security briefings every day, right? They brief him, right? So this is a man that will counsel his principal on how the Nigerian army or security operative should take up arms and go shoot somewhere. And this is a pastor. So a lot of things, security briefings that you and I don't know, and we don't need to know. So him being a pastor and somebody who would think that we expect to tell you and I that something is coming from afar, we should dodge, but won't tell you because he is fighting behind. So, and him being a pastor, it's not going to tell you, but you expect him to tell you what's going on. So yes, society can't handle the truth. That's why majority of the politicians are always lying through their teeth, because that is what politician does. And lawyers always make a good politician, because they can tell you a brown is a black, not a brown color.
Oh, all right, brilliant, Adewale. So brilliant. So thank you, Adewale. So, gentlemen, I'm struggling to keep my eyes open, which tells you that I should really head to bed. So unless anybody has anything else that they would like to contribute, then we'll round it off here. So does anybody else want to have like a final thing to say before we call it a day?
Yeah, let me have just this Kwankwaso collapsing structure for Atiku. If it happens, I won't be surprised, because we know them for that pattern. They only do that. But if you collapse the structure for Atiku, would that give Atiku the win? That's just my question. Please, can anybody just tell me briefly?
Well, it puts him ahead, doesn't it? Really, because Atiku is strong with the PDP nationwide. So if he has Kwankwaso as well, then I don't know, but it puts him in a stronger position than he previously was. Certainly.
Oh, okay. I just want to know about that, because when people were talking about it, I was taking my kids to school. I didn't really listen properly. So now, if you put it ahead, that means now we are facing a real danger. It now become Tinubu and Atiku, not Tinubu and Peter Obi in that space, right?
Well, most likely, yes.
Wow. Okay, it's okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So gentlemen, I'll head to bed now. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow, all refreshed and ready to go again. So, yes. So, good night. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mama.